Would you like to try fishing? There's no point in just standing there and watching, Doliger invited. Lu Shi readily accepted. Okay, but I don't have any fishing gear. She thought for a moment. I can go to Wuhe to buy some. This place is very close to Wuhe's home, and it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to go back and forth. Dolig laughed. That's not necessary. I have an extra fishing rod here, so I'll give it to you. After saying that, a brand new fishing rod appeared in Dolig's hand. He stood up and handed it to Lu Shi. Lu Shi reached out and took it. System notification. Congratulations on obtaining the key tool fishing rod and unlocking the function fishing. You can use this function to obtain monsters or plants in the water. Of course, fish are also considered monsters. After all, there are far more monsters in the water than just fish. But what does it mean to get aquatic plants? Lu Shi emptied her mind for a rare time. She stopped thinking about these complicated and troublesome questions and walked to Doraj's side, getting familiar with the brand new fishing rod. She had never fished before, but she had watched many videos of other people fishing and knew that one had to put bait on the hook first and then throw the hook out. Lu Shi looked around and found a small box not too big next to the bucket on Doraj's left that was going to hold the fish. Is this bait? Can I use it? Lu Shi asked. Although many players, when playing the game, would rummage through the boxes in the NPC's home and take things away without the NPC's permission. After all, the system has set can be picked up. Doesn't that mean these things belong to the players? But Lu Shi is not like that. Because of her experience in the previous 2 months, it is difficult for her to treat this place as a complete game. So even if she is not used to interacting with NPCs, she will try her best to talk to them as humans. This might make her feel less lonely on this farm. Of course. Dolig laughed heartily. So Lu Shi picked up the small box with peace of mind and opened it. Inside was a layer of wriggling earthworms. There were a lot of them, and they were fat and plump, looking a little disgusting. Fortunately, Lu Shi was well prepared, and she didn't mind it at all. When she was surviving in the wild before, she had no idea how many bugs had crawled on her body. Every day before getting up or going to bed, she would check herself to prevent bugs from getting into her clothes. At that time, she had no choice but to take the insects out of the folds of clothes with her hands. She had already built up enough courage. Lu Shi took out cotton gloves from the system backpack, put them on, then picked up the earthworms in the box and hung them on his fishing hook. Although she was brave enough, the touch of the earthworms was still a bit disgusting when she held them with her hands. After several unskilled attempts, Lu Shi finally managed to get the fishing hook to fly out and land in the stream. Lu Shi didn't have a stool, so she just sat on the ground next to Doraj, holding the fishing rod, waiting for the fish to bite. In fact, when she swung the fishing hook, the system panel popped up, showing a bird's eye view of the river. Lu Shi could directly click on the position above to drop the fishing hook. But for the first time, Lu Shi ignored the game panel and just did things according to his own wishes. After the fish hook falls, a new system panel appears. It is a vertical section underwater, which allows you to see what fish are approaching the fish hook. Lu Shi can choose to click on the left and right movement icons that appear above to fine-tune the position of the fish hook, allowing the fish hook to actively approach the fish instead of waiting for the fish to approach. But Lu Shi just took a look and directly closed the system panel. Just like using a portable kitchen to cook, Lu Shi could use his mind to control the system panel to disappear and then use the portable kitchen normally. The same goes for fishing. She doesn't want to rely on the power of the game panel, so she can just use the fishing rod to fish normally. While waiting for the fish to bite, Lu Shi emptied her mind, thinking about nothing. She just looked at the scenery in front of her. Or maybe she wasn't even looking at the scenery, she was just in a daze. The fishing rod in her hand suddenly moved. Lu Shi came to her senses and saw the fish floating in the water. Even more excited than her was Doraj beside her. Doraj's eyes lit up. Quick. Reel in the rod, we got a fish, we got a fish. Lu Shi hurriedly stood up in a panic and pulled the fishing rod up. Dolig was on the side and quickly gave instructions. Quickly turn the line. Don't just pull the fishing rod, loosen it up. Pull it now. Lu Shi was so nervous that she was sweating all over. She finally pulled up a small fish that was only the size of a palm. Holding this small fish that took her a lot of effort, Lu Shi looked at Dailage, and Dailage was also looking at Lu Shi. Soon both of them laughed out loud at the same time. Lu Shi put the fish into Dalig's bucket without hesitation. After all, she didn't have any container to put the fish in. After putting the bait back in and casting the hook, Lu Shi sat down again. However, she had not sat there for long as the float started moving again. Lu Shi now had experience, so he was not as panicked as the first time. He calmly pulled the fishing rod, turned the fishing line, and soon caught another small fish the size of a palm. Dorager turned his head and looked at Lu Shi in surprise. Although they were all small fish, they were caught one after another, which was a bit too rare. In fact, Lu Shi had not expected that she would have such a great harvest from fishing. She originally wanted to learn from Dorage. If she couldn't catch any fish, she would just sit here and feel the surrounding scenery, empty her mind, and gain spiritual peace. As a result, as soon as the fishing hook was put down, a fish would be caught in just 3 or 2 minutes. Lu Shi did not have much time to sit there and think about life, as he used all the time to catch the fish. When the sun had completely set, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, who had been waiting for Lu Shi to come home for a long time, ran over to find him, but Lu Shi had already caught a full bucket of fish. Although they are only as big as a palm, their small size makes their number even more exaggerated. During this long period of time, Dolig's fishing rod did not move once. It was as steady as a rock. After Lu Shi had caught half a bucket of fish, he couldn't help but ask Dailage, "I can understand catching 1 or 2 small fish, but there are so many fish, all of which are about the same size. Is it possible that all the fish in this stream are this big?" Dorager thought for a long time. "I don't know." Lu Shi was silent for a moment. "So, you haven't caught a single fish in such a long time?" Dorager's eyes widened immediately. "Fishing is a kind of fun, and fish are just the added value of this fun." "How can you say that?" Lu Shi understood. That is, he had never caught it before. Seeing Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua and the sky getting dark, Lu Shi realized that he should go back. He stood up and stretched his body. Finally, he pulled a fish off the hook and put it into the bucket. Lu Shi carried it and prepared to leave. Dalig snorted and seemed to mind what Lu Shi said before. "That's my bucket." Lu Shi waved his hands and laughed. "You can't catch any fish anyway, so lend it to me first. I'll return it to you tomorrow." Dalig didn't say anything else, nor did he even look back. He just listened to the voice behind him gradually fading away. Sorry, Xiao Yuan, Zhuozhua. I was so engrossed in fishing that I forgot the time. Look, these are all the fish I caught. When we go back later, we can set up a grill, eat grilled fish, and cook a pot of fish soup." Dalig was still sitting on his small stool, holding his fishing rod, looking at the water in the distance, or the rising moon. His movements and postures were exactly the same as what Lu Shi had seen before. No one knows when he will leave here, and no one knows when he will catch a fish. He sits here as if he has never changed. However, there was a missing bucket beside Dalig, as if something was broken. Just as Lu Shi said, she built a bonfire in the yard and put a grill on it. This and the grill were things she bought from a human town, and Xiaolan had them custom made at a blacksmith shop. It is much rougher than the barbecue grills on Earth, mainly because the time given was too tight and the blacksmiths had no time to polish it finely, so they could only make it usable. A large grill over 1 meter long was placed directly on the campfire. Lu Shi cleaned some of the fish, skewered them on the grill poles, placed them on the grill, brushed them with oil, applied sauce, and listened to the crackling sound of the flames. Lu Shi looked at the 2 cubs, one big and one small, beside her, and couldn't help laughing. This kind of life seemed to be very good. She already had a lot of things, didn't she? The aroma of fish soup soon emerged from the pot in the portable kitchen next to it, drifting throughout the yard. Lu Shi took out the fine wine that she had gotten from Xiaolan, which originally belonged to Kagli, and drank it in big gulps beside the campfire. There is something called ordinary red wine in her backpack, but since she has come to this different world, she should drink the wine of this world, right? Lu Shi didn't give Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua any alcohol, but they still played with the drunk Lu Shi for several hours, enjoying this happy night for unknown reasons. The next morning, Lu Shi sat on the bed in confusion for a while. It was a rare thing that Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were not guarding her bedside. There was no chance that Lu Shi would feel dizzy and have a headache after waking up from a hangover, unless she drank after 4 in the morning. The refresh function at 4 in the morning allows Lu Shi to greet the new morning refreshed. After washing up, Lu Shi walked out of the house. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were busy in the fields. Lu Shi couldn't quite tell whether they were working or playing in the early morning. He only knew that the cauliflower he had planted yesterday was gone. Seeing this scene, Lu Shi recalled that when she was drunk last night, she mentioned the matter of the magic pet contract to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo. Naturally, neither of them refused, but Lu Shi was drunk at the time, and after signing the magic pet contract, he did not have the energy to check the new functions of the magic pet. I just roughly know that from then on, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were bound to some permissions of Lingyu Farm and could help Lu Shi operate some tools or complete some trivial tasks. Seeing Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo working so hard, Lu Shi did not disturb them. While preparing breakfast, he opened the system panel and checked the various functions of the magic pet system. It is located in the power management in the lower left corner, the second page. It was previously locked, but now you can click to view it. The magic pet page is divided into 2 parts. The upper part is the young dragon Zhuozhuo, and the lower part is the silver wolf cub Xiao Yuan. Actually, this is not quite appropriate. It should be said that each magical pet will occupy a separate section, but there are only 2 magical pets at present, so it looks like 2 parts, upper and lower. After having more magical pets, Lu Shi can drag the information panels of these magical pets up and down, click on the information panels of different magical pets, and view more detailed content. The outermost section only contains simple information about the pet, such as its portrait, name, race, gender, height, weight, etc. For example, Zhuozhuo's panel shows Zhuozhuo Avatar Magic Pet Name, Zhuozhuo Magic Pet Race, Dragon, Elemental Attribute, Fire, Magic Pet Level, Low-Level Magic Pet Gender, Male Magic Pet Age, 1 month Magic Pet Height, 210 centimeters Magic Pet Weight, 180 kilograms. Xiao Yuan is the same as Zhuozhuo. Xiao Yuan's Avatar Magic Pet Name, Xiao Yuan Magic Pet Race, Silver Wolf, Elemental Attributes, Wind, Fire, Magic Pet Level, Low-Level Magic Pet Gender, Female Magic Pet Age, 5 months Magic Pet Height, 100 centimeters Magic Pet Weight, 26 kilograms. After clicking on it, more detailed and complex content appeared, including hobbies, etc. One of Xiao Yuan's hobbies is egg-based food, and one of Zhuozhuo's hobbies is taking people flying. Lu Shi was speechless for a long time when they saw this. In addition, there are various permission settings that Lu Shi has seen in power relationship management, such as whether farm planting permissions are open to magic pets, whether farm harvesting permissions are open to magic pets, whether farm tool use permissions are open to magic pets, etc. Lu Shi simply agreed to open all permissions last night. She now looked over the permissions and did not make any changes. She still trusts Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo very much. Breakfast was ready very quickly.
Lu Shi was always like this.
He didn't like to eat too many complicated things in the morning. Maybe it was because he was lazy. She used the leftover fish soup from last night to cook some noodle soup, and then wrapped the fish meat in flour and eggs and fried 2 side dishes. She had just taken the eggs out of the magic pet breeding shed. 1 egg was laid every hour. More than 10 hours had passed since last night, and Lu Shi had produced more than a dozen eggs. The eggs laid by red feathered white chickens are different from those on Earth. After all, you can tell from their size that the eggs laid by red feathered white chickens are half the size of ostrich eggs. Lu Shi only beat 2 eggs and had half a basin of egg liquid. If it weren't for Zhuozhuo and Xiao Yuan's big appetites, Lu Shi would probably have used this basin for several days. Call Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo back for dinner. Lu Shi already has a wooden table, which he made when he was learning carpentry skills. Lu Shi suddenly felt like something was not right. By the way, did her family have this mailbox before? Lu Shi's gaze slowly fell to the side of the sales board, where stood a mailbox with a blue and white seabird pattern. In fact, the original plan for the mailbox was that when Lu Shi went downstairs, he saw the postman carrying the mailbox in to install it. Afterwards, Lu Shi remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in the reward for the task he had completed before. After looking through the task records, I found the source of the mailbox. Lu Shi did not confuse priorities. Whenever he found something, he would immediately try to figure it out. After finishing his breakfast as usual, he let Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhu continue to play in the farmland before he went to check on the mailbox that had suddenly appeared. After getting closer, no system panel was activated, so Lu Shi had to manually contact and open the small door above the mailbox. Lu Shi originally thought that there would be nothing inside, but after opening it, he suddenly found a letter lying quietly inside. Lu Shi took out the letter in surprise. The style of the letter looked very familiar. Lu Shi took out the letter that he had brought with him when he first traveled through time. He compared the two and found that they were indeed the same. Dear Lu Shi, it's been a long time since I last received your reply. How are you doing now? Did you arrive at the farm smoothly? I heard that you seem to have encountered some problems on the way. I hope you're okay. If you see this letter, please reply as soon as possible. Signed to Danny Popperstein. Lu Shi was extremely surprised. She originally thought that after unlocking the farm, the letter introducing the origin of the farm had lost its function and was just a background story. But she didn't expect that after getting the mailbox, she actually received a letter with such content, a letter that may have been delivered more than a month ago, but she just saw it now. Although there were only a few short sentences, Lu Shi was able to understand some of the main points. After receiving the first letter about inheriting the farm, the original Lu Shi replied to the other party. The content of the reply is unknown, but it was probably something like, I miss my grandmother very much, and I have decided to go to the farm. After this letter, Lu Shi suddenly came through time. She knew nothing and had even been wandering alone in the wild for such a long time. The other party also noticed that Lu Shi had not replied for a long time and at the same time heard some other news, so he sent another letter like this to the farm. Lu Shi can no longer simply regard the Rollert family that is bound to himself as a pure background story setting. Wait, the Rollert family? Lu Shi looked at the signature Danny Popperstein on the letter again. By the way, I took a look at the tone of the two letters again, and it turns out that they are not from people I am very close to or familiar with. This Danny Popperstein should be someone close to Lu Shi's grandmother, a housekeeper or something like that. The other party mentioned in the letter that they had heard that something seemed to have happened to Lu Shi. That is to say, the Rollert family knew that something had happened to Lu Shi, but they did not have any other reaction. At least, if someone was worried about Lu Shi, someone should come to the farm to check on the situation. However, after Lu Shi arrived at the farm, he did not see anyone else. Or maybe they didn't know about the farm. Lu Shi was a little puzzled. She had originally thought that the family background story that she didn't need to care about obviously still had a lot of inside stories that couldn't be easily ignored. Side quest. Reply. After going through so much hardship to reach the Lingyu farm, you received a letter from someone who cares about you. Please reply to the other party. Task reward, 500 experience points, a gift. I don't know when the side quest popped up. Lu Shi had originally planned to reply, and after reading the quest, he became even more certain. This world is real, and not just a game. Lu Shi cannot live here alone forever. After she knows enough about this farm, she will definitely try to contact the outside world and see what other people know about the farm. This reply is a great opportunity. However, Lu Shi still didn't quite understand the mission reward. What did a gift mean? Lu Shi looked through the system backpack and the contract package for a long time, but didn't find any paper or pen to write back. He was stunned. However, the system will not issue tasks that cannot be completed, so Lu Shi returned to the mailbox. This time, the system panel popped up successfully. Just like the mailbox system in all games, there are two columns, incoming and outgoing. The incoming column lists the two letters Lu Shi received, and the contents of the letters can be viewed in a non-physical form. The sending function was also very simple. Lu Shi just clicked it, and a writing page appeared. The recipient was listed at the top, and the content and signature below all had a standard format. This way, Lu Shi doesn't have to worry about making mistakes in the format and causing the recipient to doubt his identity. Dear Danny, thank you for your concern. I have arrived at the farm safely. The residents here are very friendly. I have given the farm a new name, Spirit Farm. I did encounter some troubles on the way and almost couldn't reach the farm, but fortunately, I met some people who were willing to help me. I am fine now and am trying to familiarize myself with the things on the farm.
Please don't worry about me.
Signed by Lu Shi. Lu Shi didn't write too much, including those things. She just used vague descriptions to let the other party know that something happened to her, but it was not clear what exactly happened. After confirming the content, the writing page in front of Lu Shi suddenly turned into a piece of letter paper. With a 3D projection-like effect, it was automatically folded, put into an envelope, and thrown into a mailbox not far away. Lu Shi blinked, not quite reacting to this sudden cutscene. She could only say that this farm gave her surprises from time to time. What Lu Shi plans to do today is to visit various NPCs, complete side quests, grow vegetables and cook, complete customer needs on the sales board, and earn some copper coins. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. How can you become a rich woman without saving small amounts of money? Lu Shi cleaned up the various rewards. For a new player like her, who was penniless, she had to cherish everything given by the system. Today is the 3rd day since she arrived at the farm. As a new login reward, Lu Shi was given a bedside table with a small table lamp. These pieces of furniture have no special use, but they can fill out Lu Shi's cabin and make the house look more like a home. The daily sign-in gave Lu Shi something very fresh, catnip. At first glance, Lu Shi thought he had seen it wrong, but it was indeed this name, and it had not been distorted or assimilated by the alien world. Catnip, an item that has a strong attraction to cats. Placing it in your home may attract some unexpected guests. Lu Shi took back his previous words. It seemed that some assimilation and magical changes had occurred. Side quest. Special guests. Please place some catnip in the open space at home and get along well with the guests attracted. Task reward. 500 experience points, a gift from a special guest. Lu Shi took out catnip from his backpack and took a look. It looked like a whole potted plant, quite different from the one on Earth. Although Lu Shi had never seen what catnip looked like on Earth, she knew that catnip on Earth did not have 3 colors, and the leaves were all green. The catnip in Lu Shi's hand had leaves that were a mixture of purple and green, with some yellow mixed in occasionally. It looked quite poisonous, the kind that Lu Shi would have to avoid if he saw it in the wild. According to the task description, Lu Shi found an empty space and placed the catnip. Then he said hello to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua and continued to wander around the village. The first place he went to was Mrs. Millie's house. The seeds in Lu Shi's system backpack had been almost planted by Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua in just this morning, so they had to be replenished with new seeds. The fruits of the harvest were so great that even Lu Shi's system backpack was almost full. Lu Shi quickly spent his own money to open dozens of system backpack slots. It was too expensive. The first 10 system backpack slots cost 100 copper coins each, then 500 copper coins, 1,000 copper coins, 2,000 copper coins, 5,000 copper coins, 10,000 copper coins. Lu Shi stopped at 10,000. Even though she had money, she couldn't waste it like that. She hadn't made much money from the Golden Finger farm, but she had lost a lot. As for how Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua farm and harvest, when Lu Shi did these things himself, it was not that troublesome. As long as he had the tools, he could naturally achieve the effects. Although Xiao Yuan can't hold the tools, it can hold them in its mouth, and it is very fast. It can run from one end to the other with the sickle in its mouth and finish it in a few seconds. Zhuozhua does the same. It takes off directly from a low altitude, holding the sickle in its claws. As long as it does not fly more than 1 meter high, it can function as a tool. However, Zhuozhua made too much noise when flying, so Xiao Yuan scolded him for a long time, and he was forbidden to use a sickle to harvest the vegetables. He had no choice but to follow Xiao Yuan and pick up the fruits one by one. Picking up is a step that can be completed by thought, and Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua are very smart monsters, so they understood the method immediately, and it was not troublesome at all. Farming is also simple. You just need to dig a hole and throw the seeds in, and you have completed the planting step. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua directly divided the work and cooperated with each other. Zhuozhua was in the front, relying on his own weight to step out a hole step by step, and Xiao Yuan followed behind and threw seeds into the hole. Lu Shi was stunned, but there were things that Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua could not do. For example, they cannot buy seeds by themselves and can only take items from Lu Shi's system backpack. Lu Shi has synchronized the permissions of the system backpack to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, allowing them to take out items from Lu Shi's system backpack at will and put things in at any time. Looking at the less than 10 types of crop seeds, Lu Shi was really worried that these things would not be enough for Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua to plant. Maybe they could do something else? Lu Shi recalled the two cubs' exaggerated energy and decided to give them more things to do. Xiao Yuan was fine. He was really well behaved and sensible. He didn't cause any trouble for Lucy, but Zhuozhua was a bit noisy. He wanted to take Lucy flying for a few hours every day. When they were in a hurry, Lu Shi could accept it, but now that they were at the farm, he had to endure the thrill of flying without a seat belt every day, which was a bit. Of course, this also requires the two cubs to be willing to do it themselves. Lu Shi will not force or exploit the two cubs to do things for him just because of his own needs. After leaving Mrs. Millie's house, Lu Shi went to the river again and saw Dolig. He didn't know whether he had been fishing here all night or had gone back last night and came out again this morning. Lu Shi put down the bucket and said hello to Dolig. "Haven't you caught any fish yet?" Dolig glared at Lu Shi without answering. He ignored Lu Shi with a stern face. Lu Shi smiled and waved his hand and left. "Ha ha ha, remember to call me when you catch any fish." Without any particular goal, Lu Shi walked around the farm casually, deciding where to go. The owner of a shop with a flashing sign at the door stopped Lu Shi. Lu Shi's eyes moved from the other person's black tights that showed off her figure, her heavily made-up face, the metal earrings, and the small braid tied at the back of her neck, all the way to the name above her head.
Let me see who this beautiful lady is."
It turns out to be our Miss Lucy. A strange aria, a deliberately sharp voice, and excessive enthusiasm. Lu Shi couldn't help but take a step back, but Tom on the other side seemed not to notice and stepped forward and grabbed Lu Shi's arm. "You are so beautiful. Your eyes are as deep and charming as the night, and your skin is as white as the clouds in the sky." Lu Shi was forced to listen to several minutes of praise before he heard Tom's final summary. "Please come to our store, and let me provide you with the best service." Lu Shi looked at the shop behind him. The big words "Tom's Barbershop" flashing on the sign made her eyes hurt. Considering the completion of the side quest, Lu Shi closed his eyes and followed Tom in. The decoration in the store was very similar to that of a barbershop on Earth, except that it had a style unique to another world. Lu Shi walked past a wall of large mirrors and sat on a chair at Tom's invitation. Tom handed over a hairdressing book with drawings of various hairstyles and hair specimens of various colors. "Miss Lucy, in our store, you can change your hairstyle, hair color, height, weight, even eye color and skin color. As long as you want to change it, I can do it for you." Tom smiled very kindly and then talked about the price even more kindly. "Haircut 1 gold coin 100 gold coins, hair dye 1 gold coin 1,000 gold coins, change skin color 1 gold coin 10,000 gold coins, change height 10 gold coins 100,000 gold coins." The more Lu Shi listened, the more surprised she became. Her physical condition had become completely fixed, and it would be refreshed back to its original appearance at 4 in the morning every day. But in this store, it seemed that her appearance could be changed so that it would not be refreshed back. It's just that the price is a bit outrageous. Lu Shi decided to give it a try. After thinking about it, she chose to get a haircut. The long hair that reached her thighs had been a bother for her for too long. It would be nice to cut it shorter. After getting a haircut and fixing the hairstyle, it costs 1 gold coin and can last for 7 days. The more gold coins you spend, the longer it can last. You can permanently unlock this hairstyle for 100 gold coins. You only need to apply for a membership card, and you can change your hairstyle at any time without any additional charge. Lu Shi looked up suddenly and saw 2 big words on Tom's particularly friendly face. In the end, I didn't get the card. Lu Shi cut his hair short, leaving it only to his shoulders, and spent the minimum of 1 gold coin to purchase a 7-day limited-time new look. When leaving, Tom was still reluctant to leave. Miss Lucy, you really don't want to try a different look? You are so beautiful. Lu Shi firmly refused, mainly because she didn't have enough gold coins to buy a permanent new appearance, but she could also understand why the price was so expensive. After changing the pupil color, height, weight, and skin color, it is equivalent to becoming a different person. This kind of painless full-body plastic surgery shouldn't be cheap. Okay, this is a coupon from our store. Miss Lucy, we can give you a discount next time you come. Tom pretended to wipe away his tears and put the coupon in Lu Shi's hand. So, why didn't they send it to me when I paid just now? Why did they wait until I paid everything before sending it to me? Lu Shi looked at the profiteer in front of him, sighed, and accepted the coupon. I understand, Tom. Tom was slightly stunned, huh? Lu Shi didn't give him time to react. He smiled slightly, turned around, and left. Goodbye, Tony. Tom stood there with a confused expression on his face. It seemed that someone was calling him, but it also seemed not to be the case. Normal coupon, a normal coupon from Tom's barbershop. When purchasing the appearance duration, you can get a double time bonus. Lu Shi looked up at the sky in silence. This was the first time she saw a coupon that did not provide a price discount but directly increased the purchase of goods. Anyway, the money can't be less. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the barbershop function, which allows you to make limited time or permanent changes to your image. Lu Shi admired her new hairstyle again, and her mood inexplicably improved. To be honest, whether it is changing into new clothes or a new hairstyle, it can bring a lot of pleasure to people. The premise is that you don't meet a barber who cheats you. The barbershop is located closer to the middle of the farm residents' houses. There are different shops on both sides. There are not many residents, but there are all kinds of shops open and they don't seem to be worried about losing money at all. Lu Shi actually had the illusion that he was shopping. Welcome. As soon as Lu Shi walked in, he heard a very familiar greeting. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged woman standing not far from the door. She smiled very amiably and greeted Lu Shi. Mobini, she was wearing a work outfit that looked a bit like a maid outfit. The kind of maid outfit that hotel housekeepers wear. She looked like a very hard-working and capable lady. It's Miss Lucy. Is there anything you want to buy? Mo Benny walked behind Lu Shi. Her attitude was not as enthusiastic as Tom's, but it gave people a very comfortable feeling. What's here? Lu Shi raised her head and looked around. There were a lot of things on the shelves, and most of them were unfamiliar to her. She couldn't recognize their functions at a glance. The items sold here are very diverse, and it's hard for me to describe clearly what they are. Perhaps you can tell me what you need, and I'll find items that meet your requirements for you. Mo Benny said softly. Her voice was not loud, just loud enough for Lu Shi to hear clearly. Oh, grocery store, Lu Shi understood. However, she couldn't think of what she needed for a moment and couldn't help thinking about it. Seeing Lu Shi's expression, Mo Benny spoke softly again. You can also just wander around the store and see if any of these things have the effects you need. Lu Shi nodded. This was indeed more reliable than her random thoughts. Accompanied by Mo Benny, she walked around the store. When you touch an item on the shelf, an introduction will pop up automatically. Some introductions are simple and clear, while others are very vague. Whenever Lu Shi showed an expression of confusion, Mo Benny would speak up very appropriately and provide additional explanations for Lu Shi. After looking around, Lu Shi roughly understood the sales range of this grocery store. To put it bluntly, it's just one word: miscellaneous. There is furniture for sale here, although there is only one style series, and only the commonly used furniture. Ingredients and seasonings are also sold here. The ingredients include flour, eggs, milk, etc. And the seasonings for cooking include pepper, chili powder, soy sauce, vinegar, etc. Although these materials can be made through kitchen functions, the raw materials need to be planted and the seeds need to be unlocked, which makes it inconvenient to purchase them directly. In addition, tools for outdoor cooking are also sold here. They work like portable kitchens and can be put in a backpack. Next time Lu Shi is in the wild, he can take them out and cook directly without having to run back home. A portable kitchen, for example, cannot be placed anywhere else except Lu Shi's own home, or it will lose its effectiveness if placed there. By the way, there are also sewing tools, but they are time-limited ones available in 1 day, 3 days, and 7 days. Their function is to place seeds in them. Just hold the sewing tools and pass over the farmland to automatically plant the seeds, without the hassle of digging holes. Lu Shi immediately placed an order for a 7-day sewing tool. You can also buy ordinary monster feed and ordinary fertilizer here. Lu Shi was originally racking his brains over where to get ordinary monster feed, but he didn't expect that he could buy it here. Lu Shi raised 3 ordinary monsters at home. These monsters needed to be fed a portion of monster feed every day so that they could continuously produce materials. If they were not fed with monster feed, they would stop producing. If the monsters are not fed food for a period of time, they will starve to death. There were only 5 portions of basic monster feed in Lu Shi's backpack that he received as a reward for upgrading. If he couldn't find a way to replenish the monster feed, one of the monsters would starve today. Lu Shi still had 2 portions of low-level monster feed, but she didn't know whether monster feeds of different levels could be mixed. What if something went wrong? Fertilizer can speed up the growth of crops. The seeds that Lu Shi has unlocked now do not take much time to plant, but later on, there will be seeds that will take several days to mature. At that time, fertilizer will be needed to shorten the time. After taking 2 more steps, Lu Shi saw that the store was selling things like low-level tool kits. The tool kit contains 3 tools: a sickle for harvesting vegetables, an axe for chopping trees, and a pickaxe for mining. Other tools need to be obtained from other channels, such as separate hunting kits, fishing kits, etc. There are 3 levels of tools: ordinary tools, low-level tools, and high-level tools. Ordinary tools are tools that are used normally, have no bonus effects, and consume physical strength normally. Low-level tools will reduce the consumption of physical strength by a certain percentage and are easier to use than ordinary tools. However, they are disposable tools with a durability and will be scrapped after use. Advanced tools reduce physical exertion while increasing harvest with a certain probability. They are also disposable, but their durability is twice as high as that of low-level tools, so they can be used for a longer time. There are no intermediate tools. Lu Shi also saw several different kinds of fish bait being sold here. When Lu Shi came out of the grocery store, she had unknowingly spent a large sum of gold coins. Mo Benny walked to the door to see Lu Shi off. She still had the same attitude, friendly, but not overly enthusiastic, making people feel very comfortable to get along with her. She handed Lu Shi something that looked like a cell phone and said, "Ms. Lucy, if you need anything later, you can contact me through this and we will deliver the items you need directly to you." Lu Shi took it and nodded in understanding. It was just express delivery. She knew about online shopping. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the grocery store panel. You can open this page in the mall and purchase items in the store. The mobile phone in Lu Shi's hand turned into a beam of light and merged into the game panel in front of Lu Shi. Mo Benny's expression did not change when she saw this scene, as if it was a matter of course. Lu Shi looked at her account balance and began to sigh for no apparent reason. She felt that if she continued to buy things like this, her money would soon be gone. No, she had to control her desire to buy. Thinking of this, Lu Shi walked into another shop opposite. A young, beautiful, and lively girl came to greet them. The wind chimes at the door swayed, and clear bells rang. The young girl's smile was bright and cheerful. Welcome. Lu Shi looked at the top of the girl's head. Mealy's Miris was wearing a very soft long skirt, the hem of which swayed as she walked, like a dancing butterfly. Her steps were extremely brisk, and before the heel of one foot had even landed, the toes of the other foot had already touched the ground. "It's Miss Lucy. What would you like to buy?" When Miles smiled, she had beautiful dimples on her face, which made her extremely cute. Lu Shi looked at Miris and couldn't help but feel that his mood had improved a lot. "What are you selling here?" Lu Shi asked with a smile. "This is the Magic Pet Shop, Miss Lucy. All items related to magic pets are sold here. Miri's blinked her extremely bright big eyes with curly eyelashes. Under the guidance of Mealy's, Lucy took a tour of the Magic Pet store. The store could be divided into several major categories: Magic Pet Clothing Area, Magic Pet Food Area, and Magic Pet Supplies Area. The Magic Pet Clothing Area is filled with clothes of various styles, all for magic pets. Just like some pet owners on Earth will dress their pets in human clothes to show off their cuteness, the Magic Pet clothing here is also for dressing up magic pets. Lucy herself didn't have any ideas, but she thought she could bring Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo along to see if they liked anything. The food in the Magic Pet food area is like the pet snacks sold in pet stores. It is expensive, there is no need to buy it, and the nutrition is not as high as the staple food, but it tastes good. Moreover, there are a lot of contents on it that include increasing the intimacy of magic pets, increasing the wisdom of magic pets, and increasing the physical strength of magic pets. Lucy thought he could buy some and see the effects. Many times, pet owners are like this. Something may not be of much use, but as long as it has some benefit, they can't help but buy it for their pets. I hope this isn't a scam. The game system shouldn't be so deceptive, Lucy pondered. It can be seen that she has rich experience in purchasing IQ tax. The Magic Pet Supplies area is even more exaggerated. There are shower gels and cleansers for bathing magic pets, hair combing tools, scale polishing tools, etc., with a complete range of products. There are also magical pet nests of varying sizes, which look more comfortable than human beds. Lucy even wants to get a few for himself. When his eyes fell on the Magic Pet backpack next to him, Lucy suddenly paused. This seemingly unattractive Magic Pet backpack had a clear description. Magic Pet backpack. After the Magic Pet is carried, 50 Magic Pet system backpack slots will be opened, which can communicate with the owner's system backpack. Lucy was worried that there would not be enough space in his system backpack for Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo, but he unexpectedly found such a good thing. By buying a Magic Pet backpack for Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo respectively, there will be an additional 100 system backpack slots, which is a good thing. The total consumption this time is 200 gold coins. Lucy covered his face and ran back home. He said, "I won't buy it anymore. I really can't buy it anymore." In fact, it was already noon, and Lucy was going home to cook. As soon as she got home, Lucy was stunned. In addition to Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo, she actually saw another person at home. Sanrivo, he was a young man dressed in a postman's uniform and looked to be only about 21 or 22 years old. He was standing next to the mailbox. His posture was not very straight, and he looked very relaxed, with a large box half a person's height placed next to his legs. Seeing Lucy from a distance, Sanrivo raised his arm and waved, "Miss Lucy, you are back. Here is your letter." Lucy walked over with a look of surprise on his face and saw a familiar rose pattern on the box next to Sanrivo. Was this a reply to the letter she had just sent?
So soon?
"This is your letter. Please sign here." After Lucy approached, Sanguo handed over a letter and then took out something like a courier receipt from somewhere and handed it over. Lucy didn't read the letter first. After signing his name, Lucy started chatting with Sanruvo. Sanruvo was one of the resident NPCs to be met in the side quest. "I have been walking around the village for 2 days and I haven't seen you. Where do you live?" "My house is just east of the village. It's the only post office on the farm. Miss Lucy, if you have anything you want to send, you can come to me." Sanruvo smiled brightly, revealing a row of neatly white teeth. Lucy thought about it and felt that any shop on this farm seemed to be the only one. "But you have this at home. You just need to put the items here, and I will come to pick them up." Sanruvo patted the mailbox, as if he was patting his chest. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the item delivery function, which allows you to mail items to designated people through the mailbox. "Oh, okay." Lucy nodded. In addition to letters, it turns out that mailboxes can also be used to send items. Now he has learned it. "I have other letters to deliver, so I'll leave first, Miss Lucy." Sanruvo waved and was about to leave. Lucy suddenly thought of something. "By the way, did you deliver this mailbox?" Sanruvo nodded happily. "Yes, Miss Lucy, you were not here at that time, so I left after dropping off the mailbox." Lu Shi thought thoughtfully. Most things in the game system seemed to have a normal source. After seeing off Sang Ruo, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua surrounded Lu Shi and looked at his new hairstyle in surprise. Products produced by the system are absolutely high quality, and no one will leave the barbershop crying. Of course, if Lu Shi thinks it doesn't look good, she can simply not pay. After all, the barbershop charges based on a time limit on the appearance. If she is not satisfied, she can change to a different appearance at any time. After getting used to Lu Shi's long hair, looking at her current appearance, one can't help but feel a little more refreshed. Lu Shi herself also felt very relieved without that long hair, but it was a pity that it could only last for 7 days. As for whether to renew the subscription later, let's wait and see. After explaining her changes to the two curious cubs, Lucy looked at the big box and the letter left by the postman. Dear Lu Shi, I have received your reply. I am so glad that you are okay. Lingyu Farm is a very good name. I believe you will not disappoint your grandmother. It's just that Lingyu Farm has been abandoned for a while since your grandmother passed away. It is very difficult to take care of it again, but I believe you can do it. I have some items here that may be able to help you. Just consider them as my gift to you for inheriting the farm. If you encounter any troubles, you can write to me, and I will help you. Signed to Danny Popperstein. It was indeed a reply.
Lu Shi looked at the time.
It had not been 4 hours since she sent the letter, but she had already received a reply from an unknown source. This was truly a wonderful thing. Lu Shi looked at the big box on the ground again. This should be the items mentioned in the letter that could help her. When he approached the big box, no system prompt panel popped up, and Lu Shi had to open it himself. After imagining various scenarios, such as a clown doll popping out after opening the box, or a bomb being placed inside, or even a person with a knife hiding inside, Lu Shi carefully opened the lid of the box. In an instant, the panels on all 4 sides of the box opened, and a large pile of things were neatly scattered all over the ground. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, reply letter, and receiving the quest reward 500 experience points and a gift. System notification. The player opened a gift and obtained the items Bluestone times 99, Celestine times 99, Steelstone times 99, Heavy Iron Ore times 99, Frost and Dew Tree Wood times 99, Sandstone Tree Wood times 99, Sun and Moon Tree Wood times 99, Basic Repair Drawings times 9.
Wow!
Lu Shi exclaimed. With these things, she wouldn't need to run to the dark forest to collect materials in the short term. Among them, Bluestone and Lapis Lazuli are 2 items. Bluestone is an ordinary stone that can be collected in the night forest. Most of the walls and roads in the village are paved with bluestone. Lapis Lazuli is a type of ore that can only be obtained in the first layer of an underground mine. There is a huge difference between the two. What Lu Shi cared about most was the basic maintenance drawings. She still had 2 intermediate maintenance drawings in her bag that she had not used, and she didn't know what the difference was. However, there are indeed many places in the house that need maintenance, such as the street lights in the yard. Because Lu Shi's own yard is as big as half a farm, there are lighting equipment not far away on the main road in the yard. Although Lu Shi had some basic repair drawings left in her system backpack, she didn't have enough materials. Besides, there were still many places that needed repairing, and the streetlights were not the most important ones. The feed processing table for making monster feed, the fertilizer processing table for making fertilizer, and various warehouses that need maintenance are like big mouths waiting to be fed. So Lu Shi did not start by collecting various materials in a boring way. Instead, she chose to complete the side quests first and get to know the NPCs who might bring her some surprises. Rather than working blindly, the best thing to do is to first understand the tools in your hands. However, after Lu Shi took a look at the things that needed repair, he found that the new materials he had acquired were not actually enough. There are too many places to use materials, right? After repairing the most important feed processing table and fertilizer processing table first, Lu Shi also repaired the crop warehouse, wood warehouse, and stone warehouse to slim down his system backpack. At this moment, Lu Shi suddenly remembered that she had bought a Magic Pet backpack for Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua in the Magic Pet Supplies store before, so she took it out and equipped the 2 cubs. The Magic Pet backpack produced by the system has a variety of appearances to choose from and is not limited to backpacks. However, once you choose it, the appearance will be fixed and cannot be changed unless you buy a new one. Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhua did not choose the school bag-shaped style, although they can both be worn normally. The main problem is that as monsters, they cannot get used to the feeling of wearing clothes like humans. To them, fur and scales are their clothes. Putting on another layer of things will only affect their ability to perceive the outside world. So, Xiaoyuan chose a collar-like appearance with a small school bag-shaped pendant hanging on it. Zhuozhua chose the necklace appearance, with a long chain hanging around her neck and a backpack pendant hanging on her chest, which collided with the previous phantom badge from time to time, making a crisp sound. In addition to the 50 additional Magic Pet System backpack slots, the Magic Pet backpack can also be used outside the farm to play the role of a contract package and carry other non-farm items. In other words, the Magic Pet backpack can also be said to be a contract package for the Magic Pet. No wonder a Magic Pet backpack is worth 100 gold coins. After all, Lu Shi's contract package of only 10 grids is worth this price. However, it is actually difficult to say which one is better to use, the contract package or the system backpack. A wide variety of individual items are not friendly to the system backpack. After all, only one item can be placed in a backpack grid. However, it is difficult to fit large individual items into the contract package. For example, something like a car can only fit one in Lu Shi's contract package, but the system backpack only takes up one slot. After finishing these things, it was already past noon and Lu Shi hurriedly prepared lunch. Since there was not enough time, Lu Shi chose a few simple stir-fried dishes, including scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried potatoes with pork slices, and stir-fried kohlrabi. The key word was speed. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes was a dish Lu Shi had been craving for, and she happened to have eggs and tomatoes in her backpack. Oh, by the way, scrambled eggs with tomatoes contain sugar, v. While eating steamed buns with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Lu Shi missed rice deeply. Such a good soup should be used to mix rice. The fried potato slices are made with King Kong wild boar meat. King Kong wild boar meat is the most abundant vegetable in Lu Shi's system backpack now, and kohlrabi is a kind of kohlrabi. In fact, Lu Shi prefers fried kohlrabi with tomatoes, but since she has already made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, it would be difficult to repeat it. Compared to tomatoes on Earth, the flavor of tomatoes is richer, and the eggs are more delicious. With Lu Shi's cooking skills and Xiao Yuan's preference for the taste of eggs, this dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes quickly became one of Xiao Yuan's favorites. Lu Shi discovered it when she checked Xiao Yuan's panel, and at the same time, she also noticed something she had previously overlooked. On the system's Magic Pet panel, Xiao Yuan's race column clearly states the elemental attributes of wind and fire. But Lu Shi always remembered Xiao Yuan. No, it should be said that it was the silver wolf. Most of the silver wolves should have wind attribute. It's not that there aren't monsters with multiple elements, there are even many of them, but it seems that humans' understanding of the silver wolf race has always been that they have a single element attribute. So, is it because Xiao Yuan is the special case? Or is it that humans' understanding of silver wolves has never been correct? Zhuozhua does not have any preferred taste. As long as it is food, it will eat it. It does not matter whether it likes it or not. Even if it is raw food, Zhuozhua will eat it without any scruples. Lu Shi never had any leftovers from his cooking, all thanks to Zhuozhua. However, Zhuozhua had no interest in the dishes that Lu Shi made using the system. She didn't like eating them very much and didn't know why. Xiao Yuan was the same. After packing up her things, Lu Shi walked towards the farm full of energy, but before visiting the next family, she had to go to the church to pray once. You can get so many materials by praying once. This opportunity should not be wasted. Today, old lady Faflin was not in the church, but was standing beside the fountain outside. Lu Shi took a look and couldn't help but walk forward. Generally, if an NPC is not in the location where she usually stays, it means that she must have some mission. Lu Shi is very familiar with this and can't resist the urge to step forward and trigger the mission. Mother Favrine, what are you doing here? Old Lady Faflin raised her head and smiled. I am asking the god to bless the water here. Blessing. What's the use? Lu Shi looked again and again, and could only see that the water here was just water. Holy water will cleanse the souls of sinners, keep illnesses away, revive flesh and blood, and calm the mind. Old Granny Favorin replied with a gentle and kind smile. Miss Lucy, would you like to try it? Lu Shi blinked and pointed at herself. But there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not sick, not injured, and my mind is quite peaceful. Then God will bless you. Old Lady Faflin just smiled. Okay, let me try. Lu Shi looked around and asked, what should I do? You can find a container to collect some of the water. Old woman Favlin raised her hand. With her hunched body, she could just reach the high bamboo tube. Click, the bamboo tube hit the edge of the fountain, and the water in the fountain slowly flowed out along the bamboo tube. Lu Shi quickly took out a drinking cup from the contract package and filled it with a full cup. Old woman Faflin loosened her grip, and the bamboo tube returned to its high place. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment, thinking that the water in the fountain was flowing and should not be dirty, so he drank it in one big gulp. System notification. Players drink holy water and gain the good luck effect blessed by God, which will last for 24 hours. Holy water, water blessed by God, has the effect of healing injuries and illnesses, can calm mentally unstable people, and people with evil hearts will experience intense pain after drinking it. People who are healthy and free from disasters can obtain effects such as good luck, wealth, protection, full spirit, and so on when drinking it. Good luck. This world favors you so much that even God favors you. Oh no, this is terrible. Lu Shi quickly drank the remaining water in the cup. Unfortunately, the holy water seemed to be effective only once. Lu Shi had no choice but to burp the water while saying hello to Old Lady Fafulin and went into the church to pray. It was still the same 4 items from yesterday, which were what Lu Shi needed most at the moment. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lu Shi prayed with concentration. Soon, there was a flash of light, and a pile of things appeared on the platform in the church. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing prayer and obtaining the items Wild Boar Meat times 99, Sun and Moon Tree Wood times 99, Lapis Lazuli times 99, Cotton Cloth times 99.
Huh?
Lu Shi was stunned. Compared with yesterday, the number of items for prayer had increased 5 times. Lu Shi slowly looked at the good luck buff sign. Could this good luck have such an exaggerated effect? But for the moment, Lu Shi couldn't think of any place where her good luck could be used, and she hadn't unlocked the lottery function yet. After being excited for a while, Lu Shi calmed down again after realizing that he still had to do the side quest. There is an open square in the middle of the houses of the residents living on the farm. Although people in the other world do not do square dancing and do not play basketball or football, there must be such an open square. The function of the square is that when the village chief or person in charge gathers villagers for something, there is a place that can accommodate everyone so that everyone knows what is happening. In addition, during the busy farming season, the square can also serve as a drying area for crops, as not every household has a large yard for drying crops. In addition, it is used as a gathering place for various collective activities such as the New Year. The place is wide enough for everyone to participate. The square on the farm is large enough to accommodate more than 200 residents, not to mention more than 20. There were many items on it that were not from another world. For example, a slide, a seesaw, a swing, parallel bars, a flower bed, etc. were neatly placed in one corner, and there were also several wooden benches on the edge. Lu Shi, who had already begun to get used to the style of the other world, felt it was particularly abrupt, as if something from Earth was trying to fit into this other world. Just as Lu Shi was about to look away, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a figure sitting in the flower bed, but the flowers were so dense that their shadow was somewhat obscured. Lu Shi walked over, and after she had taken a few steps, she suddenly heard a very pleasant music. She couldn't help but stop and listen carefully without disturbing the person's performance. At this time, Lu Shi had already seen the name above the other person's head. Very nice music. After the music stopped, Lu Shi walked around the flower bed. The flower bed was in the shape of a crescent, half surrounding the moving equipment in the corner. The NPC named Sirius sat in the center of the flower bed, with flowers on both sides seeming to surround him. Only when Lu Shi walked over did he see Sirius' appearance. Sirius was a man who looked like a musician. He was very thin and was probably in his 30s or 40s. However, time had not left any traces on his face. His melancholy eyes only showed the experience of time. He was wearing a top that looked like a brown woolen sweater, with a pair of black trousers that looked like suit pants. His hair was combed very neatly, and a long windbreaker of his was draped on the flower bed next to him. He was holding a beautiful instrument that looked like a harp in his arms. His pale and slender fingers fell on the strings, easily producing pleasant sounds. "Good afternoon, Miss Lucy." Sirius did not stand up, but just nodded. Of course, Lu Shi could fully understand Sirius's approach. After all, the harp in his arms was a full 1.5 meters tall and was not a small instrument that could be easily moved. I've seen people saluting while holding a violin, but I've never seen anyone saluting while carrying a cello. "Good afternoon, Sirius. What's the name of this song?" Lu Shi took the initiative to start the conversation. She had discovered that the residents of this farm all had different personalities. There were some who she didn't even need to talk to, and she could just complete the conversation process on her own. There are also some that if she doesn't speak, the conversation will never be triggered. So Lu Shi has gradually gotten used to taking the initiative and finding topics to chat about by himself. He doesn't have to worry about going off topic. As long as the conversation starts, they will bring the topic back to the task. Moreover, the mission characteristics of most NPCs can be found from many details about them, and you will most likely not go wrong if you start a conversation from these places. It's just the singing of the wind, not enough to be called a song. Sirius smiled lightly. Surprisingly, he was not as serious as he looked. The singing of the wind? Lu Shi thought about it. What kind of adjective is this? Or is it describing a fact? The wind is always on the road. It never stops. Sometimes it is very happy and will sing a song through the sounds of all things. Sirius plucked the strings of a harp, and a long melody rang out. The leaves are instruments of the wind, the flowers are instruments of the wind, the ripples on the water are instruments of the wind, and so are the hems of your skirts. As soon as Sirius's voice fell, a gust of wind blew past from an unknown direction, gently lifting Lu Shi's skirt. You see, the wind is so happy. Lu Shi's eyes were blank for a moment. It was over. She was at a loss as to what to say next. Fortunately, at this point in the conversation, Lu Shi no longer needed to speak, and Sirius could continue talking on his own. "Do you like music, Miss Lucy?" Sirius asked with a smile. Lu Shi nodded quickly. He liked it. This was obviously an important plot choice point. Even if he didn't like it, he had to choose like it. "Then this gift is for you." Sirius stretched out his hand, and a wooden box-like item appeared in his hand. It was a music box with a very classical appearance, only the size of a palm. Lu Shi reached out to take it, and curiously pressed the switch, and a burst of unknown music suddenly sounded. "This is a piece of music I composed when I was young. It may not sound perfect now, but when is life perfect? If I hear this piece of music in the future, it will surely be full of flaws." After the song was over, Sirius spoke and uttered an exclamation that sounded very philosophical. Lu Shi held the music box in his hands, feeling extremely confused. Sirius didn't care about Lu Shi's confusion. He still spoke gently and explained the music box to Lu Shi. This music box has the function of storing sounds. If you ever encounter a beautiful sound, you can use it to record it. When you record enough beautiful sounds, it will surely become a beautiful piece of music. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the music box function. You can record the surrounding sounds at any time, and you can also play the music recorded in the music box at any time. Side quest. Wonderful music. The famous musician Sirius gave you his music box and hoped that you could use it to record the wonderful music around you and combine it into a piece of music. Please fulfill his idea. Task reward: 1,000 experience points, 100 racial reputation points, and an invitation letter. Lu Shi immediately noticed the racial reputation value, which was something she had never seen before. Even when she was on Earth, such a thing had never appeared in the game Farmville. So, this is something that was magically modified after the game system and the other world merged? Ever since Lu Shi saw more and more lingering traces of items from Earth on the farm, she understood that her golden finger came from nowhere and was forcibly integrated into this world. Lu Shi always advocated putting aside things that were not clear and giving priority to dealing with the things at hand, so she quickly put aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind and looked at Sirius. Sirius had packed up his huge harp instrument and put it in a case no bigger than a small suitcase. It was probably some kind of elemental magic weapon. Lu Shi clearly saw that the huge harp began to gradually shrink as it approached the suitcase until it shrunk to a size that could be stored inside and was then put into the suitcase by Sirius. Sirius carried his suitcase in one hand and picked up the windbreaker hanging beside him with the other hand and said goodbye. I should leave now, Miss Lucy. Oh, okay. Lu Shi raised his hand and waved as usual. Goodbye then. Sirius laughed, seemingly because of Lu Shi's reaction. Well, goodbye, Miss Lucy. By the way, my student Peter is here too. He is a talented kid and has some knowledge of music. If you need anything, you can go to him for help. System notification. Sirius reminds you that you can ask Peter for help to complete the side quest. Wonderful music. Lu Shi glanced at the system notification with a bit of annoyance. She knew that she had understood. Why did she have to be reminded of this? Sirius' figure had disappeared around the corner of the road. Lu Shi looked at it and suddenly froze for a moment. She thought of something and clicked on the map in the upper right corner to check it out. For those NPC residents that you already know, their home addresses and their current locations are clearly marked on the map. There were only a few addresses that hadn't been lit up yet, but none of them fit the bill for musician. The character mark representing Sirius on the map. In other words, the NPC Sirius is not actually a resident of the farm, and he has never even lived on the farm. Lu Shi looked at the good luck buff next to her avatar. Was this also a kind of good luck, allowing her to meet a special NPC that doesn't appear often? Lu Shi thought of the race reputation value again. If Sirius was a special NPC, then the reward for this task was very reasonable. Originally, he was thinking about visiting other residents, but thinking of Sirius's uniqueness and the relevance of the side quest, Lu Shi decided to go see Peter first. Peter is the son of Carpenter Kent. When Lu Shi first arrived at the carpenter's house, Peter was fiddling with his musical instrument in the yard. He looks like a very shy and quiet young man, not good at speaking, and has no other hobbies except music. He doesn't even want to socialize with others and just immerses himself in his own world. The reason why Lu Shi made this judgment was that she had circled around Peter 4 or 5 times, from hi to hey. Hello? Hello? Peter. No matter how Lu Shi called out to him, Peter seemed to have heard nothing and continued to fiddle with the instrument in his hands, producing fragmented and incoherent music. Lu Shi is not someone who will give up easily, as shown by her great patience in enduring Peter's lack of response, and then she picked up Carpenter Kent's axe from the side and chopped it down hard. That Lu Shi was just chopping firewood, and he wouldn't do anything to hurt others. She was really a little angry, so she picked up an axe and chopped the firewood in the carpenter's house to vent her emotions. But even though Lu Shi was going crazy beside him, Peter was still immersed in his own world. The instrument in Peter's hand looked like a smaller version of a harp, but there were many differences in the details. Compared with Sirius's harp, it was probably like the difference between a violin and a cello. Lu Shi couldn't do anything about Peter, so he also quieted down, sitting aside helplessly listening to the music Peter made. As he listened, Lu Shi suddenly felt that the sound seemed quite nice. The side quest asked her to record the wonderful sounds around her. How could such beautiful music be included in them? Lu Shi couldn't help but take out the music box given by Sirius and turned on the recording function. This is the teacher's thing. Peter, who had never paid attention to Lu Shi, suddenly put down the instrument in his hand and looked straight at the music box in Lu Shi's hand. Lu Shi looked at the music box, then at Peter, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Yes, it was given to me by Mr. Sirius.
Why?
Peter didn't understand. Maybe he was asking why he wanted to give it to Lu Shi, Or maybe he was asking why he wanted to give away such a precious music box. Lu Shi smiled. It's like this, mister. Sirius said he wanted to find someone to help him record those beautiful sounds to create a piece of music, so he found me. Peter listened attentively. Then Mr. Sirius said that he has a student who is very talented and asked me to find his student to help me accomplish this. Lu Shi did not lie or exaggerate the facts, but her tone was full of incitement, as if she was coaxing an ignorant teenager. I understand. Peter nodded seriously without any doubt. I will try my best to help you. You can give the music box to me. After Peter began to respond to Lu Shi, he immediately revealed another side of his personality. If I use the music box, it can play a greater role. He looked down on Lu Shi. No, it should be said that he looked down on Lu Shi's musical level. Were you planning to record my music just now? With all due respect, that was not a beautiful sound. It was just the soulless howling of an instrument, no different from the sound of you chopping wood just now. Lu Shi took a deep breath. A string of inelegant swear words flashed through her mind. She stared at Peter with wide eyes. Peter knew everything she had just done. He just didn't want to pay attention to Lu Shi, so he just watched her go crazy. Great, I come from a world ruled by law. Lu Shi put the music box heavily into Peter's hand and said this with a smile. If she had never killed anyone, she would have let Peter know how dangerous the world is. After Peter got the music box, he didn't even look at Lu Shi. He lowered his head and studied it seriously, without even intending to respond to Lu Shi. Lu Shi gripped the axe tightly again. Do you want to record the sound of chopping wood? Peter looked up and frowned, as if he was really confused and dissatisfied. Lu Shi stared at Peter for several times and clenched the axe in his hand again and again, but in the end, the humanity in his heart prevailed. She let Peter go, and she let herself go. After leaving the music box with Peter, Lu Shi left the carpenter's house. After the system unlocked the music box function, the effect of the music box could also be used through the game panel. This is also why Lu Shi agreed to leave the music box to Peter. While walking on the road, Lu Shi was studying the new music box function. This function was right next to the system settings. After clicking on it, there were 3 pages. One for finished music, one for recording materials, and another for music editing. The next 2 pages are currently empty, and nothing has been entered into them. On the first page, there is an icon that looks like a CD with the words Sirius 11th Movement written on it. After clicking on the play button, the sound of music whose source was unknown immediately enveloped Lu Shi as he was walking on the road. The sound was played in a loop all around him, which was very dynamic. Lu Shi had become a human-shaped speaker, and the music would play wherever he went. And this song was exactly the song that Lu Shi had heard before, the one that Sirius had written when he was young, the song he called an imperfect song. After Lu Shi listened to the song again, she suddenly realized that the function of this music box was to provide background music. From then on, she was also a person who came with her own background music when she appeared. Lu Shi was just thinking about how much shock it would bring to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo if she appeared in front of them like this, when a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shi. He was a very handsome man, wearing a romantic traveler's suit of leather armor with straps, a soft cape fastened to his shoulders with gems, and a hat decorated with feathers. The most peculiar thing was that he was holding a green crystal ball in his hand. When I was writing in the past, I would always run over and bang my fists on the quilt after writing a little bit. Wait until you have vented your emotions before continuing to write. Now that I have a dog, things are much better. Fred Lu Shi saw the name above the head of the person opposite. What beautiful music. Fred spoke in an oral tone. His voice was very pleasant and magnetic, with a magical power that made people want to listen to his next words. Lu Shi looked around the map, but couldn't find Fred's home. The resident NPCs who lived on the farm all had their own residences and assumed some of their NPC responsibilities. For example, Mrs. Millie's home serves as a seed store. Even if Lu Shi can't find Mrs. Millie, he can go directly to her home to buy seeds. Fred doesn't have a home mark on the map, but he is not a special NPC like Sirius who only appears once in a while. Lu Shi was very sure of this. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Lu Shi turned off the BGM, looked at Fred, and decided to take the initiative. After all, it sounded like this guy didn't seem like someone who could speak properly. There is such beautiful music coming from the wind. I just followed the footsteps of the wind to listen. Fred bowed gracefully. She nodded. It was true that she was not very good at speaking human language. In fact, she had heard a lot of similar words. White from the dragon-hunting mercenaries sometimes shows this side of himself. Dina said this is a common problem among wind elemental mages. Because there are a large number of bards in the kingdom of wind element, the mages and warriors with wind element attributes have been somewhat led astray. It is also related to the characteristics of the wind element. For those elemental mages and elemental warriors with wind attributes, they will always hear some information from distant places in the wind. So there is the classic saying the wind brought news from afar. This is a piece of music composed by Mr. Sirius, and he gave it to me. Shi tried his best to bring up the topic that could be continued. I know. This is Mr. Sirius's 11th movement. Fred chuckled and shook his head. Mr. Sirius's music is always like this, full of romance, as if you are in the hazy moonlight, surrounded by stars. Shi showed a slightly puzzled expression. How come she could only hear that the song was pretty good? How did she get all the other feelings? But the topic had to continue, so Shi talked about the task assigned to her by Mr. Sirius. Other than that, she didn't know what else to talk about. Fred took over all of Shi's words. As long as they didn't touch on the game functions, these residents always gave Shi a feeling that they were too real. You don't seem to have a fixed residence on the farm. Why is that? Shi thought for a moment and asked. If there was a mission to find Fred and he didn't know where he was, that would be a big problem. The wind will not stop, and neither will I who is following the wind. Fred spoke with a very solemn expression, but soon he showed a sly smile. But the bard will stop at the tavern, to toast to the stories that come from the wind, and to drink fine wine. Shi has learned not to analyze the meaning of Fred's words, but to ask Fred directly. What does that mean? Ha 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 ha, Fred laughed heartily. There is no tavern on our farm, Miss Lucy. Shi blinked, so what this meant was that as a wandering poet, he should tell stories about the wind to the guests in the tavern. Since there was no tavern on the farm, Fred had no fixed place to stay. Shi thought about it and realized that it was true. Leisure Farm was a leisure game focusing on pastoral life. The so-called pastoral life was of course about growing vegetables and harvesting them. Taverns and the like were completely unnecessary functions, and restaurants could fully include them. But in this different world, taverns are different. Humans who may never leave the city where they live in their entire lives can only listen to stories in taverns to learn about the other side of the world. Side quest. Tavern. Fred tells you about his story. As a wandering bard, he doesn't even have a tavern to stay in. Please build a tavern on the farm. Task reward. 1,000 experience points, unlock more characters, and tavern operating income.
Huh.
She looked at this side quest, then looked at Fred. What's going on? Can she still open a tavern on the farm? But the mission requires opening a tavern, but there is no mention of what materials are needed and how to open it. Where is the mission guide? Fred, not knowing what was going on, smiled back at Shi. Shi was silent for a moment and expressed his sympathy for Fred's lack of a place to stay in his heart, and then threw this side quest directly to the end of the list that needed to be completed. As for the tavern matter, let's wait until she finishes all the other tasks she needs to do. Where do you usually live? She asked curiously. She was not sure if Fred would answer her. This question was like asking the NPCs in the game what they were doing when the players were not around. I'm wherever the wind blows. Fred didn't give a direct answer. She was not disappointed, but she suddenly thought of Xiao Yuan, who also had the wind element. Would Xiao Yuan also become a wandering poet? An image of a wolf telling stories to everyone in a gentle and refined manner emerged in her mind, and Shi burst out laughing. Facing Fred's sudden gaze, Shi quickly changed the subject. Ahem. What exactly is wind? Shi just said it casually, but unexpectedly Fred suddenly showed a relieved expression and asked back. So what do you think wind is, Miss Lucy? Shi was confused, but Fred didn't intend to let Shi answer. He quickly took over the conversation himself. The wind is a guide. Where there is wind, there will be no adversity. The wind is a companion. Every step on the road, there is the company of the wind. When you feel the wind, it will bring you gifts. Lu Shi seemed to have listened to a long opera performance. When he heard the last sentence, he came back to his senses. Gift? What gift? You can feel it yourself. Fred laughed and handed the crystal ball in his hand to Lu Shi. Lu Shi suddenly perked up, and following Fred's instructions, he placed his palm on the crystal ball and closed his eyes to sense the wind around him. It was a very wonderful feeling. Unlike praying, Lu Shi did not enter a state where her consciousness became pure. Instead, she felt it was very noisy. It seemed that countless cheerful laughter appeared around her, but it was not obvious and could only be vaguely felt. Just when Lu Shi wanted to hear those laughter more, and more clearly, she actually heard a hee-hee laugh. When he opened his eyes, Lu Shi saw a bag of crop seeds suddenly appear in his hand. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the gift of the wind function. Through the item Wind Prayer Ball, you can get a random item. Limited to 3 chances per day. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the item A bag of wild rice seeds through the Wind Prayer Ball. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking wild rice seeds in the seed store. Looking at the several system notifications that popped up one after another, Lu Shi didn't know which one to pay attention to first. Gift of the Wind and Prayer are 2 different functions. Prayer will determine the final effect based on the most focused thoughts in the mind, and it is not limited to items. It's just that Lu Shi currently uses it to obtain materials and has not done prayer in other aspects. Gift of the Wind is random and fixed to be various items. For example, this wild rice seed is the seed of rice that Lu Shi has been thinking about. However, in this strange world, no one has planted it yet, and it has not become a fixed food, so it is called wild rice. Lu Shi felt unreal. She had missed the rice for so long, and now she had a chance to make it happen? Looking at Fred, who had no other reaction and was still waiting for her to sense the wind, Lu Shi quickly used the remaining 2 gift of the wind opportunities. It was indeed random. Lu Shi looked at the 2 feathers of some unknown monster that appeared on the ground and pursed her lips. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the item Red Feather, White Feather King Tail Feather X2 through the Wind Prayer Ball. The tail feathers of the Red Feather, White Feather King? What is that? Lu Shi pondered for a long time before giving up. Forget it. It was enough to get the wild rice seeds. Lu Shi was content, but she still had some questions. The gift of the wind had 3 chances a day, so she had to find Fred every day. But seeing that Fred was so elusive, it seemed difficult for her to find him. After hearing Lu Shi's concerns, Fred smiled and gave the crystal ball in his hand to Lu Shi. Then, "This wind wishing ball is for you, Miss Lucy." Lu Shi was shocked. "What about you? Isn't it inappropriate for her to steal the NPC's props like this?" Fred didn't mind. He took out another crystal ball very skillfully, as if he had already given away many crystal. "The wind will bring me more." Since Fred said so, Lu Shi accepted it with peace of mind, and at the same time raised the priority of the side quest in the tavern in his mind. Well, her farm was indeed lacking something, such as a tavern. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the item Wind Wishing Ball. Finally, after triggering this key plot in Fred said goodbye to Lu Shi. Lu Shi did not try to keep him. She was also tormented by this NPC, who did not speak properly. He only got to know 3 NPCs, and the afternoon was almost over. Although there was still some time before dark, Lu Shi couldn't wait to go back and plant wild rice. She wants to eat rice. Passing by Dalig, who had been fishing in the Air Force, Lu Shi greeted him, then went to the seed shop and bought all the wild rice seeds that had just been unlocked. Only then did Lu Shi return home. Unexpectedly, when I returned home, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were not farming, but were sitting in a corner of the yard, not knowing what they were doing. Lu Shi recalled that he seemed to have placed catnip there. Could it be that the 2 of them were eating catnip? But they clearly had no reaction to catnip before. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo had already noticed Lu Shi coming back. They raised their heads and looked at him, their eyes excited but their bodies showed no intention of moving at all. Lu Shi was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, these two should have surrounded him long ago. Only when he got closer did Lu Shi understand why. She actually saw a cat. A chubby orange cat, exactly the same size and appearance as the one on Earth, was surrounded by Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, one in front and one behind.
Ah, meow meow.
Lu Shi exclaimed and pounced on it very quickly. The orange cat was not frightened at all. It sat on the ground as steady as a rock, swinging its tail lazily. It showed no sign of embarrassment at being trapped by Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo. Even when Lu Shi rushed over like a hungry tiger, it didn't even raise its eyelids. Rather than being surrounded by Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, the orange cat looks more like a king waiting for an audience with his inferior subjects, very arrogant. But it's this pride of little kittens that makes them attractive. Lu Shi didn't rush up and hug the orange cat. She was afraid that it would be suddenly scratched by its claws. Although she didn't have to worry about rabies or anything, it would still hurt if it was injured. So Lu Shi pounced over swiftly, stopped at a safe distance, and carefully reached out his hand to touch the orange cat. The orange cat did not show any stress reaction and let Lu Shi's hand touch it from the top of its head to the tip of its tail. After Lu Shi touched it for a while, it slowly stretched out, scratched the ground casually with its claws twice, and slowly raised its feet to walk towards the nearest wall. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo moved their bodies, trying to stop the orange cat, but the orange cat ignored them. With a flexibility that was totally inconsistent with his weight, he jumped left and right twice, passed through Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo's interception, jumped over the low wall, and disappeared. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what had happened. They had just surrounded the orange cat for half a day, so how could it suddenly run away? Lu Shi looked at the expressions of the two cubs and couldn't help laughing. He shared the matter of the wild rice seeds with them and used food to attract their attention. After hearing Lu Shi's introduction, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo no longer cared about the orange cat. They immediately ran to the farmland and started working, planting all the wild rice seeds in Lu Shi's system backpack. Lu Shi looked at the direction where the orange cat left, thoughtfully. The special guest mentioned in side quest, special guest should be referring to the orange cat. No wonder catnip is used to attract them. However, are the cats in the other world the same as those on Earth? Lu Shi is full of doubts about this. I clicked on the side quest and took a look, but there was no completion prompt. It seems that placing the catnip just once is not enough. I need to place it a few more times. At dinner, Lu Shi tasted the rice from another world as he wished. To be honest, it doesn't taste as good as the rice on Earth, even with the flavor enhancement of the game system. After all, the rice we eat on Earth has been cultivated for thousands of years. It has been planted by generations of people and has gradually catered to human tastes with the development of human beings. The wild rice in the other world is a naturally occurring plant. It has not yet been discovered, planted, or domesticated by humans, and is still in its most primitive form. There is no need to mention the yield. With the game system, Lu Shi will harvest a fixed amount no matter what she plants. It is of no reference value. Lu Shi doesn't even have to do the shelling operation. She can directly harvest a whole bag of rice. The seeds of wild rice are 2 or 3 times larger than those of rice on Earth. Perhaps it is a bonus of this world, or perhaps it is for some other reason. The texture was also a little harder. Well, actually, it shouldn't be said to be hard. It was very tough. Even though Lu Shi deliberately added more water and cooked it for a longer time, it was still the same. I'm afraid only young people with good teeth can eat wild rice as their staple food. It doesn't have the soft and sticky taste that you'd find on Earth, and you can't even taste the rice flavor that Lu Shi is familiar with. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo didn't think so. It was the first time they ate rice, and the somewhat tough texture was no problem at all for their sharp teeth. Following Lu Shi's instructions, pouring the fragrant vegetable soup on them directly opened a new door to delicious food for them. The rice was so delicious that they wanted to swallow the entire bowl. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo almost finished all the rice made by Lu Shi. At this time, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, who were immersed in the delicious food, realized something. They looked at Lu Shi, who had been sitting there in a daze after taking a mouthful of rice. In order to taste the first meal of rice after coming to this strange world, Lu Shi specially prepared many dishes, all of which were home-cooked dishes suitable for eating with rice. For example, the most classic dish is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and there are also braised pork, braised fish, meat stewed with potatoes, stir-fried pork with kohlrabi, and so on. But now, looking at the table full of rich dishes in front of him, Lu Shi inexplicably lost his appetite. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua thought the rice was delicious because they had never eaten rice on Earth. But Lu Shi had eaten it, and she remembered clearly what it tasted like. But she could no longer eat it. Ah! Xiao Yuan approached Lu Shi cautiously. Although she didn't know what happened, she still rubbed against the motionless Lu Shi obediently. Zhuozhua was a step slower, and its huge dragon had moved towards Lu Shi without showing any weakness, rubbing Lu Shi's body against its will. Lu Shi came back to his senses and looked at the two cubs' heads that appeared in front of him. A mist suddenly filled his eyes and turned into tears that flowed down. She burst into tears for no apparent reason. When she was stranded in the wilderness alone, she did not cry. When she swallowed the bitter grass leaves to survive, she did not cry. When she slept in the wilderness during the long, lonely night, she did not cry. When she fell and was injured in the unbearable pain due to her hurry, she did not cry. When she was injured and bleeding while blocking Xiao Yuan's attack, she did not cry. When she was carried high into the sky by Zhuozhua and was filled with anxiety and fear, she did not cry. But when she was full of anticipation, prepared a table full of delicious food, and tasted her first mouthful of rice in this strange world with great hope, she suddenly burst into tears. Because that was not the taste she wanted to eat, and because she suddenly realized that she really couldn't go home. The loneliness and helplessness that one tries hard to hide from others, the strength and happiness that one tries hard to show, all those emotions suddenly collapse under the fragrance of a bowl of rice. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua had no idea what was going on. They just sat there obediently and let Lu Shi hold them and cry. In the darkness of the night, the crying lasted for a long, long time. Lu Shi turned over, raised his arms to block the sunlight on his face, and gradually became conscious. I slowly opened my eyes, and what I saw was not the ceiling, but two big faces looking over at me, one high and one low. This morning, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua did not go to the farmland in the yard to plant vegetables, but instead surrounded Lu Shi's bed with concern, waiting for her to wake up from her sleep. Seeing Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, the memory of last night came back to Lu Shi's mind. Looking at the two pairs of eyes full of concern, she felt a little embarrassed. She cried so miserably last night, which was really unlike her. The two cubs were so worried that something might happen to her that they even refused to go out to play. Yes, playing. For Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, planting vegetables and working in the fields is actually playing. They are not like fragile human cubs. Proper work can help them vent their energy and save them from destroying the house for nothing. Of course, it is also because working on the farm is not tiring. Working with those tools is no different from casting elemental magic. For Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, growing vegetables on the farm is like a human child holding a fancy toy magic wand, some of which can play music, turn on lights, and some can bubbles. Who would feel tired after playing with them for a whole day? They would rather give up playing and stay by Lu Shi's bed waiting for her to wake up. It seems that Lu Shi's crying yesterday was really exaggerated and scary. Good morning, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua. Lu Shi greeted them first before getting up. The two cubs also responded, and the sounds of Ao Ao and Ong Ong echoed in the house, and Lu Shi immediately laughed out loud. All those negative emotions seemed to have left her body as she cried last night, making her feel very relaxed now. It is indeed very important to vent your emotions from time to time. Of course, this was also related to Lu Shi's ability to refresh her physical condition. Otherwise, with how she cried last night, when she got up, she would definitely have two red and swollen eyes, a very dull headache, and a throat that made it hard for her to speak.
Don't worry about me.
After Lu Shi finished washing up, she turned around and found that the two cubs were following her. They even stuck their heads in to watch her when she went to the toilet. Their worry was almost written in their eyes, even though Lu Shi seemed to have returned to normal now. Pushing the two heads out with amusement, Lu Shi closed the door, solved his own washing problem, and then reappeared in the yard. The mess left over from last night had not been cleaned up yet, so Lu Shi had no choice but to resign himself to cleaning it up. Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo were unable to help, so they just followed Lu Shi. Even if Lu Shi just turned around, the two cubs would follow him. But the vegetables in the fields are ready to be harvested. Lu Shi tried hard to find a reason to get Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo away. It wasn't that she hated being followed like this, but she didn't want Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo to worry so much all the time. If they had something to do and found that everything was the same as before, they should stop worrying. Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo looked at each other. Their eyes fell on the farmlands waiting to be harvested, with hesitant expressions on their faces. If they didn't go to harvest the vegetables, then Lu Shi would have to do it himself. They wanted to share some of the work with Lu Shi, although harvesting and growing vegetables was actually quite fun. Well, but we can't add unnecessary work to Lu Shi just because we are worried about her physical condition. Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo have already divided vegetable growing into their work content. While making breakfast, Lu Shi listened to Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo starting a conversation using two different calls. She didn't quite understand what they were saying, even though they had a magical pet contract. After all, the magic pet contract is not called a magic pet translator. It is just an aid in communication, which requires one party to concentrate on expressing a certain meaning. Lu Shi could only see Xiao Yuan returning to him in a proud manner, while Zhuo Zhuo growled, grabbed the sickle, and flew over the farmland. Unable to help but laugh, Lu Shi could probably guess what they said. After breakfast, Lu Shi put the sales board on and completed all of today's customer needs. With a harvest from Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo's whole day of growing vegetables yesterday, her backpack was fully stocked. Vegetable rolls in the kitchen. This was all thanks to the 99 pieces of wild boar meat she prayed for yesterday. Otherwise, she would not have enough to make 99 dishes at one time. Vegetable meat roll is that it can increase physical strength by 80 points, which is pretty good. It also has a special effect. Special effect: gain 1 hour of strength bonus after consumption. Lu Shi felt that it should be related to the King Kong boar meat. After all, the King Kong boar is an extremely powerful monster. Lu Shi also tried this effect, and it can be said that it is very strong. Before eating it, she could only hold Xiao Yuan, but after eating it, she could hold Zhuo Zhuo. When Zhuo Zhuo was picked up, even Zhuo Zhuo himself was blinded. He was aware of his own weight. Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo also ate one portion each, and tried out its effect of increasing strength. It had no effect on Zhuo Zhuo, because she was already very powerful. Zhuo Zhuo could pick up the largest stone that Lu Shi could find to test her strength and fly even if she didn't eat the vegetable roll. Dragons are truly overly powerful creatures. And from Xiao Yuan, Lu Shi finally got the answer. That is, these foods made using the game system are also effective for people other than Lu Shi. In addition, the price of a dish of cabbage rolls in the restaurant is 1,600 copper coins, mainly because of the price of the wild boar meat. Lu Shi was also puzzled. She used a whole piece of King Kong wild boar meat, which weighed at least 10 pounds, but the dish made by the system only had 5 pieces of finished product that were not much bigger than a finger. Lu Shi firmly believed that the cooking system in this game must have taken kickbacks. On the sales board, the base price of the vegetable roll dish is 2,000 copper coins, and it can even be priced up to 3,200 copper coins, which is quite exaggerated. Where on earth did these guests come from? Lu Shi was genuinely confused. In view of the high prices on the sales board, Lu Shi rarely used the delivery box to sell the vegetables to restaurants. Since she was not short of money now, she just kept them in the warehouse and would deal with them when she was short of money. Anyway, the restaurant's prices won't change, and they won't suddenly lower prices just because Lu Shi sells more. She placed a pot of catnip at the location where she found it yesterday. 1 pot of catnip can be placed every day. It's not that the system doesn't allow you to place more, but Lu Shi can only buy 1 pot every day. She hasn't found any other source of supply yet. She didn't know when the orange cat would come back, and Lu Shi didn't plan to wait at home all the time. She still had a lot of things to do. I picked up the checkered coffee table given as a gift on the 4th day of my new login and added some furniture to my first floor living room. Lu Shi received a new item from the daily sign-in, bouquet of iris flowers. Iris bouquet represents eternal and strong friendship. Giving it to a friend will increase your favorability by 10 points. Lu Shi was slightly puzzled. How could there be props to increase favorability without a strategy system? System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the favorability prop Iris Bouquet and unlocking the favorability system function. You can click on the Unlocked Farm Residence profile panel to view the favorability data. Your game really has a strategy system? Lu Shi's eyes widened, and he couldn't wait to open Miss Della's profile panel. I have to say, there is really little information here. Information about residents of Lingyu Farm name, Della identity, Holy Maiden of the Holy See, Spirit Farm, age, 21// birthday, January 7th height, 171 cm// weight, 50 kilograms hobbies, reading favorability, 100 friendly. What's the matter with this Vatican saint who is only available in the Spirit Farm? Lu Shi held his forehead with his hand, meaning that in the Spirit Farm, she is the Vatican saint, but outside the Spirit Farm, the Vatican saint is someone else. And the same goes for Old Lady Fafulin, the Pope. They are all limited to the Lingyu Farm. Lu Shi was speechless and didn't know what to say. We all know that the identity setting is repeated with real people in this world, so why not change it a little bit? The favorability is a unified value. All the unlocked NPCs have a favorability of 100 points. Even Peter's favorability is 100 points. However, what disappointed Lu Shi was that the favorability system did not have a strategy function. Instead, when you gained different levels of favorability, you would receive gifts from these residents, and you could even ask these residents to work for you. Therefore, the numerical setting of favorability is very tricky. 0 favorability means stranger, 100 favorability means friendly, 1000 favorability means kind, 5000 favorability means familiar, 10,000 favorability means friend, 50,000 favorability means confidant, and 100,000 favorability means friend for life. Lu Shi looked at the simple bouquet of flowers in her hand and the description of adding 10 points to the favorability score and sighed. She had to give 1,000 bouquets of such flowers before she could become friends with a resident NPC. If this were a strategy game, she would insist on giving 1,000 bouquets of flowers to increase favorability, and no matter who it was, he would have become her wife long ago, and the game would have had a happy ending. But here, she can only be a friend, which is bitter. Lu Shi often comes to Mrs. Millie's house to buy seeds, but Mrs. Millie is usually not at home. Lu Shi gives the bouquet he just got to the little girl Ling. Anyway, it's quite inconvenient to put in the backpack, and it doesn't have any other use, so I might as well give it away. Thank you, Miss Lucy. The little girl Ling was very cute and well-behaved, and her reaction to receiving the bouquet was very polite. What a beautiful flower. I seem to have seen this kind of flower in the east of the Dark Night Forest, but it's too far away, and my mother won't let me go there again. Miss Lucy, can you help me collect some seeds of this flower? An unexpected surprise? Lu Shi looked at the little girl Ling. When I wrote about Lu Shi crying, I even cried. It's not that it's written very well, but I felt empathy unconsciously while writing, and then I cried while writing. This is why I don't write sad stories. Lu Shi looked at the good luck buff that had not expired. She was not sure whether it was the effect of good luck that the side quest was triggered so easily, or whether it was a fixed program. But she chose to give the bouquet to Ling just for convenience. If she gave the bouquet to someone else, would this side quest still be triggered? Or would this quest only be triggered when she gave the bouquet to Ling? Lu Shi smiled at the little girl Ling in a friendly manner. Okay, leave this matter to me. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo still stick closely to Lu Shi. When she is at home, one of them will be assigned to grow vegetables so that it does not affect their work. After all, they can see Lu Shi at any time when they look up. But when Lu Shi left home and prepared to visit the remaining few resident NPCs, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were unwilling to stay at home and insisted on following Lu Shi. Lu Shi did not force them to stay behind to work for him and just walked around the farm with the two cubs. a magical thing happened. After Lu Shi walked around the farm, he found that he couldn't find the remaining NPC residents. I clearly came to the homes of these resident NPCs according to the system map, but I didn't see a single figure. However, the map clearly showed that these resident NPCs were at home. Given the intelligence displayed by these resident NPCs, Lu Shi gave up on breaking into private homes, something that players are most skilled at. B suddenly asked Miss Lucy, "What are you doing in my house?" When interacting with these resident NPCs. That would be too embarrassing. But after going around several places for a few times and failing to meet the resident NPCs, Lu Shi suddenly realized that this might be because she had not yet triggered the key plot. Some resident NPCs will only appear after a specific plot. This is probably the reason why Lu Shi couldn't find the resident NPCs that appeared on the map. Lu Shi had no idea about the so-called key plot and didn't know what he should do. Looking at his long list of side quests, Lu Shi really hated this game system. Some side quests could be completed in one go, while some side quests required completing other side quests before they could be completed. There are also side quests, and while you are doing them, a bunch of new side quests will pop up, and you have to complete them all. The side quest, Visit Farm Residents, cannot be completed in a short period of time. Lu Shi has been busy doing this task for several days in a row. Suddenly, he stopped doing this task and felt a little suffocated. Lu Shi checked the list of side quests and found that one of them had been completed, but she didn't pay attention to it. The way she was yesterday, she couldn't pay attention to whether the side quest was completed or not. The completed task was side quest, Raising Monsters. Because it was completed only after the entire output of 3 types of monsters had been harvested and the longest production time was 1 day, it was not until yesterday afternoon that the entire output of the 3 types of monsters was harvested. Well, it was Xiao Yuan who went to harvest the monster's output, not Lu Shi, so the side quest was not directly displayed as completed. Lu Shi needed to click again to confirm. As for why it was Xiao Yuan, because it went to collect eggs to eat. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes that I made last night were made with the eggs that Xiao Yuan collected. By the way, he also collected all the output from the monster breeding shed. Naturally, the actions of the monster pets were also blamed on Lu Shi. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, Raising Monsters, and receiving the quest reward 1,000 experience points, 1 advanced hunting tool, 3 advanced traps. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 8. Lu Shi looked at the system upgrade prompt and suddenly realized that it seemed that only completing tasks would give experience points. Things like planting and cooking would not level up no matter how much he did. This forces players to spend more energy to complete various tasks and perform useless repetitive work. But considering the nature of the game, it is also normal. How can it be called a leisure farm if you don't spend money?
Tactical retreat.
Level rewards are usually items related to the current level, so Lu Shi claimed it as soon as possible. Level 8 clothing design drawings times 3, special clothing material packs times 3. The direction is quite obvious, but the corresponding side quests and plots have not popped up yet, so Lu Shi didn't dare to use it casually. What if he used it in the wrong place? It would be difficult to collect the materials again. Although there was no way to visit the remaining NPC residents, Lu Shi still had a lot to do and couldn't sit idle. For example, going home to grow vegetables, going to the night forest and underground mines to collect materials and repair items at home, or completing the side quest of the little girl Ling. Lu Shi decided to combine the last 2 together and complete the side quests while going to the night forest to collect materials.
Lu Shi did what she said.
She went back home and decided to spend the whole day in the dark forest to collect more materials. When she came back in the evening, she would naturally arrange everything at home first. Harvest the farmland that needs to be harvested, plant the vegetables that need to be planted, and put the meals that can increase physical strength prepared in the kitchen into the system backpack for emergency use. These dishes produced by the system all have the effect of increasing physical strength, but they also have a strong sense of fullness, making it difficult to eat them continuously. After all, Lu Shi's physical strength limit is 100 points, and it can be replenished by eating 2 dishes at most. However, when Lu Shi's physical strength dropped to a certain value, her appetite was unlocked and she could continue to eat, so Lu Shi didn't have to worry about running out of physical strength and not being able to eat. However, although physical strength can be replenished, energy is not so convenient. There is only one item in Lu Shi's backpack that can restore and increase energy, and she doesn't want to use it at this time. The main reason is that there is no real need for it. Lu Shi doesn't want to use it hastily before he finds other items that can replenish his energy, just in case they might come in handy someday. In addition, Lu Shi also wanted to try out Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo's authority in the Dark Forest. When they are on their own farm, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo can use Lu Shi's tools to plant and harvest. But can they use the axe to chop trees in the Dark Forest? Can they use the pickaxe to mine in the underground mine? A dark thought of a black-hearted capitalist flashed through Lu Shi's mind. Of course, she was reluctant to exploit Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo like that. But if she just helped with the work, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo wouldn't refuse, right? At the same time, Lu Shi also equipped herself with all the equipment and wore the title of novice farmer, which could increase the crop harvest by 1%. Mining and tree felling were also counted in this harvest bonus. Although a small amount of money is small, it is still meat. Who says that a 1% bonus is not a bonus? Then put on cotton gloves that can reduce a certain amount of physical energy consumption, eat a dish of cabbage meat rolls to increase your physical strength, and increase your own strength for 1 hour. Carrying the field stove tools that could be used to cook in the Dark Forest, Lu Shi walked into the Dark Forest with great momentum. Go ahead, chop him. Lu Shi waved her hand domineeringly, like a big sister leading people to smash up the place. Behind him, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were each holding an axe in their mouths, making whimpering sounds, and running towards the trees with words on them in coordination, like two huskies with their leashes loosened. Fortunately, there is no restriction on owning only one tool like an axe, so Lu Shi was able to share them with Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo to help with the work. As for Lu Shi herself, she opened those low-level toolkits and chose a low-level axe to use. Compared with ordinary axes, low-level axes. No, it should be said that all low-level tools have durability and can only be used for a period of time. They are considered disposable items. But compared to ordinary tools that will not be damaged, low-level tools will reduce physical strength consumption, which is a great advantage. The consumption of energy is linked to the consumption of physical strength. When a job does not consume much physical strength, the energy it consumes will also be very little. For a long time, the presence of energy value seems to be not very strong, but its importance is not low. For example, if Lu Shi is chopping down trees now because of the bonus of low-level tools, she will only consume about 1 point of energy and 2 points of physical strength when chopping down 2 trees. But when her energy value drops to 0, each tree she cuts down will consume 5 or 6 points of her energy. Here, Lu Shi noticed something that was a little different from the games on Earth. In the original casual farm game, every time the player controls the character to perform an action, the player will consume physical strength once, and things that require multiple actions will naturally consume physical strength multiple times. For example, when cutting down a tree, it is impossible to cut it down in one go. You have to use the axe to chop it several times in a row before the tree can be cut down. But after it became a reality, the operations performed by Lu Shi did not deduct her physical strength so strictly. Instead, the system judged based on Lu Shi's actions. For example, only when she completed a tree chopping trip would the system clearly deduct her physical strength once, instead of calculating it based on her single action. In addition, actions such as Lu Shi walking will also deduct physical strength and energy points, but it will not be particularly obvious and will appear to decrease slowly. In the original game, of course the character does not consume any physical energy when walking. Although he was connected to the game system and became a being that he was not sure whether he should be called a player, Lu Shi still had some human characteristics. This also made Lu Shi feel like he was more like a human being rather than an NPC or player in the game. Just as Lu Shi thought, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo could also collect various materials in the Dark Forest as long as they carried tools. It also consumes physical strength and energy. Although Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo's physical strength and energy data are not displayed on the system panel, they can feel the changes in their bodies themselves. Although Zhuozhua is several months younger than Xiaoyuan and is only a 1-month-old baby dragon, its intelligence and mental strength are higher than Xiaoyuan. This is reflected in the fact that Xiaoyuan can only clearly express individual words to Lu Shi through the magic pet contract, while Zhuozhua can already express complete sentences. Dragons are creatures that can easily learn human language. Xiaoyuan also expressed a similar idea. Although the act of planting and harvesting vegetables does not directly consume their physical strength and energy, it will absorb their physical strength and energy in other ways. Of course, Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhua are not Lu Shi. Their physical strength and energy values are fixed at 100 points, and they will be completely consumed by doing anything. As monsters, both of them have exaggerated energy and physical strength. According to Zhuozhua, it only consumed 1% of its physical strength in planting vegetables for a whole day yesterday. Xiaoyuan consumed a little more, but less than half of his physical strength, at most 1/3. It may also be related to the small number of seeds that Lu Shi has unlocked so far. Such a small number of seeds is indeed not enough for Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhua to display their strength. The number of farmlands is also not enough, and Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhua's strength has not been fully exerted. Lu Shi couldn't help but think of the more than 80% of vacant land in his home that had not been taken care of. Those were all good places that could be reclaimed into farmland. He would clear those places when he returned tomorrow. Seeing the system backpack gradually filled with materials, Lu Shi stretched lazily with satisfaction. Even though she seemed to be paddling the whole time, she was really working hard for herself. The materials in the night forest are not limited to a few types of wood and bluestone. There are also some wild fruits and grasses that can be collected. There are 2 kinds of wild fruits, golden fruit and lantern cone. They can be eaten directly or used in cooking, but the dishes made from them are not of high value, so Lu Shi did not collect too many. The golden fruit is shaped like a golden apple, but only as big as a grape. 20 golden fruits can make a cup of golden water. A plate is only worth 100 copper coins and can add 30 physical strength points, which is not as good as fried French fries. The lantern cones are similar, shaped like small lanterns the size of a baby's fist, bright red. 10 of them can make a plate of lucky snow red, which are also worth 100 copper coins and add 30 physical strength points. The name sounds good, but it's actually just some white sugar sprinkled on it. Wild grasses are not edible. They are one of the materials used to make clothes after being collected. He chopped trees as he walked. Thanks to the help of Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu, 2 plugins that could automatically chop trees, Lu Shi quickly reached the place where the little girl Ling said, east of the night forest. But after walking around, Lu Shi did not see any flowers that matched what the little girl Ling described. It would be better to say that there are no such things as flowers in the dark night forest. But Lu Shi believed that there must be a way to complete the side quests given by the system, so she was not discouraged. She let Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu continue to cut trees and collect materials, while she carefully studied the surrounding environment. Soon, behind a bush that looked very hidden, Lu Shi found an extremely long and narrow corridor, and it was unknown where it led to. A new system notification also popped up. Side quest, unknown entrance. You accidentally discovered an entrance to an unknown place in the dark forest. This place may be related to the place the little girl Ling mentioned. You decided to explore this unknown entrance, but before that you have to visit several farm residents and learn some things about the unknown entrance from them. Task reward, 1,000 experience points, system backpack plus 10. Lu Shi stood there in a daze for a while, looking at the new game task that popped up. She studied it carefully several times, but still couldn't figure out which farm residents the task asked her to visit. Is your game so extreme? You didn't even tell me who to look for. You just made a blind guess, right? Glancing at the sky, it was still some time before noon, and the map of the night forest had only been halfway completed. She decided to use the day to collect enough materials to repair everything in the house and leave any side quests for later. Anyway, if you have too many lice, you won't be afraid of itchiness. If you have too many tasks, you won't be afraid of worries. After Lu Shi returned to the farm, he never encountered such a detailed task process as the novice guidance task, which was really a headache. Some simple tasks, you can analyze how to do them based on the description. The worst thing is that the descriptions of some tasks are vague, so you can only guess the whole way. The effect of the good luck buff that has not yet ended. Although Lu Shi intends to make use of it, such an illusory thing may not have much effect if he really pursues it. It is better to do his own thing normally, as there is still a lot of possibility of it being triggered accidentally. Feeling unhappy with the game mission, Lu Shi swung the axe with a lot more force, and the clang-clang sound effect sounded particularly creepy. The tree in front of Lu Shi fell down and turned into several long logs piled on the ground. Just as he was about to pick them up and put them into his backpack, he suddenly found something bright and flashing next to the pile of wood. System notification. Congratulations to the player for cutting down more than 100 gravel trees and unlocking the special drop item Sandstone Tree Resin. There will be a 10% chance of dropping this item for each gravel tree cut down. Lu Shi glanced at Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua not far away. The two of them should have chopped down more than 1,000 trees. After all, it only took a few seconds to chop down a tree. If walking didn't take time, the number could be doubled. It seems that the number of trees cut down by Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua is not within the calculation range of the system. Only the trees cut down by Lu Shi himself are counted, and this number should also include the trees cut down by Lu Shi in the previous few days. It can be seen how much Lu Shi is slacking off. The original idea of being lazy because Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua could help with the work was directly shattered by such a system notification. After all, if Lu Shi didn't personally participate in the work process, many functions might never be unlocked in his lifetime. Sighing, Lu Shi could only accept her fate, cheer herself up, and start working seriously. After all, according to the system notification that just popped up, she still had to cut down 100 other trees. If we go further, there may be a requirement to cut down 1,000 or 10,000 trees. These cut-down trees refresh quickly and grow again in 10 minutes. So we can see that Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua cut trees from the east end to the west end, and then suddenly ran back to the east end and continued to cut trees to the west end. Lu Shi didn't need to go through so much trouble. She didn't walk very fast, and Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua didn't move the trees in front of her, so she didn't need to go back. Unlocking the sand tree resin, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua started to get it when they cut down trees again. The drop rate was similar to what the system said, about 1 or 2 would drop after cutting down 10 trees. Overall, the drop rate was slightly higher than what the system said. Lu Shi is a little different. She can get 7 or 8 resins by chopping down 10 trees. After all, each tree has a 10% chance of dropping resin, instead of a fixed rate of 1 resin dropping from 10 trees. The effect of good luck. Lu Shi felt particularly sorry that he failed to unlock the lottery function. If he had had good luck, he would have been able to get 5 golds out of 10 draws, right? Before lunch, Lu Shi cleared 100 frost and dew trees, unlocked the frost and dew tree resin, and walked through the entire night forest. Then Lu Shi finally realized something was wrong. Where was the sun and moon tree? There were 3 types of trees that could be cut down in the dark night forest. Frost and dew trees and sand and stone trees were common materials and had the highest demand. There were not many places that used sun and moon tree materials. In addition, Lu Shi discovered that the prayer function could obtain materials, so he used the prayer function to obtain a lot of sun and moon tree wood, so he didn't need to collect it specifically in a short period of time. She consciously chopped down trees to unlock resin from different trees, only to find that she hadn't encountered a sun and moon tree. Looking at the map again, Lu Shi suddenly discovered that the icon of the sun and moon tree was right in the middle of the map. However, the map of the night forest is a square route. There is no walkable path outside the route, and there is an air wall, so Lu Shi cannot get in at all. Lu Shi had no choice but to click on the introduction of the sun and moon tree in the game system and start reading. Sun Moon Tree, a rare wood in the dark forest, located in the center of the dark forest. Only when the sun and the moon intersect will a path to the center of the dark forest be opened, so it is named the Sun Moon Tree. The so-called sun-moon interlacing actually refers to the time when the sun sets and the moon rises, or the moon sets and the sun rises. Usually around 4 or 5 in the morning and 8 or 9 at night. To be precise, it refers to the 2 time periods when the sun rises and when the sun sets. She was silent for a while. She remembered that Kylina from the restaurant had reminded her that she could not stay in the Dark Night Forest at night, and she had to leave the Dark Night Forest before 10 o'clock in the evening. Similarly, the Night Forest cannot be entered until the sun rises completely at 7 a.m. She was furious. This game system was a bit too tricky. People were not allowed to enter the Night Forest at night, but key materials could only be obtained during the night. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua had no idea why Lu Shi's mood changed so quickly. They looked at each other and continued to happily chop trees around them. Lu Shi took out the field stove prop that could be used for cooking outside. A campfire soon appeared on the ground with 2 pots on it and a wooden table next to it, which could be used for cutting vegetables. The most important thing is that Lu Shi saw a bucket full of clean water next to him. The water inside would be automatically replenished after it was used up, and he had no idea how it worked. Lu Shi was excited for a while and quickly made a few simple and convenient dishes. After eating, there was no need to clean up, and the field stove disappeared automatically in 2 hours. Yes, this thing is not only a disposable prop, but also has a time limit of 2 hours. If the meal is not finished within 2 hours, the unfinished food will disappear. So if you don't have enough time to finish cooking, you can take the food out first and continue cooking on a new outdoor stove. Lu Shi has tried it. After eating and drinking, Lu Shi took the 2 cubs to continue chopping trees. However, chopping trees all the time was a bit too boring. She was not like the 2 cubs who were happy to farm all day. This kind of thing was not very attractive to her. The main reason was that she was a little tired from walking, but the 2 cubs were still full of energy. So Lu Shi went to collect other materials to see if he could unlock any other special materials. Unfortunately, even after collecting 100 wild fruits and grasses in the Night Forest, Lu Shi only unlocked the system achievement and received achievement rewards totaling tens of thousands of copper coins. Oh yes, Lu Shi also unlocked a new title lumberjack, which gives her a 1% bonus on tree drop when chopping down trees. I don't know how she, a noble lady, suddenly became a lumberjack. This game system doesn't make any sense at all. Before they knew it, night had fallen. There were not many empty slots left in Lu Shi's system backpack. There were a lot of miscellaneous materials piled up, and he had eaten dozens of plates of food that could increase his physical strength. Lu Shi felt that every time she opened her mouth, she could smell the taste of vegetable and meat rolls. After recovering from her physical strength again, she held the plate of vegetable and meat rolls but couldn't eat anything for a long time. She actually ignored the huge psychological impact that eating dozens of the same dishes repeatedly in a short period of time would have on her. Lu Shi didn't even want to eat meat now. With a dry heave, Lu Shi closed her eyes and put the vegetables back into the system backpack. Forget it, she gave up. Life was so beautiful. There was no need to treat herself like this. Xiao Yuan also looked tired and lay down next to Lu Shi to rest. A whole day of chopping trees had completely exhausted Xiao Yuan's physical limits. And Zhuozhua was still chopping trees. Even after seeing Xiao Yuan leave the stage due to exhaustion, he became more motivated, and his arrogant gaze was full of "You can't do it. You still have to look at me." Lu Shi and Xiao Yuan leaned against each other, looking at Zhuozhua's figure, and couldn't help but sigh that dragons were such incredible creatures. Is not only highly intelligent but also extremely powerful, without any shortcomings at all. How could there be such a perfect creature in this world? Lu Shi glanced at the time. It was just a little after 5 o'clock and there was still some time before dark. She looked at Xiao Yuan, who was lying on the ground and didn't want to move, and decided to have dinner in the dark forest. Anyway, she had enough ingredients for cooking in her backpack, and there were enough outdoor stoves. When she was about to cook, Lu Shi was suddenly stunned. Something suddenly occurred to her mind. The meals she made according to the system recipes, whether automatically or manually, had the effect of increasing physical strength. So, apart from the difference in taste, don't the meals she cooks have any special effects? Or, only the food made from the recipes in the system have special effects? Then if she followed the system's recipe, but didn't use the system's function to make the dish, would it be the same? After thinking about it, Lu Shi felt that it would be worth a try, So she took out another set of kitchen utensils from the contract package and prepared to make a dish according to the system's recipe. Use the system's props outdoor stove and the kitchen utensils purchased in the human town to cook a dish at the same time, see the difference, and use a control group to distinguish the differences. This is called rigor. The recipe Lu Shi chose was French fries. One reason was that it was easier to make, and the other was that she didn't want to eat meat anymore. The steps were basically the same, and it didn't take long before 2 dishes of fried French fries were freshly baked. They were both served on the plates in Lu Shi's backpack. When arranging the dishes, Lu Shi also deliberately imitated the appearance of the finished dishes produced by the system. French fries treasures, a dish made by someone personally. Compared with ordinary fried French fries, it takes longer to make and has a more delicious taste. You can feel happy after eating it. Special effect. The recovery speed of physical energy consumption is slightly increased, and the energy value is slightly restored. Both dishes of French fries show the same content, and the effect is exactly the same. There is no difference even if different cooking utensils are used. It seems that the most important thing is the person who cooks. Lu Shi was a little concerned about the small amount of energy recovery in the special effect. She didn't know how much energy could be recovered. If the recovered energy was more, she might be able to make a bunch of French fries herself and put them in the system backpack for future use. But he also wanted to try other dishes, so Lu Shi used 2 cooking utensils to cook a pot of rice porridge each. Although the taste of wild rice is completely incomparable to the rice on Earth, as a food itself, it actually tastes not bad, as long as you don't treat it as rice on Earth. Lu Shi comforted himself. Put the 2 bowls of rice porridge into the system backpack. Lu Shi couldn't directly check the description of the items, so he could only put them into the system backpack first, and then check them. If something cannot be loaded into the system backpack, you need to check whether there is a corresponding introduction page in the system panel. Most items mentioned in the system panels can be viewed. Wild rice porridge best, made by someone personally. This dish is the first to appear in this world. It is simple yet flavorful, with a unique taste. After eating it, you will feel extremely full and happy. Special effect. The recovery speed of physical strength consumption is greatly improved, and the physical strength consumption is greatly reduced, which lasts for 6 hours. System notification. Congratulations to the player for creating a new recipe, wild rice porridge. The recipe has been unlocked in the kitchen system and can be made automatically or manually in batches. System notification. Please choose whether to disclose the permissions for the dish wild rice porridge, such as restaurants, sales boards, etc. If permissions are not opened, wild rice porridge will not be available for sale. Lu Shi was startled by a bunch of system notifications that popped up suddenly. Without hesitation, she clicked OK. What's the point of keeping a permission that she didn't know what it was used for? She might as well sell it directly. At least she could make money. System notification. The player has been granted the wild rice porridge permission and is rewarded with 100 gold coins. Lu Shi glanced over and thought it was 100 copper coins. He was about to say that the game system was too stingy, but suddenly he was stunned and looked up again. The word gold coins flashed in Lu Shi's eyes, and her face was filled with a smile that she couldn't hide. Gold coins? Just by opening a recipe permission to the system, I got such a big surprise. It's amazing. What if she created more recipes that weren't in the system? She borrowed from some farm games, but she didn't copy them. They were all modified. The main thing is to give yourself a structure so that you don't go off track when writing. After making several dishes in succession, the game system did not respond at all, shattering Lu Shi's fantasy of getting rich by selling recipes. Instead, it was a good deal for Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, who had a sumptuous meal. After eating and drinking and cleaning up the mess, Lu Shi looked at Zhuozhua, who continued to chop trees, and began to think about why wild rice porridge could be sold to the game system, and why she couldn't sell the recipes of other dishes she made to the system. In terms of preparation method, wild rice porridge is not difficult at all. It is simply boiled in water. The only special thing about wild rice porridge is that before Lu Shi, the people in this other world had never grown or eaten wild rice as food. Therefore, The real selling price of wild rice porridge should be its value when it was first used as food in the other world. By the same token, the dishes made by Lu Shi did not meet the standards of first time or only, so they were not qualified to be sold to the game system. A good way to make a fortune is gone, Lu Shi sighed. However, looking at Xiao Yuan, who had recovered a lot of energy, Lu Shi thought of something else. The meals she prepared did not have a direct effect of increasing physical strength, but they all had the special effect of quickly restoring physical strength. No wonder Lu Shi always felt that his physical strength recovered quickly after each meal. He thought it was an illusion and never thought that the food he cooked would have such a special effect. But it is normal. Although the game system says that 1 point of physical strength will be restored every 5 minutes, who will specifically remember how much time it takes to restore the physical strength? Besides, even if Lu Shi wanted to remember, it would be difficult to do so. She was also consuming physical energy when walking, sitting, or lying down, and it was not deducted directly, but decreased gradually according to the degree of physical fatigue. Lu Shi couldn't be sure how much physical strength his daily actions would deduct. Therefore, she has never paid much attention to the recovery speed of her physical strength. If the recovery speed is slow, it means that she consumes a lot of physical strength through her actions. If the recovery speed is fast, it means that she consumes less physical strength. She never expected that the food she cooked had a role to play in this success. As night gradually fell, Lu Shi suddenly realized that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Logically, the route to the sun and moon tree should have been open. The sun had already set. But unfortunately, Lu Shi took Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua around the dark forest twice, but did not see the entrance to the passage leading to the center of the dark forest that should have appeared. Of course, if the entrance to the channel is really open, Lu Shi should be able to see it on the system map, but Lu Shi is worried that there will be some unexpected situations, such as the entrance to the channel being open but not being displayed on the system map. She has encountered quite a few unexpected situations since she traveled to this strange world. However, it turned out that there was no problem with the system map, but that the entrance to the center of the night forest was indeed not open. They waited until 9:30 in the evening, and when it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Shi had no choice but to leave. Before she knew what dangers there were in the dark forest at 10 p.m., Lu Shi would not take risks easily. She could be reckless sometimes, but that was usually when she had little choice. Before the deadline, Lu Shi left the dark forest with a backpack full of materials and returned home. She did not visit the farm residents immediately, even though she had a lot of things she wanted to know from them. But it is already 10 o'clock in the evening, and it is time to rest. Although time is not a problem for those NPCs, Lu Shi still cares about it. Even though she lives in such a farm where absurd lies and reality are intertwined, she tries her best to live like a normal person. As soon as Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua returned home, they very consciously ran towards the farmland, divided the work and cooperated with each other very skillfully. Zhuozhua still had a lot of strength left, so he was harvesting crops in the front with a sickle in his mouth, performing steps that required a lot of physical strength. Xiao Yuan's physical strength was almost exhausted. Although he rested for a while, he didn't have much physical strength left. So he followed Zhuozhua and picked up things from the system backpack. Lu Shi smiled as he watched the two of them busying themselves, while he collected the prepared dishes from the kitchen and set up a new set of dishes to be automatically prepared. Lu Shi chose wild rice porridge. To be honest, she also wanted to know what the difference was between the one made automatically by the system and the one she made herself. He went to the monster breeding shed to feed the monsters and collected the whole day's output. Only then did Lu Shi remember the pot of catnip he had placed there in the morning. When he walked to the corner, he saw a fat, angry orange cat staring at Lu Shi with a bad look. It was completely different from the friendly look it had yesterday. The anger on its face was too obvious, making Lu Shi subconsciously feel guilty. Lu Shi was wondering, when suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She hesitated and asked, "Could it be that you have been waiting since morning?" The orange cat did not answer Lu Shi, but continued to stare at Lu Shi angrily. Lu Shi immediately felt a strong sense of guilt. She had never imagined that her absence from home for one day would cause such a cute little kitten to wait here for so long. Oh, sorry, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry, okay? Lu Shi apologized sincerely. By the way, he took out some snacks for Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua from his contract package to please the orange cat. The snacks are made from the fish that we caught previously, cut into small pieces, coated with egg liquid and flour, and fried in a frying pan. They are crispy and fragrant, and very delicious. However, Lu Shi felt that fried foods were not good, so he didn't let Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua eat much, so there was a lot left in the contract package. The food was indeed effective. When the orange cat smelled the fried fish, the angry expression on his face paused. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and taking a bite. Lu Shi was very considerate and immediately took out the next piece when the orange cat finished the previous one. After being fed several pieces of fried fish, the expression on the orange cat's face became softer and softer. It even rubbed Lu Shi's arm on its own initiative before turning around and leaving the blue stone wall. Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Next time he wanted to put catnip in the plants, he would have to remember to go home in time to check. The various wooden materials in the backpack were almost overflowing, so Lu Shi repaired all the places in the house that needed wood repairs. As for the remaining ones that need or materials, you can wait a couple of days and go to the underground mines to search for them. As for the extra wood materials, Lu Shi put them all in the wood warehouse. Fortunately, there were several warehouses at home, which shared some of the pressure on Lu Shi's system backpack. However, the initial capacity of these warehouses is only 100 system grids, and they need to be upgraded to increase the capacity. Lu Shi finally understood where the intermediate maintenance drawings are used. After finishing all this, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua replanted the seeds in the farmland. Lu Shi called them back to the house to rest. After entering the room, Lu Shi looked at the two cubs resting beside the bed and couldn't help asking, "How about I take you to the Magic Pet Supplies store to buy 2 beds tomorrow?" The Magic Pet Supplies store has special beds for magic pets to sleep in. Lu Shi felt a little uncomfortable these past 2 days seeing Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua always sleeping on the floor. Now is no longer the time to travel in the wild. Lu Shi has already slept on a comfortable and soft bed. How can he let Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua continue to sleep on the ground? Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua thought about Lu Shi's words for a while, then surrounded Lu Shi from the left and right, expressing that they did not need a bed. It's not that as monsters, they don't need beds like humans, although that is true, but the main reason why the two of them rejected Lu Shi was because after having their own beds, they would not be able to sleep next to Lu Shi's bed. They just want to rest in the place closest to Lu Shi. Lu Shi was very touched. The 3 masters and pets hugged each other and chatted for a long time before going to sleep. So when they woke up the next morning, the 3 masters and pets all stayed in bed. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua were not staying up late to chat, but because they had exhausted too much physical energy after chopping trees all day yesterday. This was the first time they had done so much physically demanding work since they were born, so they inevitably needed to rest for a while to recover. Lu Shi had the ability to refresh her body, so she didn't feel tired at all. But seeing how soundly the 2 cubs were sleeping, she didn't rush to get up and took a nap. After all, with the sensitiveness of the 2 cubs, they were awakened as soon as she got up. It would be better to let them have a good rest. However, Lu Shi did not stay in bed too late. At around 8 o'clock, the 2 cubs woke up full of energy and rushed to the yard to harvest and plant vegetables. Thanks to a busy day yesterday, the 2 cubs were finally no longer worried about Lu Shi's condition like the day before. But they were not too reassured, as Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua actually worked out a shift system. In the morning, Xiao Yuan would follow Lu Shi while Zhuozhua would grow vegetables at home. In the afternoon, Zhuozhua would follow Lu Shi while Xiao Yuan would grow vegetables at home again. Wait until tomorrow and do it the other way around. Lu Shi let them arrange it with a smile, without saying much, and collected the rewards for daily sign-in and new login as usual, receiving 1 piece of premium white bread and a large wardrobe furniture respectively. Lu Shi first visited the Roam family, which was the closest to the farm. As the person in charge of the farm, which was equivalent to a housekeeper, he must have known the most news about the farm. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning. Luo Weem was standing in the front yard, not knowing what he was doing. Lu Shi saw him as soon as he entered the door. Ms. Lucy, good morning. Roam greeted with a bright smile. What brings you here this morning? Lucy didn't say a word and went straight to the point. I saw an entrance to the east of the Dark Night Forest. I wonder where it leads to. Do you know? Oh, you mean the entrance? Roam said, as if he had suddenly realized something. That's the passage leading to the Misty Rain Forest. Lucy waited for a while and found that Luo Weimu had no intention of continuing to talk. He just looked at her with a smile, so she had to continue to ask, where is the Misty Rain Forest? How do I get there? Roam showed a thoughtful expression, looking a little embarrassed. You actually want to go to the Misty Rain Forest? It's a very dangerous place. I'm sorry that I don't know more about it. Why don't you ask Anos? He should know more about the Misty Rain Forest. Lucy nodded, and just as he was about to speak, Luo Weem continued, by the way, you can go to Dai Wu's house. You need to have suitable clothes. After all, the environment in the Misty Rain Forest is not good. Lucy nodded. Because of the things given as level rewards, she had originally planned to go to the tailor Dai Wu. Unexpectedly, Roam hadn't finished yet. If you have time, go to Wuho again. He should have the tools you need. If you want to explore the Misty Rain Forest, some tools are indispensable. Lucy was silent for a moment, waiting for Roam's next words, but he didn't expect that he would stop talking again and return to his smiling face. Lucy suddenly realized that the role of Roam was to let her know who she should visit specifically. After getting the list, Lucy did not rush to leave. After thinking for a while, he asked Luo Weimu, why do we have to leave the Dark Night Forest before 10 o'clock at night? Will we encounter anything after 10 o'clock? What did you say, Miss Lucy? Roam looked puzzled, as if he didn't hear clearly. Lucy asked again, and Luo Weem's reaction was still the same. Lucy pursed her lips, turned, and left. It seemed that she couldn't find the answer from Luo Weem. Perhaps she should visit Kailina in the restaurant again. Since she reminded her of this matter, she should know something. Following the order given by Roam, Lucy first came to the hunter Anos's house. Anos was sitting in the yard, holding an arrow in one hand and a grindstone in the other, sharpening the arrowhead. The huge hound Maru was lazily lying behind Anos. When Xiaoyuan saw Maru, all the hair on his body stood up, and he became extremely alert. Maru opened one eye and looked at Xiaoyuan, who was only 1 meter tall, and then closed his eyes again, completely ignoring Xiaoyuan, which made Xiaoyuan very unhappy, and she widened her eyes. She didn't notice this scene. All her attention was on Anos. It was rare to see such a stunningly beautiful boy. If he didn't have so much to do, Lucy really wanted to spend half of the day pestering Anos, and the other half pestering Della. It would be great if we could get the two of them together, and even better, we could also call Wu He, Fred, Miri's Mrs. Millie, etc., so that Lucy wouldn't have to be separated from anyone. At this moment, Lucy suddenly felt a little regretful. She should not have given the bouquet of irises to the little girl Ling. She should have kept it for Anos. What a pity, what a pity. Anos, do you know the entrance to the east of the Dark Forest? Roam said that it leads to the Misty Rain Forest. What is the Misty Rain Forest? Is there any danger there? What preparations should I make if I want to go to the Misty Rain Forest? Knowing that Anos would not take the initiative to start a conversation, Lucy sat directly opposite Anos and asked a series of questions. Beauty is important, but business should not be forgotten. Ha 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 ha. I see some readers have guessed the game I mainly borrowed from. Anos looked up at Lucy and answered in a cold but detailed voice. The Misty Rain Forest is another forest, next to the Night Forest. As the name suggests, the Misty Rain Forest is filled with thick fog that makes it difficult to see anything all year round. People who enter without special preparation will get lost in it. In addition, it rains most of the day in the Misty Rain Forest, and the sun is never seen all year round, so you need to wear clothes that are rainproof and warm. Anos looked at Lucy, who was listening attentively, and after a pause he spoke. For you, the Misty Rain Forest is not dangerous. Lucy raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. She felt that there seemed to be some meaning behind what Anos said. Before she could figure it out and ask, Anos suddenly added another sentence. The premise is that you leave the misty rainforest before 10 o'clock at night and do not stay anywhere other than the farm at night. She was shocked. This was the second time she received a reminder. Both times the limit was 10 p.m., but one was in the dark forest and the other was in the misty rainforest. In other words, the reminders of the two are actually the same because the dark forest and the misty rainforest are exactly the same existence for Shi. Don't stay away from the farm at night? Shi thought. Why can't we stay in the night forest or the misty rainforest after 10 o'clock at night? What will happen after 10 o'clock at night? Shi asked very directly. Unlike the farm manager Roam, Anos did not show any expression of confusion when he heard Shi's question, but he did not answer much either. Because it's dangerous. After saying this, Anos withdrew his gaze from Shi, lowered his head, and continued to sharpen the arrow in his hand. His attitude of driving people away was obvious. Shi did not insist on staying. After nodding, he got up and left, heading to the next house. On the way, Shi was still thinking about what Anos said, and there was a very contradictory point in it. Anos first said, "The misty rainforest is not dangerous to Shi," and when Shi asked what would happen at 10 o'clock in the evening, he replied, "Because it is dangerous." So, what changes will really happen to the dark forest and the misty rainforest after 10 o'clock in the evening so that it will become dangerous? While thinking, Shi had already walked to the clothing store of the tailor Daiwu. The bright glass display cabinets were full of beautiful clothes. Shi was very excited when he saw them, but after seeing the price tags at the bottom, he quickly calmed down. "Good morning, Miss Lucy. You are still so beautiful today. Are there any clothes you want to buy?" Inside the clothing store, there was a set of sewing machines placed in one of the corners. As soon as Shi walked into the room, he saw Daiwu standing up from the sewing machine to greet him. Shi looked at the interior decoration of the clothing store. She had been here once before to complete a mission, but at that time, she did not have time to take a closer look because all her attention was on the mission. Today I found that in addition to those exquisite and beautiful dresses, the clothing store also has a lot of work suits, such as the mining suit of Miner Cuff. The price is not much cheaper than those dresses. The prices in this store are not right. Shi looked at the smiling Daiwu, but did not say this out loud. After looking for a long time, there was not a single cheap item in here. I want to go to the misty rainforest. What kind of clothes should I prepare? When chatting with these resident NPCs, there is no need to be euphemistic, just be direct. After all, if you express it in a euphemistic way, the keywords may not be triggered. Shi's family has unlocked the sewing machine function and can make their own clothes, but the problem is that all the clothes they make need to be unlocked with clothing design drawings. Apart from the cotton gloves required by the initial mission, Shi could only make some basic clothing, such as extremely simple cotton slippers and cotton skirts, and that was it. These clothes are not of much value, and the materials required to make them are not much, so Shi made 2 pieces to wear as pajamas. The fabric feels really comfortable. No matter what other clothes you want to make, you will need to use clothing design drawings to unlock them, but Shi currently only has 3 clothing design drawings obtained as level rewards. Shi didn't dare to use it casually, for fear that a task would pop up and require her to unlock the production of specific clothing. Although you can buy clothing designs from the tailor Daiwu, they are all fixed clothing types and styles, such as the spotted campus pleated skirt clothing design. Now it seems that her idea is really correct. Are you actually going to the misty rainforest? That really requires good preparation. Daiwu showed a surprised expression, and then fell into deep thought. The misty rainforest is filled with fog all year round, making it difficult to see the surrounding environment clearly. You should need a pair of anti-fog glasses, which can allow you to see clearly within a range of 10 meters around you. Daiwu picked up a pair of glasses from somewhere and introduced them to Shi. Of course, there are more advanced ones that can see clearly at a distance of 20 or 50 meters, but Miss Lucy, your sewing machine is not good enough to make these. Shi silently looked at the glasses in Daiwu's hand. This thing needed to be unlocked with a clothing design drawing before it could be made. She wondered if she could get it for free if she snatched it away now and let Xiao Yuan run away with it. Before Daiwu finished speaking, he quickly put down his anti-fog glasses and picked up a hat, or a bamboo hat, which is a large bamboo hat used to protect against rain and sun. It rains every day in the misty rainforest, and there is almost no sunny weather. A rain hat that can protect against rain is essential. Taking out a matching straw raincoat, Daiwu introduced, there is also a raincoat. Only when these two are worn together can they achieve the strongest rain protection effect. Daiwu smiled, put down the two things, and took out a piece of plastic clothing. But, Miss Lucy, they are a bit heavy to wear. If you want to be more relaxed, you can also choose this raincoat. She watched silently. The effect of a raincoat was comparable to that of a rain hat and a rain cape combined. The difference was that a raincoat required a clothing design drawing to unlock it, while a rain hat and a rain cape could be purchased directly from the tailor Daiwu. In addition, raincoats require more and more complicated materials, while rain hats and rain capes only need to be made of wood, and there is no limit on the type of wood. It's so funny that there is not even bamboo in such a big farm, and they have to use wood instead. In addition, the ground in the misty rainforest is slippery and muddy because of the constant rain. It is easy to fall and sink into mud pits when walking there. A pair of good rain boots is essential. It can make walking easier for you, Miss Lucy. Daiwu picked up another pair of leather shoes and showed them to Lu Shi. Needless to say, this was another one that required a clothing design drawing to unlock. This is not over yet. Daiwu quickly took out an umbrella and said, "By the way, Miss Lucy, you can also choose to use an umbrella to protect yourself from the rain, but this will slightly affect your ability to move." The good news is that umbrellas are decorative items and come in many varieties. Some require clothing design drawings to unlock, while others can be purchased and used directly from Daiwu. Ask Lu Shi what she wants to choose. Of course, she is ready to take them all. The 3 clothing design drawings unlock anti-fog glasses, raincoat, and rain boots respectively, and then by the fixed clothing design drawings of rain hat, rain cape, and umbrella from Daiwu. Just as Lu Shi was about to leave, Daiwu suddenly spoke up and said, "The temperature in the misty rainforest is not high. Miss Lucy, you can wear some warm clothes." There was no need to sell any other clothes. It was just a normal expression of concern. Lu Shi was slightly stunned. "Thank you, I understand. The next target is Wu He." To be honest, Lu Shi has complicated feelings towards Wu He, mainly because Wu He's attitude is so bad. Among so many NPCs on the farm, his attitude towards Lu Shi is the worst. Although Lu Shi didn't care about Wu He's attitude, she was not stupid and would not be so stupid as to not even see this. Even Anos, who has a cold personality, treats Lu Shi better than Wu He. But Lu Shi also didn't want to see Wu He. Apart from anything else, he had a really good body, strong and full, with such big pectoral muscles, who wouldn't be envious when seeing them. No matter what Lu Shi thought, she still appeared in front of Wu He. Wu He was still sitting in front of his workbench today, fiddling with some unknown small object. Lu Shi sat opposite Wu He and watched him tinkering. When Wu He is doing something, he usually cannot be disturbed, so Lu Shi waits patiently. After all, after 3 to 5 minutes, the action plot will be over and Wu He will pay attention to her. What's the matter again? Unexpectedly, this time Wu He did not wait until he finished his work before paying attention to Lu Shi. He asked without raising his head while fiddling with the small object in his hand. It seems that this time the task is not difficult, and he can do 2 things at the same time. Lu Shi's thoughts were slightly distracted, and he quickly came back to his senses and said directly, "I want to go to the misty rainforest. What props do I need?" After Wu He heard the words misty rainforest, he looked up at Lu Shi and said, "Compass." He was not like other NPCs who had to give Lu Shi long explanations. He just answered whatever Lu Shi asked without any nonsense. "How to do it?" Lu Shi asked without any further ado. "Here." Wu He was even more direct. He reached out from the pile of parts next to the workbench and took out an object the size of a pocket watch. That's exactly what he meant by compass. Lu Shi took it subconsciously, and Wu He's rough and broad palms touched hers. The sudden warmth of Wu He's skin made Lu Shi slightly stunned. Do these NPC residents also have human warmth? Lu Shi realized that she had never noticed this kind of thing, or rather, she had never thought of this. If they have human temperature and live on farms like humans, Then are they not humans too? System notification. The player purchased the item compass from the craftsman Wu He, and 1 gold coin has been automatically deducted. The sudden pop-up system notification brought Lu Shi back to his senses. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the simple compass in his hand, his mouth open, not knowing what to say. 1 gold coin? What kind of a compass would cost her 1 gold coin? Also, this is the second time she didn't even agree to pay, so why did they deduct her money? Wu He was completely unaware. He looked up at Lu Shi and said impatiently, "Anything else?" "That's all.
Goodbye."
Lu Shi gritted her teeth, glared at Wu He's chest viciously, turned and left. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, Wu He would deduct her money for anything she handed over. After returning home, the main event began. Lu Shi had to prepare the materials to make the costumes. Fortunately, most of the required materials can be collected in the night forest, and yesterday Lu Shi took Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua to collect for a whole day. In addition, Lu Shi's system backpack also contains clothing material packs ×3 and special clothing material packs ×3 for use. It just solves the production needs of anti-fog glasses, raincoats, and rain boots. Compared with ordinary clothing production, special clothing materials are required for special effects such as anti-fog and rainproof. For example, anti-fog glasses require a special material called Mingguang Pearl, raincoat requires a special material called Yuhua Mushroom, and rain boots require a special material called Red Feather, White Feather, King Tail Feather. Wait, what is that? Lu Shi thought about it for a while and suddenly found 2 red feather, white feather, king tail feathers in her backpack. They were what she got the day before yesterday, using the gift of wind function. In 3 chances, she obtained a bag of wild rice seeds and 2 red-feathered white king tail feathers. At that time, she didn't know what it was used for and thought it was just garbage material. She didn't expect that she would use it at this time, and it was quite precious. She said that in the good luck state, it was impossible to get any useless items. According to the system introduction, this thing comes from the red-feathered, white-feathered king. As the name suggests, it is the king of the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken clan. But Lu Shi thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out where the king of the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken clan was. Wouldn't she have to kill 100 red-feathered, white-feathered chickens to unlock it? Considering how tricky this game system is, it is not impossible. Lu Shi secretly kept this in mind and planned to go and brush the chicken head when he has time to see if he can unlock the red-feathered, white-feathered king. Yesterday, Lu Shi also used the gift of the wind and obtained cushion ×1, wild rice seed ×1, and unknown scarf ×1. She finally realized how random this randomness was. Basically, any item may appear, regardless of whether it is valuable or not. But since it's free, you can't have too many demands. It's good enough to be able to get it. Lu Shi has a good attitude. As for some of the minerals that would be used, regardless of why stones were needed to make clothes, Lu Shi went directly to the Vatican for his daily prayer. For materials ×20, all items were successfully made. The items needed to go to the misty rainforest have been prepared, but Lu Shi inexplicably felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. It was not until her eyes suddenly noticed Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua on her left and right that Lu Shi suddenly realized, oh yes, she was prepared, but Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua were not. It is hard to guarantee that the special environment in the misty rainforest will not have any impact on Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua. After Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua were bound to the game system by Lu Shi, they obtained various permissions shared by Lu Shi on the farm, but at the same time, it also meant that they would accept various negative effects arising from it. It was like when using Lu Shi's tools, physical strength was being taken away from the body in another way. Lu Shi thought for a while and took out the rain hat and rain cape for Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua. As for the raincoat, she didn't have enough material to make a second one, so she had to give up the choice. Can you guys try to wear these? The result is wearable. After all, a rain hat only needs to be worn on the head, while a rain cape is similar to a cloak and can be easily put on the body. It's just that its size is a bit touching. The raincoat can only cover Zhuozhua's upper body, and even then it can't easily open its wings. As for Xiao Yuan, the raincoat can cover him from head to toe, and it is much bigger. Lu Shi had no choice but to work on the raincoat himself. He cut the part that belonged to Xiao Yuan a little shorter so that it could just cover Xiao Yuan's whole body, and then made 2 holes in the rain hat so that Xiao Yuan could stick her ears out. As for Zhuozhua, 3 raincoats were used. Lu Shi took them apart and sewed them together to make an extra large raincoat. He also dug 2 big holes on the back so that Zhuozhua could let out his wings and even fly in the raincoat. This is also better than the original game, that is, based on reality, Lu Shi can make some changes to those items. I don't know if this will be effective. Lu Shi was worried and put 2 more sets of rain hats and raincoats in his backpack. If the 2 modified sets are useless, then Lu Shi can only take out the original ones and give them to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua. In this way, everything should be ready. Lu Shi no longer hesitated. After finishing lunch early, he took Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua to the unknown entrance discovered yesterday. Looking around myself, I found that I had put on my raincoat and rain boots and also wore a set of warmer clothes inside. Although I had not put on the anti-fog glasses yet, I already had them in my hand. It's not that Lu Shi doesn't want to wear them, but if he puts on these anti-fog glasses when there is no fog, he can't see the surroundings clearly, so he can only hold them in his hands for now. Looking to both sides, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua also seemed to be dressed up. Lu Shi nodded and walked into the narrow passage. The passage was not pitch black, but it was not very bright either. The dense tree trunks formed walls on both sides, and the dense tree canopies above were stacked layer by layer, so the sky could not be seen. Walking in it felt like being in a pipe. After an unknown number of minutes, Lu Shi's eyes suddenly lit up, and a white mist suddenly hit her face. System notification. Congratulations to the player for reaching the Misty Rainforest and successfully unlocking the map Misty Rainforest. A fixed entrance has been formed, and the player can directly reach the Misty Rainforest through the entrance. Lu Shi stretched out his hand and looked forward. He could barely see the tips of his fingers, but could not see anything further. The mist in the Misty Rainforest was indeed extraordinary. Looking to the left and right, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, who were only half a meter away, could only be seen as vague outlines. Lu Shi didn't think any more and put on the fog glasses. As soon as he put them on, the white fog in front of his eyes retreated to a distance of 10 meters like the tide, not more, not less. Looking back at Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, Lu Shi felt a little worried. She only had 1 pair of fog glasses in her hand and couldn't give them away. If the 2 of them couldn't see each other in the foggy rainforest, wouldn't it be easy for them to get lost? Although they have a magic pet contract and can sense each other's positions, they cannot see the surrounding environment and get separated after taking a few steps. What's the use of being able to sense positions? No one knows what's between them, and there is no way to get through. Besides, everything in the Misty Rainforest is a product of the system. Even if Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua want to clear away by force, they can't do it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua looked relaxed and looked around curiously, as if they didn't see anything at all. Lu Shi was puzzled. Could it be that the mist in the Misty Rainforest had no effect on the 2 of them? After asking, he got the answer. Useful, but not that useful. Xiao Yuan can see clearly within a range of about 15 meters in front of him, and Zhuozhua can see clearly within a range of at least 100 meters. I say at least because Zhuozhua said that he can see the end of the road, and that end is no more than 100 meters away. Lu Shi didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Even if it was a dragon, the cheat was too powerful. However, it can be seen from Xiao Yuan that this fog is not ineffective against monsters, it's just that different monsters have different resistance to the fog. Since it was good news, Lu Shi didn't think any more about it. He walked in, looking at both sides of the road as he walked. Compared to the monotony of the night forest, the colors of the Misty Rainforest are quite rich, but few people can appreciate them under the mist. Plants of various colors grow on both sides of the road, including colorful mushrooms, brightly colored flowers, and occasionally some juicy, plump, and tempting fruits. Some can be collected, and some just exist as background. Lu Shi distinguishes them carefully. After all, she has to collect seeds of a certain kind of flower to complete the side quest, flower seeds. However, The progress was slow, and the fog obscured his vision, so Lu Shi could see even less. After thinking about it, Lu Shi decided to open the system map to see if he could find the location of the flower directly from the system map. The description of the side quest only mentions a beautiful flower, and there is no specific requirement for that kind of flower. From this concept, Lu Shi can complete the quest as long as he finds a collectible flower. But what surprised Lu Shi was that the map had lost its function. When he opened it, it was all white, as if covered by white fog. Lu Shi couldn't even figure out where he was. You can still see a row of item names on the right side of the map, so you know what can be collected in the misty rainforest, but you can't find the specific location at all. Lu Shi stood there and thought for a while, remembering the compass she bought from Wu He for 1 gold coin. She didn't know what it was used for before, but it should be used here. As expected, after the compass was taken out, a system interface popped up immediately. On it was the system map, which clearly showed the entire terrain of the misty rainforest. A system notification also popped up. System notification: whether to merge the road compass with the system map function. After selecting the fusion, the fog effect of the fog rainforest on the system map will disappear, and the system map can be used normally. Lu Shi's eyes lit up. He no longer felt that the price of 1 gold coin was expensive. He immediately chose to merge, and the compass item in his hand disappeared instantly. Within a few seconds, the white mist on the system map dissipated and finally formed a small white battery pattern in the upper left corner. A bad premonition emerged in his mind, and Lu Shi clicked to check the white battery icon. Compass durability: 100%, consumed over time. Lu Shi was filled with grief and indignation. No one reminded her that this thing was actually a consumable. It cost 1 gold coin to replenish it once. But no matter what, the compass still had to be used. Lu Shi sighed deeply, looked for a suitable target in the item output column on the right side of the map, and determined its location. The map of the misty rainforest is very complicated. If there was no system map, Lu Shi would probably really get lost here. He only found a transmission platform in the middle. Xiao Yuan and Zhuo Zhuo went up to recharge with ease. In the corners of the other 3 swastikas, Lu Shi saw 3 groups of monsters, namely 7-colored python, golden-tailed silver scorpion, and iron bone hedgehog. Even though he knew that these monsters in the misty rainforest would not harm him and were only moving along fixed routes to collect materials, Lu Shi did not dare to get too close. She knew that these 3 monsters were all poisonous. The poison of the 7-colored python was on its scales, and touching it would cause the flesh to fester and even dissolve the bones. Although it would not necessarily kill you if treated in time, it would definitely be disfigured. The poison of the golden-tailed silver scorpion is at the tip of its tail. It may not kill you instantly, but it will not survive for more than 10 minutes. Apart from the poison, it poses no other threat. When attacking, it will shoot out the spines on its body. However, only a portion of the spines are poisonous. If you are lucky, it will only make a few more holes. If you are unlucky, your whole body will be paralyzed, you will be unable to breathe, and you will suffocate to death. There are so many poisonous creatures guarding the entrance to the misty rainforest. What on earth does the game system mean? Lu Shi was extremely glad that he was a player bound to the game system. Otherwise, with a thick fog that made it impossible to see the fingertips, plus these dangerous poisonous creatures, he would have died a few times. It's much better when you walk to the right side. The 4 corners are Cloud Sheep, Cloud Spot Cow, Drunk Rain Bear, and Mist Parrot. Not only are there no dangerous monsters, but they are also very friendly to humans and very easy to get along with. The wool of the Cloud Sheep is fluffy and soft like clouds, and most importantly, it is rainproof and not easily wet. It is one of the important materials for making clothes. Compared with the gray wool of the stone sheep, the wool of the Cloud Sheep is more popular among the nobles. As the name suggests, the biggest advantage of the clouded cow is milk, which is one of the important sources of food. It has a stable personality and will not hurt people. If it is well raised, it can also help humans with work. Drunken rain bears are quite interesting. They usually look normal, but once they are drenched by rain, they will appear to be drunk and dizzy, Stupid and silly, very cute. They're also very easy to hunt, and many humans like to look for drunken rain bears on rainy days. However, the drunken state only lasts for a period of time, and not many people can catch one within this period of time. The feathers of the mist parrot can be used to make some clothing, but more importantly, it can guide people who are lost in the fog and warn them when they encounter danger, so it is called the mist parrot. This was what Lu Shi had heard from Dina before. As a magic pet enthusiast, Dina knew a lot about monsters that were close to humans, and she wanted to raise them if she had the chance. It is said that she has hundreds of magical pets that she is determined to raise. I don't know if she and Miguel can afford to raise so many magical pets. I can only wish her good luck. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, Unknown Entrance, and receiving the task reward 1,000 experience points. System backpack plus 10. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 9. After Xiao Yuan and Joshua fully charged the second teleportation platform, a notification for the completion of the side quest popped up. 1,000 experience points were credited, and Lu Shi took the opportunity to level up directly. However, to Lu Shi's disappointment, she did not find the target to complete the other side quest. The cloud and rain flower that could be collected on the map was just an ordinary material. Lu Shi couldn't help but read the mission introduction again. East of the Night Forest. Does it really mean the Misty Rainforest? No, even if it is the Misty Rainforest, it is impossible to cross the entire map and run to the easternmost part of the Misty Rainforest. Lu Shi then returned to the westernmost part of the Misty Rainforest, which was also the entrance to the Night Forest. Next to them is the territory of 3 poisonous creatures. It is impossible for the little girl Ling to run over there, so they should be around the entrance. Lu Shi squatted on the ground, wearing cotton gloves, rummaging around in a pile of colorful plants, when suddenly his hands felt wet. Looking up, tiny raindrops fell from the sky, accumulating little by little, and finally the rain began to get heavier. Only then did Lu Shi remember that the misty rainforest was not just about mist, but also the key rain. She was wearing a raincoat, and the rain had no effect on her. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua. They looked particularly excited at this moment, not because they had never seen rain before, but because the rain hats and raincoats they were wearing were effective, isolating the rain from their bodies. That feeling was what made them feel fresh. Lu Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fog only makes people lose their sight and cannot see the surrounding environment clearly, but rain will bring the negative state of being caught in the rain. Rain. This area has a light rain/moderate rain/heavy rain/rainstorm environment. Players will experience the rain effect when they are in it. Players' actions will be delayed to a certain extent, depending on the size of the rain, and 1 point of players' physical strength will be deducted every minute. Players are requested to wear clothes with rainproof properties, or use props with rainproof properties to be exempt from the status debuff in this environment. Lu Shi's gaze left the system page and glanced at the surroundings. He suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that the branches of a plant were slowly stretching out under the water of rain. A trembling flower bud gently opened its petals. Ha 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 ha! The main framework is the game Little Forest Life. As the petals opened completely, an extremely gorgeous flower blossomed, and a line of system prompt text finally appeared above the flower. Lu Shi looked at the raindrops falling from the sky in silence. No wonder she had walked through the entire map of the misty rainforest, but still couldn't find anything that matched the mission target. It turns out that it only appears after it rains. As soon as Lu Shi entered the misty rainforest, it happened to be a time when it was not raining. He subconsciously ignored this matter until he saw the rain falling and many plants stretching their branches and vines in the rain. Only then did I realize that the most important thing about the misty rainforest is rain. Many collectible materials only appear in the rain. The air gradually became a little chilly due to the falling rain. Lu Shi gathered his sleeves, glad that he listened to the advice and wore thick clothes. What's even more fortunate is that although it is a bit cold, the attribute of cold does not appear in the misty rainforest map, which is really great. Lu Shi doesn't have any extra materials to make cold-proof clothes. Although she can wear some very warm clothes, without the attribute tags recognized by the system, The effect of deducting physical strength will not disappear. At most, Lu Shi herself will not be affected by the cold. Following the system's instructions, Lu Shi harvested a bag of unknown flower seeds. It was already getting dark, and the task of exploring the misty rainforest had been completed, so he prepared to get up and go back. If you go back now and find the little girl Ling, there will still be enough time to complete the side quest. As for collecting materials in the misty rainforest, there is no need to rush for the time being. Anyway, it has been confirmed that the rain hat and raincoat that she has modified personally are effective, so she can come anytime. Besides, next time she comes, she will have some other things to prepare. Looking at the unknown flower located not far from the entrance of the dark forest and the misty rainforest, Lu Shi sighed. Who could have thought that behind such a beautiful flower, there were actually 3 different nests of poisonous monsters? Although she was an NPC, and although it might be a plot set by the system, Lu Shi still couldn't help thinking that it was a good thing that the little girl Ling didn't go any further and didn't encounter those groups of horrible and scary monsters. Even she, a player who knew she wouldn't be hurt, was still frightened and didn't dare to get close. When leaving the entrance, Lu Shi realized that the narrow and dark passage was gone. It was like a door. He left the misty rainforest with one foot and landed in the dark forest with the other. After finding the previous system notification, Lu Shi finally understood the meaning of fixed entrance. The little girl Ling was rarely away from home. When Lu Shi found her according to the system map, she was playing on the pile of equipment in the square. She didn't seem very happy, but rather very lonely. It seemed that she was the only child on the farm without even a playmate. Ling, the flower seeds you are looking for have been found. Lu Shi bent down and touched the little girl Ling's head and handed her the flower seeds. Thank you, Miss Lucy. The little girl Ling smiled and thanked Lu Shi in a well-behaved and sensible manner. Tomorrow is Mom's birthday. I want to find a flower seed to give to her as a birthday present, but Mom won't let me go to the east of the night forest. She says it's very dangerous there. The little girl Ling raised her head, her eyes clear and pure, her expression sincere. Thanks to Miss Lucy for helping me find the flower seeds. Lu Shi glanced at the empty square. In such a large open space, there was only a little girl named Ling. Lu Shi lowered his head, looking serious. Your mother is right. It's very dangerous there. Don't go there. If you need anything, you must go there. You can ask me for help. I will help you. The little girl Ling raised her head and looked at Lu Shi. At that moment, her eyes seemed to reveal different colors, and then she smiled brightly. I know, Miss Lucy. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest. Flower seeds and receiving the quest reward 500 experience points, flower pot, production function, and 5 specific flower species. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking iris seeds, chrysanthemum seeds, clivia seeds, lily seeds, and carnation seeds in the seed store. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 10. System notification. Congratulations on the player's level being upgraded to level 10. Physical strength has increased by 100 basic values, and energy has increased by 100 basic values. The event daily challenge for novice farmers has been launched, and the general lottery function has been launched. The items sold in the mall have been updated, and the number of seed store purchases has increased. A series of system notifications flashed by, making Lu Shi's eyes dizzy. They were all key content. When Lu Shi came to his senses, the little girl Ling had left without him noticing. The square was empty and very quiet, so Lu Shi found a place to sit down and began to check the changes in his upgrades and the contents of the system notifications. The first thing to look at is the profile panel. Player, Lu Shi, human, level 10, 400 out of 1100 experience points. Title, Novice Farmer, already worn sleep. 0/1 time, restore 100 physical strength and 100 energy. Physical strength, 200/200, recover 1 point every 5 minutes. Stamina, 200/200, refreshed at 4 a.m. every day. Status, perfect. Healthy, good, weak, exhausted. Skills, carpentry, elementary, maintenance, elementary, sewing, elementary, mining elementary, hunting's elementary, logging intermediate, fishing elementary, cooking. Maximum level decorations, raincoat, rain boots, unnamed clothing set. Throughout the whole day, Lu Shi's energy and physical strength were consumed a lot, but it might be because the system brought an increase in the basic values of energy and physical strength, so that after the change, these values were directly refreshed to the maximum. The fatigue of the whole day also left Lu Shi's body at this time. If it weren't for the psychological fatigue that could not be eliminated, Lu Shi might have thought that he had just got up in the morning. The increase in energy and stamina was a great surprise to Lu Shi. She had long noticed the shortcomings of her stamina. Although she had a recovery speed that ordinary humans did not have, this amount of stamina was simply not enough for her to plant as much land as she wanted or cut down as many trees as she wanted. They rely entirely on the physical strength provided by the food to sustain themselves, just like how Lu Shi had spent a whole day gathering materials in the dark forest. But even so, the materials she collected were not even 1/10 of what Xiao Yuan collected, not to mention Zhuozhuo, the dragon with extraordinary physical strength. At the same time, it also exposes a very serious problem, that is, eating the same food repeatedly. No, even if it is not the same food, as long as the amount of food eaten in a short period of time is too much, even if the body can accept it, it will cause psychological disgust. It is not a long-term solution that can be used all the time. Lu Shi didn't have much of an appetite for food right now, and she was afraid she would need to rest for several days. This was also the reason why she didn't stay in the misty rainforest to collect materials, as she had no way to replenish her physical strength. She could only watch Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo work, and she felt a little guilty about it. Now that he discovered that reaching level 10 could actually increase his physical strength and energy, Lu Shi suddenly felt a lot more energetic. No, the basic energy and stamina values will increase by 100 every 10 levels. After seeing this message on the system panel, Lu Shi almost jumped up. If she upgrades to level 100, she will have 1,000 physical strength and energy points. What does this mean? Lu Shi's 100 physical strength and energy points are benchmarked against ordinary humans. That is to say, if ordinary humans have data, the physical strength and energy points of a healthy adult are only 100 points. Every time Lu Shi levels up by 10, his value doubles according to that of an ordinary person. How much more work can this do? No. Restraining his excitement, Lu Shi looked at the activity task that finally appeared. A silhouette of a very hardworking girl holding a sickle appeared on the background of the system page. Lu Shi firmly refused to admit that it was herself, even though there were two very obvious silhouettes of a dragon and a silver wolf next to the silhouette. Daily challenges for novice farmers. Not yet available. Opening time, 6 a.m. Everyday event introduction. This event lasts for 10 days. 10 daily tasks are randomly issued every day. After completing the tasks, you will get challenge gold coins, which can be exchanged for items in the event store. After this event ends, it will no longer be opened again. The challenge gold coins will be recycled by the system and converted into gold coins of equal value and distributed to the player's account. Players are requested to pay attention to the exchange time limit and do not miss it. Oh wow, Lu Shi's eyes lit up. This was the real benefit for novices. She was wondering why this game was so simple that it didn't even provide any benefit tasks for novices. Now that she thinks about it, it's a good thing that this challenge task didn't pop up on the first day. After all, it was her first day and many functions on the farm hadn't been unlocked, so the task would probably be difficult to complete. Now, apart from anything else, Lu Shi's basic functions have been unlocked in full. The workbenches, warehouses, and various facilities in the yard have all been simply repaired and can support Lu Shi in doing most of the work. If he wants to upgrade again, he can only obtain the intermediate maintenance drawings. And the most humane thing about this challenge task is that it will not start until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. If it started today, Lu Shi would have to stay up late to complete the task. Putting the activity tasks aside, Lu Shi opened the lottery function again to check. The lottery function that she had been looking forward to for a long time was finally opened. There are two types of lotteries. One is the ordinary currency lottery and the other is the elemental stone lottery. Lu Shi only unlocked the ordinary lottery, so the latter is still locked and cannot be viewed. Lu Shi could only look at the first lottery page, which was no different from the lottery function in most games. A circular turntable with grids of different colors is located in the middle of the page. On the left and right sides below are single darts and bundles of darts. Single draw and 10 consecutive draws. Darts can be purchased using different currencies. For example, copper coins can be used to purchase copper darts, each costing 1,000 copper coins. Silver coins can be used to purchase silver darts, each costing 10 silver coins. Gold coins can be used to purchase gold darts, each costing 1 gold coin. The items in the lottery pool are of course different. Copper darts can draw items such as several bags of seeds, several bags of ordinary monster feed, several bags of fertilizer, a pile of wood, a pile of ore, a pile of clothing materials, a pile of ingredients, etc. If you are lucky, you can draw items in the silver darts. Silver darts can draw low-level toolkit, catnip, ordinary monster breeding shed, seed gift pack, special ore pack, special wood pack, special clothing material pack, low-level monster feed, hunting toolkit, etc. If you are lucky, you can also draw items in the gold darts. The golden dart can draw advanced toolkit, golden catnip, low-level monster breeding shed, a set of self-selected clothing ordinary, self-selected attribute prop pack, etc. If you are lucky, you're lucky. After all, this prize pool is the pinnacle. The best luck means that the things you draw are more valuable and you will not lose money. As for the prize pool of copper darts, a few bags of seeds depends on what kind of seeds they are and how many bags there are. For example, the cheapest cassava seeds are only 100 copper coins per bag. Even if you give 10 bags, it is only exactly 1,000 copper coins, which is not a loss at most. But how is it possible to get 10 bags of seeds every time? Lu Shi read the introduction and knew that it was basically between 3 bags of seeds and 10 bags of seeds, and would not exceed this number. The more expensive the seeds, the lower the probability of getting a large number. As for the wood and ores, they were basically just materials that required money to buy. However, Lu Shi had to increase the amount of materials himself to unlock further materials, so the items in the lottery were really useless. The only advantage is that there is a chance of winning an item from the previous lottery pool. As long as you can draw 1 out of 10 draws, it is not a loss. But this lottery doesn't even give a hint of the probability, so who knows whether you can win. Thinking of this, Lu Shi suddenly remembered that he still had 10 levels of rewards to claim. He guessed that it might be related to the lottery function, so he quickly clicked to check and claim it. Level 10. Gold dart times 1, silver dart times 5, bronze dart times 10. Sure enough, Lu Shi's guess was correct. The game system generously gave out lottery props from 3 prize pools, but only the copper darts were enough for 10 consecutive draws. Lu Shi immediately. No, she didn't. She decided to wait until tomorrow to find Old Lady Fafulin and get some blessed holy water to see if she could get another good luck effect, and then come back to draw the lottery. Rubbing her hands in anticipation, Lu Shi looked at the mall interface. When it was first unlocked, she went in to take a look. The clothes, props, and furniture sold there were all very expensive, which was beyond her ability to afford. If you click on it again, a line of red fonts will come into view, bringing a strong stimulation that can shock your heart. Special discount products 0. 1% off a Rollert family dress set. This is a dress full of ancient aristocratic atmosphere with the noble Rollert family logo sewn on it. It is a set of clothes that only Rollert family members can wear. Wearing it, you can join any noble dinner and become their guest of honor. Price: 100 gold coins, limited to 1 month, 10% off a luxury furniture set, including a bed, bedside table, wardrobe, dressing table, carpet, coffee table, and sofa. Price: 393 gold coins, limited to 1 month. The bright red words special discount were deeply imprinted in Lu Shi's pupils. Various items with 10%, 20%, 30% discount, and even 0.1% discount appeared in the most conspicuous position of them all. Because I have never purchased items in the mall, The game system thinks I am a poor guy and deliberately opened a backdoor to sell me a bunch of discounted items, right? Lu Shi was extremely angry and placed an order to buy. When writing about experience points before, after level 5, they were always approximate numbers, meaning I feel like this should be enough to level up, so let's level up. Then I suddenly realized that I also had to fill in the personal profile panel, which had the experience points for leveling up. I immediately got up, looked through the records, and started calculating. It took a long time to calculate. It's so cheap, hurry up and buy it. If you don't buy it, you will be sorry for your wallet. So when Lu Shi came to her senses, her account balance had shrunk significantly, leaving only a small half. And in her system backpack, there were a bunch of useful and useless things. Lu Shi looked at himself with heartache as he saw that he only had 3-digit gold coins left. With trembling hands, he searched for the refund function in the mall. But of course there was no such function. She could only comfort herself by looking at the items in her backpack. If they were exchanged for the original price, she would definitely not be able to buy these things without tens of thousands of gold coins. It was a good deal. No loss, no loss. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua didn't know about these things. They just found that there were a lot more things in Lu Shi's system backpack, so the two cubs started to study them in whispers. The two of them took out and put back all kinds of things in the system backpack. Because they were illiterate and could not read the system introduction, they could only take out the items and look at them with their own eyes to roughly know what they were. There are some that are really hard to recognize or take out various system gift packs, which cannot leave the system backpack until the items are selected or opened. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua came up to Lu Shi and asked him what the thing was. Being interrupted by the two cubs, the heartache of losing money was suppressed. Lu Shi regained his spirit and looked at the last reward. In the original seed store, Lu Shi could only buy 10 of each type of seed every day, and he didn't know how much the quantity had increased this time. If Lu Shi wanted to see these, he could only go to Mrs. Millie's house. He happened to pass by there on his way home, so Lu Shi walked over with his two cubs and a swagger. Mrs. Millie was watering the flowers in front of the flower stand in her yard, but the little girl Ling had gone somewhere and was not at home. When she saw Lu Shi, Mrs. Millie was the first to greet her. "Good evening, Miss Lucy." "Good evening." Lu Shi replied, flattered. Every morning when she came to see Mrs. Millie, she never saw Mrs. Millie at home. It felt different every time she met her. Before Lu Shi could ask about the seed store, Mrs. Millie spoke again. "I heard from Ling that the bag of flower seeds she wanted to give me as a birthday gift was picked for her by you, Miss Lucy, in the east of the night forest. I'm really sorry to bother you with this matter," Mrs. Millie said with a melancholy expression, her pupils full of worry. "To the east of the dark night forest is the misty rain forest, where there is not only fog and rain, but also many dangerous monsters." Lu Shi was about to cry, and understood this word for the first time. She wanted to comfort Mrs. Millie, but she found that she didn't know what to say. Well, no, I went there only after I was fully prepared. And the flower seeds are located at the edge, so they're not too dangerous." "You are such a good person, Miss Lucy." After listening to Lu Shi's explanation, Mrs. Millie suddenly smiled, and her smile directly covered the flowers blooming around her. Lu Shi stared with his eyes wide open. "Then, Miss Lucy, I will give you a gift as well, as a return gift from Ling and my child. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking all common seeds in the seed store. The daily purchase limit is 100. Lu Shi almost choked himself, looked at the system notification, and then looked at Madame Millie. Thank you. The sound is erratic. How could an NPC give system permissions as a gift to others? Or was this scene originally set up in the game system? As long as you complete the little girling's task, you can unlock all the seeds in the seed store? No, that's not right. This game system is so tricky. If you want to unlock the rights to all the seeds, you have to complete at least 10 side quests and level up a dozen times. To be honest, the task of the little girl Ling is not difficult at all. In Lu Shi's opinion, it is at most a clue to unlocking the Misty Rainforest map. After all, he only needed to collect one kind of flower, and it was so close to the entrance to the Misty Rainforest. Lu Shi didn't even need to be fully armed and run there and back in the rain. It would be completed within 10 minutes, and at most he would lose more than 10 points of physical strength. The result was that after completing this task, all the seeds in the seed store were unlocked directly. Lu Shi was completely shocked. Mrs. Millie seemed unaware of Lu Shi's loss of composure. She just looked at Lu Shi with a gentle smile on her face. Lu Shi was still confused until she got home. The surprise came too suddenly. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo ran to the farmland immediately and harvested all the vegetables that could be harvested, and then argued about which crop seeds to plant first. So many new seeds were unlocked that they didn't know what to plant first, and their backpacks were filled with dozens of extra seeds. Listening to the constant sounds of woo-ah and ong-woo behind him, Lu Shi had become accustomed to it and continued to do his own thing. First, put away the cooked dishes in the kitchen, then prepare dinner manually. While the dishes are cooking, collect the output from the monster breeding shed and feed the monsters. There was also some catnip that had not been put out all day, so Lu Shi put it in the same corner. Afraid that the orange cat would have to wait a whole day again when it came back, Lu Shi did not put out the catnip during the day, but waited until he got home before taking out the catnip. The wall was repaired by Lu Shi, raising it from the original height of more than 1 meter to 1.5 meters. It no longer looked as shabby as before, as if it would collapse at any time. Meow, when the orange cat was attracted by the catnip, Lu Shi had already prepared dinner and was about to eat. At the beginning, because there was no furniture, the person and their 2 pets sat on the ground in the yard and ate outdoors. Later, furniture was gradually provided, and we got used to eating outside. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the night sky is vast. How can it not be more pleasant than eating in a cramped room? Not to mention the cool breeze between summer and autumn that makes people feel refreshed. The orange cat jumped down from the wall lightly. The added half-meter height had no effect on it. Just as it was about to walk towards the catnip, another smell coming from the wind made it stop. Looking up, I saw Lu Shi, Xiao Yuan, and Zhuozhuo, each holding a bowl, which grew from small to large, and 3 pairs of eyes were looking at it. Even though the orange cat has seen many scenes, it has never seen such a scene. Lu Shi also noticed the appeal of the food he made to the orange cat, so he waved at the orange cat, "Come over and eat together?" The meals she cooked every day were very large in portion and were nothing to a kitten. The orange cat looked at the catnip, then looked at Lu Shi, who was waving at him. A conflicted look appeared on his face, but he finally trotted towards Lu Shi. "Catnip is right here, and it can't run away, so go get some delicious food first." Rubbing against Lu Shi and letting him touch it obediently, the orange cat finally got a new small bowl. The bowl has a shallow mouth and wide edges, so the cat can bury its entire face in it without getting it dirty. This was a set of supplies that Lu Shi had specially prepared for Xiao Yuan. Later on, he discovered that Xiao Yuan was more suited to using a basin. Adding rice to this small bowl would tire Lu Shi out. As for Zhuozhuo, what it uses should not be called a basin, it is a bucket. Every time it eats from buckets, and can eat the amount of food for dozens of people in one meal. Lu Shi couldn't help but cover her heart when she saw how it ate. If it weren't for the farmland with a game system that could plant and harvest quickly, she wouldn't be able to feed Zhuozhuo at all. Zhuozhuo was also very well behaved. When it was traveling with Lu Shi, it never complained that it was not full. It always ate as much as Lu Shi fed it. After arriving at the farm, Lu Shi intentionally fed Zhuozhuo more food, but the more he fed her, the more she ate, like a bottomless pit. But even though he fed her like this every day, Lu Shi never heard Zhuozhuo say that she was full. If it were an ordinary family, they would go bankrupt after feeding him a few meals. It's funny to say, when Lu Shi was traveling with the dragon hunting mercenaries, he didn't cook as much as he does now. Now Lu Shi is already a top who is proficient in big pot meals. She can cook for hundreds of people in one meal. Of course, this is also thanks to the game system's kitchen. When cooking in the game system's kitchen, there is no such thing as burnt or half-cooked. Therefore, Lu Shi can prepare meals one pot after another without worrying about problems such as the heat. She, alone, learned to cook on an assembly line. It's all tears if I talk too much. The orange cat's eating manners were very elegant, but what was inconsistent was its eating speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shi had almost finished the bowl of rice. The orange cat licked its paws gracefully, then wiped its face. It looked at Lu Shi with an adorable expression, and the intention of asking for more rice was clearly written in its eyes. A bad premonition appeared in his heart, but it was ultimately defeated by the meow of the orange cat, and Lu Shi once again became a food-adding machine. After dinner, Lu Shi felt his arms were numb. The orange cat stretched lazily on the spot, rubbed around Lu Shi's legs a few times, then turned around and walked in the direction it came from. When preparing to leave, the orange cat realized that he seemed to have forgotten his original purpose, and his body suddenly froze. So, under a few pairs of curious eyes, the orange cat turned a corner very naturally and passed by the catnip placed on the ground. Lu Shi was just about to see how the orange cat ate catnip, but in the blink of an eye, the catnip disappeared. The scene was extremely familiar. She had witnessed it dozens of times just now. The orange cat had already jumped down from the wall and disappeared. Lu Shi then withdrew his gaze. Although it looked no different from the cats on Earth, it turned out that cats in another world could not be that simple. Cleaned up the mess. Actually, there was no need to clean up much. Ever since I discovered that the tools in the game system have special effects, things like washing dishes and cleaning up are no longer a problem. For example, if there is garbage on the ground, take out the broom tool provided by the system and just sweep it, and the garbage will be cleared away. Another example is if there is a sink full of dirty dishes, take out the rag provided by the system and wipe it gently, and it will not only be cleaned directly, but also automatically stacked next to the sink. If it weren't for the support of the gaming system, it would take Lu Shi an hour or two just to wash the pots and dishes. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua harvested another wave of crops from the farmland before going to bed, while Lu Shi sorted out all the things he had splurged on at the mall. The dozen or so pieces of furniture I bought were all rearranged and placed, and the originally fresh and simple style room suddenly became a room with aristocratic and luxurious style. A luxurious big bed that can sleep 3 people was placed in the room, directly occupying half of the room. Lu Shi pondered for a long time and finally decided to put the big bed on the second floor. In addition to the sewing machine room, the second floor is a whole big room, which is just enough to accommodate these new furniture and save the second floor from being empty. The first floor was restored to its original state, and the newly bought clothes were placed in the closet, so as not to take up space in the system backpack. These sets of clothes are extremely gorgeous and beautiful. Even without the bonus of the so-called proof of nobility, their exquisiteness itself is enough to make Lu Shi pay for them. Unfortunately, these clothes are not suitable for daily wear as they greatly affect movement. Most of the clothes Lu Shi is wearing now are those she bought in the human town before. After all, she hasn't unlocked the blueprints for making several pieces of clothes. After waking up from a nap on the newly decorated big bed on the second floor, Lu Shi was still a little uncomfortable when he opened his eyes. The pink bed curtains replaced the ceiling that was visible before, and the 2 cubs' heads that could be seen every morning were not visible to Lu Shi because the bed was too big and they could not stick their heads through. Turning his head to look at the 2 cubs beside the bed, whose necks were almost stretched as long as giraffes, Lu Shi couldn't help but burst out laughing. The most well-behaved thing about Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua is that no matter how much they want to get close to Lu Shi, they will not climb onto Lu Shi's bed. Instead, they will avoid dirtying Lu Shi's things. Well, let's go back to the first floor and sleep tomorrow. Lu Shi rubbed the head of a cub with one hand, feeling happy. Although the big bed is good, how can it compare to 2 well-behaved cubs? The bathroom is on the first floor. One of the things Lu Shi bought at the mall yesterday was the appearance of the bathroom. Even though he had seen it once last night, Lu Shi still found it very novel. Not only had the space expanded more than double, the wash basin had been replaced with a wide countertop, and although the toilet was not made of jade, the material should not be much different. The most exaggerated thing was the bathtub. It was so big that he could completely soak himself in it, so it was no different from swimming for Lu Shi. This was the first time that Lu Shi enjoyed taking a bath so much. He would soak for half an hour before going to bed every day, and his body felt much more relaxed, although it was all psychological. After washing up, Lu Shi walked out of the house and clicked on the activity page of the game system. Daily challenges for novice farmers. Day 1, opening time, 6 a.m. every day, open today. Challenge task, sign in and punch in. You have just arrived at the farm, so you should build good relationships with the residents on the farm. Please say hello to 10 residents on the farm before 9 o'clock in the morning. Task reward, 10 challenge coins, 100 experience points. System notification. After completing the current challenge task, you can start the next challenge task. If you fail to complete the task, you can also start the next challenge task after the time limit is reached. System notification. The deadline for the daily challenge task is 6 a.m. the next day. If the challenge task is not completed after the deadline, the task will not be retained and will be refreshed as the next day's task. Activity shop, primary. Premium white bread ×1 priced at 1 challenge gold coin. Premium red wine ×1 priced at 1 challenge gold coin. Catnip ×1 priced at 1 challenge gold coin. Advanced toolkit ×1 priced at 1 challenge gold coin. Advanced hunting toolkit ×1 priced at 1 challenge gold coin. The cheap and rich activity store instantly caught Lu Shi's attention. Looking at the items and props inside, Lu Shi couldn't help swallowing. Why are you still eating breakfast? It's time to finish the task. Writing is really a wonderful thing. The fragmentary details of my original story setting originally had a sequence. But as I write, I find that the original order is not suitable, and then I will naturally disrupt the details and plot that I had thought of before and rearrange the order and write them out. Then, I actually have a plot that I want to write now, but I haven't found the opportunity to write it, and it doesn't connect with the current plot. At most, the food is a little simpler, just cook porridge in a big pot, and pair it with some pickled vegetables and fried snacks that have been prepared in advance. The breakfast is still quite rich, and does not take up much time. While the porridge was cooking, Lu Shi quickly cleaned up everything in the house that needed to be cleaned, such as daily sign-ins and new player login rewards. Today is the 6th day for new members to log in, and also the 6th day for Lu Shi to come to the farm. The daily sign-in gave me a bottle of ordinary red wine, which is a good thing that can restore 50 energy points. A slightly better effect is fine red wine, which can restore 100 energy points, and also has the special effect of immunity to negative states for 1 hour, just like fine white bread. Currently, Lu Shi has only been seen in the lottery function and the new challenge activities. Other ways to obtain it are unknown, and it is not sold in the mall. As for ordinary red wine, the mall limits purchases to 3 bottles per week. It's a game system. The items that restore energy are strictly controlled. When Lu Shi logged in as a new user, he was given a large bed. There was no room left in the room to put the bed, so Lu Shi could only temporarily put it in the system warehouse. After the side room on the first floor was opened, he should be able to put it down. After finishing breakfast in a hurry, it was only 6:40. Xiao Yuan was left at home to grow vegetables, and Lu Shi ran out of the house with Zhuozhuo's huge and conspicuous bag. The first stop was the nearest house of Roam. Good news, Roam was in the yard, saving Lu Shi the time of running to the backyard to find him. Good morning, Roam. Lu Shi shouted loudly as soon as he reached the gate of the yard. Roam looked up in surprise, unable to conceal his shock, but when he saw Lu Shi, his face quickly returned to a bright and generous smile. Oh, it's Miss Lucy. Good morning. It's rare to see you so energetic. Lu Shi looked at the daily challenge task. Very good. The task completion rate has changed from 0/10 to 1/10. The meaning of this greeting is really a literal greeting. Okay, goodbye, Roam. Lu Shi came quickly and left quickly. After confirming that the task was completed, he immediately ran to the second house. Old Lady Faflin was sweeping the yard. Perhaps because autumn was approaching, some leaves had begun to fall and were scattered on the ground. Good morning, Grandma Fafulin. Lu Shi rushed in trotting, with a red baby dragon flying low behind him. Every time Zhuozhuo flew, the flapping of its wings would cause strong winds. After being scolded by Xiao Yuan several times, it learned to glide, which means taking off once to gain leverage, and then slowly floating in the air. Just running around with Lu Shi, Zhuozhua gradually discovered the fun of it and started to try more flying skills. Haha, good morning, Miss Lucy. Why are you so anxious? Some things don't need to be rushed. It's better to take your time. Old Mrs. Favlin responded to Lu Shi's greeting with a smile. She didn't care at all about the loud noise made by the leaves falling to the ground, and the pile of leaves she had just swept were blue all over the ground again. Well, okay. Lu Shi nodded in agreement. She was a person who respected the elderly and loved the young. As for whether she would listen or not, she would talk about it later. Is Della here? Lu Shi would not miss the opportunity to achieve two goals at once. In the house, old Mrs. Favlin nodded with a smile, then lowered her head and continued to sweep the floor. Lu Shi strode into the church and was about to walk towards the library when he found Della sitting on the chairs in the first row of the church. With her head slightly lowered, eyes closed, and hands clenched, she seemed to be praying. Golden sunlight poured down from the skylight in the middle of the church and fell on Della. Lu Shi was speechless for a moment, and looking at Della's appearance, he was unable to open his mouth. Ms. Lucy, good morning. Are you here to chat with God as well? Della noticed Lu Shi's presence, opened her eyes, and looked at Lu Shi with a faint smile.
Good morning, Della. Sha?
Lu Shi answered subconsciously, and then noticed the words Della chose. He doesn't always like to hear prayer. Della chuckled, if you can, Miss Lucy, you should also try to chat with God. Lu Shi glanced at the empty platform and finally chose to pray and took 20 of the 4 materials. After all, she had come here and she couldn't make her trip in vain. I'll remember to come and chat next time. Lu Shi collected the materials on the ground, looked at the task completion rate, 3/10, and waved to Della. I will definitely do it next time. As for this time, forget it. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. When passing by the yard, Lu Shi glanced at the fountain in the middle and suddenly thought of holy water, so he quickly took out a cup and drank it all. System notification. Players drink holy water and gain the true words effect of God's blessing. The duration is unknown. Mantra. Please remember to fulfill the promises you have made.
Huh?
Lu Shi was confused. What did unknown duration mean? And what about the so-called truth effect? What kind of promise was fulfilled? Lu Shi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the conversation between her and Della just now. In fact, she didn't mean to chat with God. That sentence was just an excuse. After all, she really didn't believe in God. What is this mantra effect? Could it be that God is reminding her that she must do what she said next time? But Lu Shi's definitely next time clearly meant maybe not next time. Resisting the urge to rush in and find God to ask for clarification, Lu Shi ran to the next house, which was the home of Mare, a magical pet. Passing through a bunch of wooden houses of different heights, Lu Shi walked into the yard, where Mare was mixing feed to be fed to the magical pet. Lu Shi discovered that Mare seemed to be preparing food for the monsters he raised all day long and had no free time at all. Maybe when Lu Shi came over in the middle of the night, Mayal would still be preparing his monster feed. Good morning, Mare. Lu Shi greeted loudly. There is no way more direct than shouting at excessive decibels. Good morning, Miss Lucy. Mare raised his head from his busy work and saw Zhuozhua behind Lu Shi at a glance. Zhuozhua was trying to fly upside down, but the effect was not very good. Every time he was about to turn over, he would fall down. He could only flip back quickly to keep himself in the air without falling. What a lively pet. You've taken good care of it, Miss Lucy.
Mayor sincerely.
When Lu Shi turned around, he saw Zhuozhua, who seemed to have turned on a spinning special effect. His eyelids twitched several times. Finally, he decided to pretend he didn't see it and turned his head back. Mission completion, 4 out of 10. Lu Shi was about to say goodbye and go to the next house, but Mare suddenly spoke up and stopped Lu Shi. Oh, by the way, Miss Lucy, I have some things here that are very suitable for feeding magical pets. I'll give them to you. Mare walked into the house and soon came out with 2 wooden boxes. He placed the things in front of Lu Shi and said, "This is elemental powder made from special plants. It can replenish elemental energy. Growing monsters need to replenish enough elemental energy to grow healthily. Ordinary food, no matter how much it eats, is unlikely to provide enough elemental energy.
Huh?
She was stunned. Looking at Mare, she could feel that this was not the setting of the game system. Because the game system is based on the original Farm Days game, a weird product that appeared after assimilating into the alien world. In any case, the game system will follow the original casual farm framework. If Mare took out low-level monster feed, Shi would not be surprised, but what he took out was elemental powder, an item that the system did not have, which made her suspicious. "Thank you." Shi thanked him solemnly and walked to the hunter Anos's house with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Unfortunately, she met her first target but failed. Anos was not at home. Maybe he was out hunting or doing something else. It was impossible for Shi to wait for Anos to come back here, so he trotted to the restaurant. There were 2 farm residents here, so he could complete 2 progresses. "Good morning, Kailina." Shi waved happily, still with a loud voice from a distance. Kailina, who was standing at the door, as if waiting for guests, showed a hint of doubt in her eyes. She waited until Shi arrived before responding to Shi. "Good morning, Miss Lucy." "Miss Lucy, the wild rice porridge you made is really great. The guests like it very much. Maybe you can make more dishes." Kailina smiled slightly. "Guests? Where did the guests come from?" Shi looked at the empty restaurant inside and outside, and did not refute Kailina's words. He answered casually, "I am also trying more recipes, but they all failed." "Ms. Shi, are the dishes made based on wild rice?" Kailina suddenly asked. Shi was startled. After being reminded like this, some ideas flashed through his mind. He shook his head and said, "No, I tried various ingredients. Why not try wild rice? This is a new ingredient discovered by you, Miss Lucy. There aren't many recipes for it yet," Kailina said with a smile, clearly expressing the thoughts that flashed through Shi's mind. Those who are involved are confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly. Perhaps this is the case. After Shi made wild rice porridge, he subconsciously ignored other aspects of wild rice and completely forgot that there were still many ways to cook wild rice that had not been discovered. "I understand. Thank you." Shi's eyes lit up, and a series of recipes appeared in her mind. If she doesn't make some rice, lean meat porridge, fried popcorn, rice cakes, rice crackers, rice skins, steamed pork with rice flour, etc., she would be letting down the more than 20 years she lived in her previous life. "Good morning, Luo Meng." Shi ran to the kitchen happily. Chef Roman was still busy as always, and no one knew who was going to eat all the dishes he made. "Good morning, Miss Lucy." Roman is a middle-aged man who doesn't talk much. He is much taller than the tailor Daiwu, but his personality is completely opposite, dull and not good at speaking. "The wild rice porridge you made is very good." Unexpectedly, Luo Meng took the initiative to speak to Shi. "But they are more suitable for ordinary people and can feed more people." Shi was slightly stunned, not knowing what this NPC resident was going to say to him. It sounded like he was concerned about the country and the people. "Perhaps you can find more edible food that is affordable for ordinary people." Luo Meng looked at Shi with a melancholy expression, as if he felt sad for the countless ordinary humans who could not afford food. "No, you wouldn't do that." Shi opened his mouth and coughed dryly. "Ahem, well, okay, I will. Anyway, just be perfunctory for now." System notification. The player has triggered the true word effect. Bridge bean sack. Shi's pupils suddenly widened. Luo Meng smiled and said, "I believe in you, Miss Lucy." Then Luo Meng thought for a while and said, "I can't help you with anything. So I'll just give you these recipes." System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking all basic recipes in the kitchen. Shi left the restaurant in a daze. The challenge mission progress, 6 out of 10, seemed to have lost something but also seemed to have gained something. The next family was Mrs. Millie, who also had 2 people, and then went to the carpenter Kent's house, and the 10 people were complete. But it was not as simple as Shi thought. She forgot that Mrs. Millie was not at home every morning, and the little girl Ling was not at home either. Standing in the flower shop, Shi looked at him blankly. "You guys open a shop, but the owner didn't stay at home. Aren't you afraid of losing things?" Then I ran to Kent's house. Fortunately, Kent and his son Peter were at home. "Good morning, Kent." "Good morning, Miss Lucy." Kent seemed very kind and successfully completed Lucy's 7 out of 10 game progress. Lucy turned to look at Peter again. Early in the morning, Peter started fiddling with his small harp instrument, and next to it was a music box that Lucy was very familiar with. Lucy took a deep breath. Facing Peter, who was giving her a headache, she decided to make a quick decision. "Good morning, Peter. If you don't respond to me, I will take the music box away." Not even a single punctuation mark was used. When Peter heard Lucy's words, he looked up at Lucy, reached out, and pressed the music box, looking very reluctant. "Good morning, Miss Lucy." Lucy smiled as she watched the task progress become 8 out of 10, not minding Peter's sour face at all. She was about to turn around and leave in a happy mood, but Peter spoke. "I have collected a lot of music. If you have time, Miss Lucy, you should take a look at it." Peter's voice was full of resentment. He had worked hard to collect voices for several days, but Lucy hadn't even clicked on any of them. She didn't care at all. Lucy felt guilty when she heard this. She had so many side quests to do every day. How could she have time to pay attention to the progress of each side quest? I secretly opened the system music box page and took a look. There were 23 new music materials. Wow, it's only been a few days and they've worked so hard. Yes, I will read it and listen to it all. When I have time, I will collect the information with you and complete Mr. Sirius's task together. Lucy nodded repeatedly, ready to brush the matter off. System notification. The player has triggered the true word effect. Don't trigger anything. Lucy shouted silently. Peter's complexion looked much better, but Lucy's complexion turned completely gloomy. It's over. She can't talk nonsense anymore. What does God mean? Passing by Dorage, who was fishing, Lucy completed the task progress, September 10th. For the last task target, between the craftsman Wu He and the tailor Dai Wu, Lucy chose Wu He. "Good morning, Wu He." Lucy walked into the yard with a smile. Wu He was not forging iron in the forge, nor was he fiddling with small props at his workbench. Instead, he was in front of the carriage frame in the yard, doing something unknown. After raising his eyelids to glance at Lucy, who was smiling, Wu He lowered his head again and continued doing his own thing. When Lucy thought he would ignore her, Wu He's cold voice rang out. "Good morning." System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge task system prompt. Good relationships are conducive to the harmony of the farm. I believe that players have initially understood this through this morning's greetings. Please maintain this state in the days to come. Lucy ignored the system prompts that were full of nonsense and looked at Wu He. Perhaps it was because of his rare cooperation that Lucy also had the idea of having a conversation. "What are you doing?" Wu He didn't even look up. "The carriage is very complicated. It needs a monster to pull it. But monsters are very dangerous and cannot be controlled by ordinary people. I was wondering if there is a way to make it simpler so that it can run without monsters." Lucy looked around and was a little confused. No wonder she only saw a carriage frame in the yard, but no monster pulling the carriage. In fact, what Wu He said does exist in this different world, and that is elemental instruments. I heard that some elemental instruments for transportation do not need monsters to pull them and can move by themselves. Of course, it is completely different from the cars on Earth. It is an item based on elemental arrays and powered by elemental forces. To give a closer example, the magic carpet in Aladdin's lamp is actually more similar. Lucy had never expected that Wu He was actually thinking about such things. It was very strange. Just like the chef Luo Meng's concern for the country and the people. There were clearly no other people on the farm except the 20 or so residents, and no one knew why they were doing all this. However, Lucy did have a ready-made answer in her mind, and she didn't mind revealing it to Wu He. Of course, it is not certain whether Wu He can understand it. After all, he is an NPC on the farm, not a real human being. Do you know what bicycle means? Lucy smiled slightly. Wu He finally raised his head and looked at Lucy. "What is a bicycle? A self-driving car?" Wu He analyzed the name and pondered. A bicycle is a vehicle with two wheels, one in front and one in the back, fixed with a frame. There is a seat in the middle where people can sit and pedals below. The rear wheel is connected to the middle with a chain. As long as you apply force to the middle, you can drive the rear wheel to turn. Lu Shi's description was very trivial. After all, she was not a professional and could only rely on her own memory. She explained to Wu He the shape of the bicycle and the structural relationships in her memory as detailed as possible. As for whether Wu He could understand it, that was none of her business. She couldn't just make a bicycle herself and show it to Wu He. Lu Shi glanced at the time. For the first challenge task, he didn't need to do anything other than saying hello. Just a few words would be enough. The entire task took just over an hour, and most of the time was wasted on the road, running around. It is just before 8 in the morning, and there are another 3 hours left before 11 o'clock. Lu Shi seemed to have grasped some of the rules of the challenge mission. Without further ado, Lu Shi immediately ran home. In order to save some time on the journey, she even took a ride with Zhuozhua. Xiao Yuan was busy working in the fields at home. Lu Shi came over and stopped Xiao Yuan, asking her to do it herself. Challenge task requires the planting of 10 kinds of crops, and there is no restriction on specific types. As long as you have all 10, you will be fine. However, there is a requirement that each crop must be planted with 10 bags of seeds. Lu Shi could simply choose 10 crops with the shortest planting time, and then wait for them to mature before planting another one. In this way, even if the amount of farmland she had reclaimed at home was not enough, it would be enough to complete the challenge task within 3 hours. But Lu Shi has a better idea. She asked Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua to carry tools and clear half of the remaining space in the yard, and then opened up dozens of farmlands on the vacant land, making a total of 100 farmlands. There are 10 seeds in a bag, which occupy at least one piece of farmland. It takes 10 pieces of farmland to complete a mission objective. So Lu Shi directly opened up 100 pieces of farmland and completed 10 planting goals in one go. When the last crop was planted, the word harvestable would appear above the top of the first crop. After all, Lu Shi only chose crops that could mature quickly. From planting to harvesting, the longest wait was only 20 minutes. With Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua helping with other things, Lu Shi only needed to grow vegetables, so he was naturally quick enough. A little over half an hour later, challenge task was shown as completed. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, planting and harvesting, and receiving the mission reward 20 challenge coins, 200 experience points. System tips. Hard work is a virtue that a player should have. Although you rely on the help of external objects, this is also part of the player's strength. However, in the future, please do not indulge in relying on external objects and slack off. Isn't it just asking Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua to help do a few odd jobs? Lu Shi was speechless when he saw the system prompt. This system prompt has a lot of nonsense. Challenge mission selling goods. The farm has a lot of supplies. You must have gained a lot of items after being on the farm for such a long time. Please sell 100 items through the transfer box before noon. Task reward. 30 challenge coins, 300 experience points. The moment he saw the mission clearly, Lu Shi almost spit out saliva. What? 100 items? Not 100 items, but 100 kinds? I knew that the challenge mission couldn't be that easy. Lu Shi took a deep breath. Challenge. How can it be called a challenge if the task is not difficult? But this is not a big problem. Lu Shi looked at his system backpack and the various materials in the warehouse. He thought that if he put them together, he could at least get 100. There were 36 kinds of crops planted and harvested by Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua alone. Together with the various materials collected from the dark forest and the ores from the underground mines, the total number was 50. Lu Shi used the transfer box to start dragging the items in the system backpack into the box one by one. Speaking of the teleportation box, Lu Shi seldom uses this thing and doesn't know much about it. After all, the money in her pocket is enough for the time being, and she is not in a hurry to make money using the game system. Most of the materials were left in the system warehouse and system backpack in case of emergency. Transfer box was originally unlocked because of Kailina from the restaurant. Kailina said that the delivery box could be used to purchase meals made by Lu Shi or even unprocessed ingredients. However, because the food had a physical strength-boosting effect, Lu Shi stored a lot of it in his backpack, and he never sold any of it, which wasted Karina's expectations. Now, looking at the meaning of the challenge task, it is clear that other things besides food can also be sold through the transfer box. Is Kailina's restaurant so miscellaneous? Lu Shi was puzzled. When faced with a pop-up window, "Are you sure you want to sell the item, steel stone ×1?" he chose to confirm. The restaurant collects fine steel stones, but perhaps they are not used for cooking. Or was it that the teleporter box was connected to other places besides the restaurant? Lu Shi didn't think about it anymore. She only sold one of each item anyway, just to make up the quantity. For the remaining half, Lu Shi started with various tools and clothing that were easy to make. For example, cotton gloves, cotton skirts, cotton slippers. Lu Shi also discovered a more cheating method, which is that clothing production actually has a dyeing function. You just need to go to the grocery store and buy basic dyes to dye your originally white cotton skirt into more than a dozen colors such as red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple, gold, silver, black, and gray. Well, a cotton skirt of one color counts as one item. If the game system did not limit the purchase to only 30 ordinary dyes per day, Lu Shi would be able to collect the required number of challenge tasks just by relying on dyes. Afterwards, Lu Shi turned his attention to the kitchen. Thanks to Chef Luo Meng, Lu Shi can now prepare hundreds of dishes. However, except for a dozen or so simpler recipes that only take a few minutes to prepare, the rest of the dishes will take more than 10 minutes to prepare, and the longest one may even take 3 hours to prepare. The name of this dish is Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Of course, even if Lu Shi wanted to make it, he couldn't, because this dish required dozens of ingredients, and many of them Lu Shi had not yet unlocked. After selling several ready-made dishes in her backpack, Lu Shi started cooking. Rather than using the automatic system, she chose manual preparation, which saved her 1 or 2 minutes for each dish. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and Lu Shi doesn't despise it. Thanks to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua's tireless vegetable planting and harvesting, the amount of food in Lucy's system backpack is full. No matter what dish he makes, there are enough materials and Lucy doesn't need to worry about anything extra. Another hour later, Lu Shi confirmed and submitted the last item for sale, and the system notification of task completion popped up. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, selling goods, and receiving the mission reward 30 challenge coins, 300 experience points. System prompt. The player's backpack has stored enough supplies. Perhaps before paying attention to the types, you can pay more attention to the quantity sold. Please pay attention to the use of the transfer box function. Lu Shi always felt that the system prompts had some other meanings, but he couldn't grasp the clue for the time being, so he had to suppress those thoughts and look at the new challenge task. Challenge task, Beauty of Clothing. As an elegant noble, wearing exquisite clothing accessories is the most common thing. Please make 5 clothing accessories before 1 p.m. and get at least 500 points after matching them. Task reward, 40 challenge coins, 400 experience points. Lu Shi was confused. Rating? What rating? After taking a closer look, he found that there was a small floating window next to challenge task. After clicking it, it was a separate page. There are 6 blank avatars listed from top to bottom on the left, with the names reviewer number 1 to reviewer number 6 displayed on them respectively. In the middle was a 3D character template. Except for the face, all other parts of the body were blank. Lu Shi took a look and found that this template looked exactly like him. The right side is divided into 2 parts. The upper part has 5 grids, which is the clothing accessories bar that Lu Shi is about to make and wear, and the lower part has 2 button options. Synchronize current clothing, submit, and start review. Lu Shi clicked on the first option, and soon the 3D character template in the middle began to change, completely syncing with Lu Shi's current appearance. A green long floral dress with flowing fabric, a sun hat on her head decorated with a beautiful real flower, and a pair of green strappy sandals on her feet. This set of clothes is the one that the tailor Dai Wu gave to Lu Shi when she was doing the novice guidance mission. It doesn't have any special effects, it's just a very simple set of clothes. However, because the quality is very good and it can be packed into the backpack every day, Lucy doesn't even have to wash the clothes. She has quite enjoyed wearing them these days. As for the accessory of the sun hat, it was because the sun was too bright today. Lucy had been busy outside for the whole morning and felt a little sunburned, so he took it out and put it on. Of course, in addition to these 3 items, Lucy also wore cotton gloves on his hands. This tool is quite useful, and its special effect is to reduce physical exertion. At first, Lucy thought it was to reduce the consumption of physical energy. After using it a few times, he found that the real effect was to reduce the body's physical energy consumption. After wearing cotton gloves, work became much easier. For example, if you carry a 10-pound bucket after wearing gloves, it is equivalent to carrying a 7 or 8-pound bucket, which greatly reduces the burden on the body. Therefore, whenever Lucy did any work, he liked to wear cotton gloves. Although it did not reduce the consumption of physical energy, it made the work much easier. Lucy tentatively clicked on Submit and Start Review again. There was no limit on the number of submissions, which made Lucy feel relieved. No limit on the number of submissions meant that she had more opportunities to try. After confirming the submission and starting the review, 6 dialog boxes popped up on the left side of the screen, and then the final review score appeared in the middle of the screen. Reviewer number 1. It is neither fish nor fowl, and has no aesthetic appeal. I give it 11 points. Reviewer number 2. The characters are very beautiful. I like them very much. 80 points. Reviewer number 3. The clothing is of poor quality and the style is weird, but it's still okay. 27 points. Reviewer number 4. The costumes have a unique style, and the charm of the characters adds color to the costumes. 39 points. Reviewer number 5. The hairstyle does not match the clothes, and the gloves are too rough. 16 points. Reviewer number 6. The characters have good temperaments, and the costumes are just embellishments. 63 points. This time the score is 236 points out of 600 system notification. Because the player did not wear the 5 eligible clothing accessories, the score will not be settled for this task. Lucy stared at the game panel in amazement. Isn't this game system a leisure farm? Why is there a rating mechanism for a dress-up game? And rating is for rating. Why is there a review of the lines? The personalities of these reviewers are a bit too distinct. Number 1 is very demanding and gives the lowest score. Number 2 only looks at the face and gives high scores easily. Number 3 is very objective in looking at the pros and cons. Number 4 has a high appreciation ability and is not limited to the clothes themselves. Number 5 pays attention to details. Number 6 is very easy to talk to. Lucy glanced at the time limit, which was still 3 hours. Clothing production usually took a long time, about 10 minutes for 1 piece, and at least an hour for 5 pieces. Moreover, it was not certain that the pieces would pass the scoring. I don't know how many pieces of clothing I need to make. There are only 3 hours, which is a bit too tight. Moreover, Lucy had not unlocked many clothing design drawings, so she had to go to the tailor Daiwu to buy them. However, the styles of the clothing designs that can be purchased are somewhat too simple, and Lucy doesn't think they will pass the reviews after they are made. But she had no other choice but to take it one step at a time and give it a try. The worst that can happen is that you will miss the mission, which is only 40 challenge coins. It's okay. It's a big deal. That's 40 challenge coins. Lucy tried his best to comfort himself. After finding the tailor Daiwu, he didn't say much and directly bought all the hundreds of clothing design drawings that were available. Hundreds of gold coins were gone in an instant. The prices of these clothing design drawings of tailor Daiwu are not all the same. Some of the clothing design drawings of small accessories are only a few hundred copper coins, but there are also several more expensive clothing design drawings that are worth more than a dozen gold coins. Lucy didn't have much time to pick and choose, so she just bought them all. She still had more than 1,000 gold coins in her account, so she could afford it. Although she only had half left this time, it was not a big problem. She could sell the agricultural materials in her backpack for a few hundred gold coins to make back her losses. How can you earn money if you don't spend it? I spent another 40 gold coins to unlock 4 clothing production lists. In the sewing machine room, there are 4 more small sewing machines, just like a mother taking care of 4 children. Lu Shi made 5 pieces of clothing at the same time and started matching them together frantically. But the result was not as good as Lu Shi expected. The best score was only 416. Reviewer number 1. Slightly changed, but still has a lot of room for improvement. 51 points. Reviewer number 2. The characters are very beautiful. I like them very much. 80 points. Reviewer number 3. The clothing is average. The style is acceptable, barely passable. 60 points. Reviewer number 4. The clothing style is very different from the ordinary, and the character's charm enhances the clothing taste. 79 points. Reviewer number 5. The hairstyle is not suitable, the accessories are not reasonable, and more careful matching is needed. 60 points. Reviewer number 6. The character has outstanding temperament and is suitable for better clothing. 86 points. This time the score is 416 points out of 600 system notification. The score this time is 416 points, which does not meet the 500 score requirement for task submission, and the task cannot be settled. The ratings are really changing, but reviewer number 2 is always the same. No matter what Lu Shi wears, he always says, "She is very beautiful." 80 points. Lu Shi was very touched, but she calculated that in order to reach 500 points, at least 6 reviewers would need to score 84 points each. Although reviewer number 2's score of 80 was high, it was still 4 points short of meeting the requirements. The most touching person is reviewer number 6, who is simply an angel. He gave high scores and nice comments. But just one reviewer, number 6, could not save Lu Shi's overall score at all. 2 hours passed, and Lu Shi had tried all the clothing and accessories he could, but the results were still disappointing. Could it be that after she spent more than 600 gold coins, her small treasury was almost depleted, and this challenge mission was bound to fail? She took out the Rollert family dress set that she had previously spent a lot of money to buy in the system mall, put it on directly, and wore 5 patterned hairpins on her head.
Well,
who says 5 hairpins don't count as 5 clothing accessories? The familiar feeling at the beginning of the time travel swept over his whole body. Even though he had realized before crossing over that this would not be an easy task, Lu Shi still took a deep breath. By the way, because this dress was too difficult to wear, Lu Shi ran to the barber shop and found Tom to put it on her. Generally, noble ladies would have 7 or 8 maids to help them dress. Lu Shi couldn't ask Xiao Yuan and Shuozhuo to help, because they didn't even have hands. After thinking about it, on the farm, Tom, who worked in the barber shop, should be the most suitable professional, so Lu Shi came to find Tom with the clothes. Because he felt embarrassed to trouble others, Lu Shi spent more than 10 gold coins to get his hair cut and styled to match his clothes. At 12:45, Lu Shi submitted his review again. A golden light appeared suddenly and unexpectedly. Reviewer number 1. The costumes are exquisite and luxurious, and the characters behave elegantly. 100 points. Reviewer number 2. The costumes are beautiful, but the characters are even more beautiful. I like it very much. 100 points. Reviewer number 3. The costume is made of perfect materials, the style is exquisite and gorgeous, and it complements the character. 100 points. Commentator number 4. The costumes are exquisite and perfectly set off the charm of the characters. 100 points. Reviewer number 5. The hairstyle is very exquisite and the accessories are very well matched. 100 points. Reviewer number 6. The costumes are very nice and the new hairstyle is very beautiful, very suitable for the character. 100 points. This time the score is 600 points out of 600 system notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a full score of 600, which greatly exceeds the requirements for completing the task. After submitting this score, you will receive additional task rewards. Oh no! Lu Shi was shocked. She looked down at the clothes she was wearing. Although they were indeed good, otherwise they would not be worth the original price of 10,000 gold coins, but if she really wanted to find fault, she could still find some shortcomings. However, these reviewers seemed to have received money and gave positive reviews without asking for anything in return. Moreover, it was obvious that the main subjects of her task were the 5 hairpins on her head. It looks so flashy when worn on the head and does not match the overall style at all. I didn't expect that no one pointed it out, and everyone pretended to be blind. Lucy looked up and down, and finally felt that the problem might be with the Rollert family mark on the clothes. Apart from this, she really couldn't find any other points worthy of suspicion. If this was the case, the attitudes of these reviewers were worth pondering. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, the beauty of clothing, and receiving the mission reward 40 challenge coins, 400 experience points. System notification. Because the player completed this challenge with a perfect score that exceeded the system standard, he received an additional task reward and successfully unlocked the Farm Dress Up mini-game function. For details, click on the newly added mini-game page in the event function. System tips. It is a wise choice to rely on external things appropriately, but not all problems can be solved in the same way. Players should probably rely on their own abilities instead of using other means. Lazy cheating is not advisable. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 11. After seeing the notification that the task was completed, Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. If she didn't complete it, she would have no other choice. As for the system prompts, well, it can't help you complete the task, so who cares what it says? After taking a look at the newly popped-up challenge task, Lucy decided to go home and cook first. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Oh, by the way, it seems that I have been upgraded, so I'll collect the level reward first. Level 11 Basic Clothing Material Packs times 3, Intermediate Clothing Material Packs times 3. Materials for making clothes? It looks like they won't be used for the time being. Challenge Mission A Gourmet Feast. Before we know it, it is already lunchtime. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. Please prepare a sumptuous lunch before 4 p.m., including at least 8 dishes, 1 soup, and 1 staple food, to achieve perfection. Task reward. 50 challenge coins, 500 experience points. Lucy complained about the task's copywriting again. Is it already lunchtime? Haha, it's already past. But this task is not bad. It happened that in the morning, Lucy had unlocked all the basic recipes through Chef Luo Meng, so choosing a few suitable dishes was a piece of cake. Even the various materials were perfectly fine. Did they really think that Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua had worked for so long in vain? Compared with the previous challenging tasks, Lucy prepared 14 meals in 2 hours with a little more ease, including 10 dishes, 2 soups, and 2 staple foods. Humph, cooking and such are so easy. This level of difficulty was not a problem for Lucy, who was used to high intensity and fast cooking. However, after cooking, challenge task was not immediately shown as completed, probably because Lucy had to finish the meal before it would count. Lucy took a look at the number, and her hands shook unconsciously. If she was alone, she would be so stuffed that she would die from the meal. After finishing the meal, the system notification for completing challenge task drunk finally arrived. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission Food Feast and receiving the mission reward 50 challenge coins, 500 experience points. System prompt. The player's cooking ability is commendable, but being partial to one subject is not a good habit. The player should still work hard to improve his other abilities and achieve comprehensive and balanced development. Please continue to work hard. Didn't Lucy say that this system prompt looked so much like an old mother? It would comment on everything, and the words it said were always more critical than praising. While cleaning up the dishes, Lucy looked at the new challenge task. Challenge mission A Forest Tour. After eating and drinking, it is the best time to go out and exercise. Please go to the night forest and misty rainforest before 7 p.m. and collect at least 5 types of trees, with the number of each reaching 100. Task reward. 60 challenge coins, 600 experience points. Lucy's pupils trembled. 500 trees in 3 hours. However, after a closer look, Lucy discovered that the number 100 did not refer to the number of trees cut down, but the number of wood dropped from the trees. A tree randomly drops 5 or 6 pieces of wood, so a minimum of 25 trees are needed to meet the requirement. There are 5 types of trees, which means a total of 125 trees. Although 3 hours is not enough time, it can still be completed. But what made Lu Shi feel uneasy was another thing. He had just completed the 6th challenge task, and there were 4 more challenge tasks left. The Night Forest and the Misty Rainforest cannot be entered after 10 o'clock in the evening. If there are 2 more challenge tasks that need to be completed in the Night Forest and the Misty Rainforest, wouldn't it be declared a failure? If you want to avoid this, the best way is to complete the challenge task as soon as possible and save more time for the subsequent challenge tasks. Lu Shi thought about it and realized that the challenge mission would only count if she completed it by herself and she couldn't ask Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo to help her cut down trees. However, there seemed to be no requirement that she couldn't ride a magic pet to cut down trees. After looking at Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, a slightly bizarre idea appeared in Lu Shi's mind. Zhuozhuo, hurry! Lu Shi braved the wind blowing in his face, holding the high-level prop axe in his hand, and commanded Zhuozhuo to fly wildly all the way. Lu Shi used several wooden boards and ropes to make something similar to a swing. 2 ropes were hung on Zhuozhuo's ankles, one on the left and one on the right, and she sat on the swing. Zhuozhuo maintained a flying height of about 3 meters, while Lu Shi held the axe in his hand and kept swinging it. Thanks to the game system's judgment criteria, as long as the props are swung within a certain range from the target, the effect will be produced. So it took Lu Shi less than 10 minutes to fly from one end to the other, and the number of trees he cut down in the process was at least 50, if not 80. Xiao Yuan was responsible for following Lu Shi and Zhuozhuo and putting all the wood on the ground into the backpack. In fact, if Xiao Yuan was a little older, Lu Shi could ride on Xiao Yuan to complete the task of chopping down trees. I heard that an adult silver wolf can be as tall as 5 or 6 meters. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan is still a cub and is only 1 meter tall, so he can hardly carry Lu Shi. It's not that Xiao Yuan can't carry it. Even the weight of 2 Lu's eyes would not be a problem for Xiao Yuan. But Xiao Yuan is too small, and it would be very unstable for Lu Shi to sit on it. He is to curl up his legs, and if he is waving the axe in his hand, it would be easy for him to fall down if he runs. Zhuozhuo was also unable to complete the task with Lu Shi on his back because Zhuozhuo's wings were too big. After spreading his wings and flying, Lu Shi sitting on it was out of the range of chopping down trees. So Lu Shi came up with a unique swing prop. Zhuozhuo flew on it while she sat below and chopped trees. It was very clever. It took another 10 minutes to chop from the other end, and finally enough of the 2 types of wood in the night forest were collected, and there was even a lot of extra. Lu Shi set her sights on the misty rain forest again. Fortunately, she had already prepared all the props, which were all in the system backpack. She could just put them on without having to do anything extra. The terrain of the misty rainforest is quite complex. Fortunately, the mist effect has no effect on Zhuozhuo. He can even walk out easily without Lu Shi's guidance, and the tree cutting is relatively smooth. It took more than half an hour to harvest all 3 types of wood in the misty rainforest, and Lu Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, a forest tour, and receiving the mission reward 60 challenge coins, 600 experience points. System prompt. Appropriate wisdom does help complete the task, and the player's intelligence is impeccable, but perhaps in terms of form, the player can go a step further. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 12. Challenge mission 7. Qualified. There are many carefree and cute monsters living in the forest. They play an irreplaceable and excellent role for humans. Please try to capture 8 types of monsters before 8 o'clock in the evening. Task reward. 70 challenge coins, 700 experience points. As expected, subsequent tasks also need to be completed in the dark forest and misty rainforest. Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. The 8 kinds of monsters happen to be the 8 kinds of monsters in the dark night forest and the misty rainforest. Maybe the game system also knows that these 3 things are dangerous, so it rules out the possibility of raising them. Not having to deal with the 3 poisonous creatures made Lu Shi feel a lot more relaxed. She was extremely nervous every time she saw those 3 poisonous creatures. What makes the challenge even more humane is that only one of each monster is required. In order to complete the task quickly, Lu Shi opened the task store for the challenge task and directly used 5 challenge coins to exchange for 5 advanced trap prop packs. There is no reward without hard work. The reason why 5 were exchanged was because Lu Shi already had 3 in his backpack. There was no need to exchange too many and waste them. The challenge coins he kept could be used to buy better items after the more advanced event stores were opened. Lu Shi chose the most reliable drug trap, which was the most effective. As soon as he set the trap, the prey was hooked. In less than an hour, Lu Shi successfully captured 8 monsters. Although rushing is very time-consuming, there are teleportation platforms in both the misty rainforest and the night forest. In less than 3 seconds, you can reach your destination. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing Challenge Mission 7, Monster, and receiving the mission reward 70 challenge coins, 700 experience points. System tips. Monster breeding is a very important part of the farm. In addition to indulging in cooking, farming, and cutting trees, players should also pay more attention to other things so that they can build a big and strong farm. At 6 o'clock in the evening, challenge task popped up. Challenge mission to dangerous monsters. In the forest, in addition to those safe and harmless monsters, there is also a group of dangerous and terrifying monsters. Please hunt 3 kinds of dangerous monsters before 9 o'clock in the evening. The hunting quantity of each dangerous monster is 10. Task reward: 80 challenge coins, 800 experience points. Lu Shi's hands were shaking. She had tried her best to avoid those things, so why did the challenge mission force her to get close to them? She was required to hunt 10 monsters of each kind, which was simply asking for her life. Between giving up the mission and persisting, Lu Shi finally chose the latter. It's okay to give up the first few challenge tasks, but if you give up the task reward of 80 challenge coins, who will lose out? Gritting his teeth, suppressing the fear and nervousness in his heart about several highly poisonous monsters, Lu Shi took out advanced hunting tools. The difference between ordinary hunting tools and advanced hunting tools lies in the damage value. There are 2 types of attacks, one is normal attack and the other is weak point attack. When facing some monsters with high defense, normal attack requires multiple attacks to achieve the hunting effect. Weak point attack has the effect of killing with one. When using ordinary hunting tools, most hunts can only be completed through weak point attacks, otherwise you have to use ordinary attacks to reduce the enemy's health bit by bit. For example, to hunt a King Kong boar, you don't need many arrows, just about 10 or so arrows to successfully hunt it. A set of common hunting tools comes with 20 arrows. Advanced hunting tools have the effect of weak point attack. A set of 50 arrows can kill with 1 shot. If you use advanced hunting tools to achieve weak point attack, the damage will be increased tenfold. There is no monster that cannot be killed with 1 shot. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission Dangerous Monsters and receiving the mission reward 80 challenge coins, 800 experience points. System prompt. Fear of dangerous things is a kind of human instinct. Only those with strong will can overcome fear and face danger. The player has a strong character and deserves praise. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 13. When Lu Shi put down the bow and arrow, her arm muscles were still trembling. Although it was not difficult to pull the bowstring, she kept her muscles tense for 2 hours. As soon as I relaxed, I almost lost control of all the strength in my body. After taking a look at the system prompt, Lu Shi curled the corner of his mouth and said it quite easily. What's the point of overcoming fear? Does she look like she has overcome her fear? I don't know if it's due to psychological reasons or some other reason, but when Lu Shi approached the range of these 3 poisonous monsters, a feeling of oppression that made it difficult to breathe appeared on Lu Shi. Every time she shot an arrow, it seemed as if a pair of eyes hidden in the dark were staring at her, eerie and terrifying. Those piercing gazes overlapped one after another. If sight could be transformed into physical objects, Lu Shi felt that he might turn into a sieve. But the strangest thing was that Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo did not have the same feeling as Lu Shi. They even looked around several times but could not find the source of the sight that Lu Shi mentioned. Hunting is not a difficult task. It takes less than 2 minutes to kill one monster. Moreover, The territories of the three poisonous monsters are very close to each other. If it were not for Lu Shi's own reasons, she should be able to complete the hunting task in just an hour. However, no matter what, she finally completed the task. Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the 9th challenge task. Challenge Mission Underground Mine. The sky is getting dark, and the night is charming. I heard that there is such a spring in the underground mine. When you are around the spring, you can see things clearly without lighting. Players are requested to go to the underground mine and find out the mystery of the light source of the spring in the underground mine before 11 o'clock in the evening. Task reward: 90 challenge coins, 900 experience points. Huh? Lu Shi read the task again and confirmed that the task was to find out the mystery of the light source of the spring in the underground mine, not the number of mined items x 100 or something. No, this challenge task. Is it so capricious? The previous ones were all time-sensitive and heavy-duty tasks. How come it suddenly became a puzzle task here? The confusing nature of the new challenge task successfully confused Lu Shi, and even the feeling of weakness in his legs and hands dissipated. The deadline for the task was 11 o'clock, but Lu Shi knew that she had to complete it before 10 o'clock. Don't stay outside the farm after 10 o'clock at night. This is the reminder given to Lu Shi by the NPC residents of several farms. The area outside the farm naturally also includes underground mines. Without having time to think about all those trivial and messy things, Lu Shi hurriedly asked Zhuozhuo to take her to the underground mine. At the same time, he took out a mining suit from the depths of his backpack that he had obtained during a previous mission and equipped himself with all the equipment. Just in case, Lu Shi gave Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo each a portion of premium white bread, which would give them immunity to negative states for an hour, thus preventing any problems from arising in the underground mine. The source of premium white bread, in addition to the ones in Lu Shi's backpack, is also available through exchange in the activity store for challenge missions. Lu Shi can renew the status for Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo when necessary. Lu Shi had previously spent 5 challenge coins to exchange for an advanced trap toolkit, and now he still had 355 challenge coins, so it was still okay for a small purchase. Taking out the portable searchlight, safety helmet, and heater, Lu Shi put on the equipment that could be equipped, such as the safety helmet which could be worn directly on the head. Then pick up the props that need to be carried, such as the portable searchlight and the heater. The shape of the portable searchlight is easy to understand, and it is similar to the shape of the element lamp, or in fact it is a replica of the appearance of the element lamp. The heater is very similar to the small electric heater on Earth. It is about half a meter high and can be plugged in to provide heating, and the temperature is quite high. However, the heater provided by the game system does not have a plug or wire. It only has a handle on the top for carrying, making it look like a suitcase. The weight was also unexpectedly light. Lu Shi lifted it easily and effortlessly. Because the system backpack slots are relatively scarce, Lu Shi put some of the less frequently used and smaller props into his own contract package, and then stuffed the contract package into the system backpack. Perfect nesting doll. Normally, a contract package cannot be placed among items of the same effect, but the system backpack does not have this problem at all. This also indirectly shows that the game system is definitely higher in priority than the elemental artifacts from the other world. There are 3 levels in the underground mine. The environment becomes worse as you go down and more negative conditions are caused, so you need to equip more special effects clothing. Fortunately, the spring mentioned in Challenge Task is located on the first floor of the underground mine, and the first floor only has a cold environmental effect. The heater that Lu Shi is carrying is enough to solve this problem. Although they have all eaten premium white bread to maintain their condition, props still need to be prepared in case that condition disappears. Moreover, although there was a mining lamp for lighting on the walls on both sides of the first floor of the underground mine at intervals, the overall light was still very dim, which made Lu Shi, who is used to the bright light outside, very uncomfortable. Apart from its other effects, the brightness of the portable searchlight is still considerable. Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo followed Lu Shi like his left and right bodyguards. Ever since he discovered that the 2 of them could help him when he was doing missions, Lu Shi liked to bring them along more. After entering the first floor of the underground mine, Lu Shi habitually opened the system map and took a look. The last time she came here to do a mission, she met the miner Khufu, who was in the southwest of the underground mine, next to a large underground lake. And that underground lake is actually the destination of Lu Shi's trip because the spring is right in the middle of the underground lake. Or should it be called an underground spring? However, considering the area, Lu Shi felt that it would be more appropriate to call it an underground lake. This time, Lu Shi was surprised but not so surprised that he did not see the character mark of Miner Khufu. Maybe the miners have to go off work at around 8 or 9 in the evening. Without saying much, Lu Shi crawled directly behind Zhuozhuo and let Zhuozhuo carry him and fly over. Compared to the last time, Zhuozhuo has gained a lot of insights into flying techniques and can now fly in narrow terrains such as underground mines very well. Although I hit the wall once because of a small mistake, but it still saves more than half the time compared to Lu Shi traveling by himself. When Lu Shi entered the center of the underground lake, he was instantly attracted by the beautiful scenery. He stared at it for a long time before he was brought back to his senses by the noise made by Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo. When I turned around, I found that Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo had each taken out their tools and were mining on the walls around the underground lake. The view of the underground lake did not affect either of them at all. The location of the underground lake is somewhat like a semicircle dug out of the mountain, and the top looks like a pot lid. However, it is covered tightly to avoid the possibility of moonlight penetrating and illuminating. Below is a lake with irregular edges, occupying 80% of the area, with only a few flat areas around it that can be used as a place to stay. The entrance where Lu Shi is located is the largest landing platform. Opposite the entrance is a steep stone wall. A small spring appears on the stone wall, and the flowing water falls into the underground lake. It is actually this spring alone that supports such a large lake. What attracted Lu Shi was the spring water that flowed like clear moonlight, and the water surface that seemed to emit fluorescent light, like an exquisite gem. Just as the system introduction said, Lu Shi clearly did not see any object that might provide lighting here, but the brightness here was comparable to the night outside. The moon in the other world is also a luminous sphere. Although it is not as bright as during the day, objects at a close distance can still be seen clearly. Lu Shi passed by many times at night. So, why is it that there is no source of light around the spring in the underground mine, but it can still produce this illuminated effect? Lu Shi walked around the platform around the entrance several times, but still couldn't find any clues. The stones here are not like those outside, and some wild grasses and plants growing there also have no ability to emit light. Lu Shi couldn't help but put down what he was holding, squatted at the edge of the underground lake, looked under the water, and tried to study the cause from the lake water. There is a phobia called thalassophobia. The main symptom is that when you see the water surface or the seabed at a certain depth, you will feel an inexplicable fear. Most people will have this feeling. In fact, the main reason is the human imagination at work. Because they think of all the terrible things that will happen, they generate fear from the heart. In fact, what we are afraid of is what we imagine. As soon as Lu Shi squatted down and saw his reflection in the sparkling water, he thought to himself that something was wrong. No one knew how deep the lake was and what was under the water. Lu Shi was a person with a rich imagination, and he thought of various scenarios in his mind, including but not limited to a water snake as thick as a thigh suddenly popped out from the bottom of the water, bit my face, and dragged me into the lake. A 3 or 5 meter long man-eating shark suddenly jumped out of the water and opened its mouth to swallow me. I suddenly fell into the lake because I couldn't stand firmly, and there were a bunch of piranhas waiting to eat me in the lake. Suddenly something pushed me from behind and pushed me into the lake and drowned. And there were piranhas, water snakes, and giant sharks in the lake, and so on. Then, with a slightly slow movement, he reached out his hand and scooped up a handful of water from the lake to check it out. He didn't show any fear at all. How to say it? Lu Shi was afraid, but this did not affect her actions. Fear and reason actually existed at the same time in her mind. Just like when he was in college, Lu Shi once went to see a horror movie with his classmates at night and did not return to the dormitory until after 11 o'clock in the evening. At that time, a street lamp on the road to the school was broken, and it would flash suddenly from time to time. It would be fine if it happened under normal circumstances, but 6 or 7 girls had just finished watching a horror movie and were in a state of panic. As soon as the streetlights flashed, several girls ran back to the dormitory screaming and howling, and several of them dropped their bags. Lu Shi was walking slowly behind them. He took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and picked up the dropped bags. After returning to the dormitory, everyone said that Lu Shi was brave and not afraid of ghosts. No one knew that during the few seconds when the street light flickered, Lu Shi had already thought of all the horror story plots he could think of. But those things did not happen, so Lu Shi was able to control his behavior rationally while being afraid. It was just like in the last challenge. Lu Shi was clearly full of fear, but still insisted on completing the task. Fear will not be a factor that affects Lu Shi's actions. There's nothing wrong with the water, so why is this happening? Lu Shi muttered to himself, wiped his wet palms, and looked at the spring on the opposite stone wall. The game system does not provide a way to get there, which means it probably has nothing to do with the spring itself. However, Lu Shi didn't believe it, so she called Zhuozhua, who was mining around the entrance, and asked Zhuozhua to take her over to take a look. Twice on the stone wall, Lu Shi reached into the spring and scooped up a handful of water. Apart from the extremely cold hands, there was nothing special about them. Here. Lu Shi frowned and thought for a while. It should be good for chilling watermelon in the summer. It's a pity that it's almost autumn now and the weather is not that hot, which is a pity for this beautiful place. Well, Lu Shi really didn't see any problem here. Returning to the entrance, Lu Shi looked again for a long time, even pulling up every blade of grass to have a look, but still couldn't find a reason. When I came to my senses, an hour had passed. Lu Shi could only comfort himself. See, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua have already mined so much minerals. This hour is not wasted. So, what's the problem? Lu Shi squatted by the lake and scratched the water surface, causing ripples. She had checked every place she could, from the top of her head to the sides. All that's left is the bottom of the water. Lu Shi was thinking about the possibility of going into the water. Not to mention whether she had a swimsuit or not. The key issue was that she couldn't swim. The deepest water she had ever been in was when she was a child, catching clams in the village river. The water was as deep as her thighs.
She was 6 years old at that time.
Moreover, the water in this underground lake is extremely icy. Although it is not frozen, it is definitely not something that humans can endure. Maybe those elemental warriors can? After all, they are not ordinary people. But there was less than an hour left, so where could Lu Shi find the elemental warrior? Splash! A huge figure suddenly fell into the water, and some of the splashing water fell on Lu Shi's feet. Lu Shi looked up suddenly, only to see a bright red tail tip sinking into the water. Lu Shi stood up suddenly. Zhuozhua. Ha 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 ha, watching a horror movie and returning to the dormitory is my personal experience. Although many ignorant humans are unwilling to admit it, and even think that human intelligence is naturally superior to that of monsters, dragons are also monsters. But in fact, dragons and some monsters have higher IQs than humans. For example, the few words Lu Shi just said to himself. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua heard the same thing, but as a silver wolf cub, Xiao Yuan's ability to understand only allowed him to know that Lu Shi was looking for something but couldn't find it. But as a young dragon, Zhuozhua could understand what Lu Shi was looking for and why she couldn't find it. He even thought further about what she wanted to do next to find this thing. Of course, as a cub, Zhuozhua is still very ignorant and naive about many things, but this does not prevent it from thinking for itself and drawing conclusions. That is, Lu Shi wants to go into the water to look for something, but it is very dangerous underwater, and Lu Shi cannot go into the water, so it has to go into the water. But Lu Shi had never thought about it that way. If she had to let Zhuozhua do such a dangerous thing, she might as well give up the mission directly. How could the value of those coins be compared to a living life?
Come up.
Zhuozhua. Lu Shi's voice was so serious for the first time. She didn't shout and make a fuss too anxiously, but calmly said to the water surface again and again to come up. She didn't know whether Zhuozhua under the water could hear her clearly, so she used all her strength to make each sound. Lu Shi's voice soon became hoarse because of excessive effort. During the wait that seemed to last for a long time, a black shadow finally appeared on the water surface.
Puff.
Zhuozhuo flew out of the water and spurted out a long mouthful of water like a fountain. He looked a little proud and raised a stone in his claws towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi now didn't care about the stone that might be the answer to the task. He just calmly watched Zhuozhuo come ashore, land on the ground, and use the power of fire element to dry the moisture on his body. Her eyes gradually turned red, and her hoarse voice was a little tearful. "What are you doing?"
Zhuozhuo.
Zhuozhuo stood there, seemingly unable to understand why it did not receive the praise and compliments it deserved for doing all these things. It turned its head to look at Xiao Yuan somewhat uneasily, wanting to get an answer from its older sister. But Xiao Yuan actually couldn't understand it at all. It looked at Zhuozhuo, then at Lu Shi, and finally stayed obediently beside Lu Shi's legs, quietly accompanying him without expressing any opinions. Lu Shi also discovered that his attitude made Zhuozhuo nervous. Monsters are not humans, and they cannot be restricted by human requirements. So she calmed herself down, walked to Zhuozhuo's side, gently touched Zhuozhuo's drooping faucet, looked at its uneasy look as if it didn't know what it had done wrong, and praised it out loud. "You did a great job, Zhuozhuo." First affirm Zhuozhuo's behavior, calm his anxiety and nervousness, and then explain the reasons. "But, Zhuozhuo, next time before you do anything, please discuss it with me first, okay? I don't know how dangerous this matter is, and I will be worried about you. If anything happens to you, I will be very sad." After hearing the praise, Zhuozhuo's happy expression did not last for a few seconds before he heard Lu Shi's next words. The smart bird immediately understood what Lu Shi meant and was a little confused. A dragon is an extremely powerful creature, and there aren't many things that can threaten it, even if it's just a cub. Therefore, for Zhuozhuo, there is actually no concept of this thing as dangerous and cannot be done. But Zhuozhuo was very smart and understood Lu Shi's meaning. The point was not whether this matter was dangerous for it, but that it did not inform Lu Shi in advance before doing anything, making Lu Shi worry about it. So Zhuozhuo lowered his head and called out softly, conveying to Lu Shi through the magic pet contract that I won't do this next time. Lu Shi looked at Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, knowing full well that he could not hold them to human standards, so he suppressed the sadness on his face and gave them a smile that put them at ease.
"But the mood in my heart is still not high."
Lu Shi diverted his attention and looked at the stone that Zhuozhuo brought up from the bottom of the water. He didn't see anything different about it, and the system notification didn't seem to pop up because of this stone. Maybe there's something missing. Lu Shi looked at the stone carefully. It was the same type as the stones on the surrounding stone walls, and there was nothing special about it from the outside. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Shi turned off the portable searchlight in her hand that had been on. Although there was a certain amount of light around the underground lake, Lu Shi preferred a bright environment, which would allow her to see things more clearly and discover more details. Without the brightness of the portable searchlight, the environment of the underground lake seemed even quieter, and the entire stone seemed to emit a faint light. But it was not obvious enough. Lu Shi thought for a while and asked Zhuozhuo to wear the stone. They left the underground lake and returned to the slightly dark mine. In the dark environment, the fluorescence emitted by the stone finally became obvious. Overall, this is a shiny stone, and the entire underground lake is made up of this kind of stone. Lu Shi finally understood the reason for the mystery of the light source in the underground mine's spring mentioned in the challenge mission. When there is only one glowing stone, it will be very obvious, but when there are such stones all around and the entire space is made up of such stones, it will be difficult to notice their uniqueness. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully discovering the underground mine cave spring light source water fluorite, completing the challenge mission underground mine cave, unlocking the special ore on the first floor of the underground mine cave, and the mining rights have been opened. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission underground mine and receiving the mission reward 90 challenge coins, 900 experience points. System prompt. Sometimes the answer to a problem is placed in the most conspicuous position, but it has been ignored for various reasons. Simplicity and complexity are often just a matter of a thought. Players are requested to remember today's experience in the future and not ignore the details in life. She was not as happy as she had imagined after completing the challenge. After experiencing drastic emotional changes, it was difficult for her to have any strong emotions in a short period of time. He looked at the last challenge task with a calm attitude. Challenge mission: never come back empty-handed. After a busy day, your physical strength and energy are already on the verge of collapse. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. Please enjoy the tranquility of this night. Catch 300 fish before 6 o'clock tomorrow. Task reward: 100 challenge coins, 1,000 experience points. No matter how calm Shi was, she still felt a little upset when she saw the last challenge task. There is less than half an hour left until 10 o'clock in the evening and 8.5 hours left until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Even if Shi caught 1 fish per minute, it would take her a full 5 hours to fish, not to mention that Shi hadn't had dinner yet. Does this challenge mission not treat players as human beings? Do they think players don't need to sleep or eat and can complete missions 24 hours a day? But no matter how much he wanted to complain, Shi still had to complete the challenge. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Shi went home to tidy up and finished his dinner, which was several hours late. Then he slowly rushed to Doraj's place to start fishing. Oh, they're going to stay up all night anyway, so what's the point of wasting these 2 minutes? Doraj was still sitting there fishing, and Shi wasn't surprised to see him, so she sat down next to him naturally. Because fishing is not dangerous and it happens in the village, Shi asks Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua to stay at home. They can farm when they want to and rest when they need to. They don't have to wait for her. This time, Shi was fully armed. Compared to the small stool that Dolig sat on, Shi directly brought a recliner, which allowed him to take a nap when he felt sleepy. It was quite good. In order to increase the success rate of fishing, Shi also bought a bunch of baits at the grocery store, which can enhance the attraction to fish and make the fish bite faster. By the way, I took out a blanket and covered myself with it to prevent myself from getting cold in the night breeze. I also put a small table next to me, on which were some snacks and a whole thermos bucket of hot soup. Very comfortable. From the moment Shi sat down, Dolig could not maintain the shocked expression on his face. What are you doing? His fingers began to tremble. Fishing. Shi answered very comfortably. This is also the reason why she did not let Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua come with her. She could prepare these things by herself, but poor Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua would have to the cold wind at night. It would be better for them to stay at home. Fishing. How can you use these things for fishing? Dolig looked very angry. Shi glanced at Dailage twice, took out a new recliner from his backpack and placed it next to Dailage, then took out a new bowl and poured a bowl of hot soup for Dailage. White hot steam soon came out, and a mouth-watering fragrance reached Dolig's nose. He looked at Shi hesitantly, but still took the bowl of hot soup. The recliner had a certain curvature and could rock. Dolig lay on it, his body swaying slightly. Just smelling the hot soup in his hand made people drool. Shi placed the small table between the two of them, within arm's reach. Seeing Doliger's expression, he pushed a plate of snacks on the table a little further over. Try it? After taking the bowl of hot soup, Dolig began to give up on himself. Hearing the words, he did not refuse. He picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth, the aroma of oil lingering in his mouth. The rack next to him, used to hold fishing rods, remained motionless, and he didn't seem to care at all. I have another blanket here. Shi took out another blanket. Dolig took it naturally and covered himself with it like Shi did. Alas, my old arms and legs can't stand the cold weather. Shi didn't explain how long he had been staying on the farm like this. He just stared at the screen in front of him. The feeling of fishing using the system panel is like playing a small game. Except for the requirement of being at the river, lake, or waterside, this game is actually more suitable for her to play while lying in bed at night. On the system panel, there are fish all over the place, and in the middle is a fish hook. Shi can control the fish hook on the system panel to move up, down, left, and right, actively approach the fish, or wait for the fish to approach the fish hook on their own. When the fish gets close to the hook, it means it has taken the bait, but this is not the end yet. Shi still has to look at the progress bar that suddenly pops up on the right. by selecting Tighten the fishing line or Loosen the fishing line. When the progress bar reaches more than 80%, the Retract the Rod button will pop up in the middle of the screen. A fish is considered caught. However, it is not foolproof. If you reel in the fishing rod when the progress bar is 80%, there is a 20% chance that the fish will escape. The safest way is to wait until the progress bar reaches 100% before reeling in the fishing rod. Although it looks a bit complicated, it doesn't take much time. Lu Shi doesn't even need to do anything himself. The whole process can be operated through the system panel. He can catch 2 or 3 fish in 1 minute. According to a rough calculation, this challenge can actually be completed in 2 or 3 hours. Sure enough, the game system is not that abnormal. The time limit for each challenge task is stuck within 3 hours. Fishing is not a complicated operation. Lu Shi can even do 2 things at the same time, fishing while split screen to check other system pages. The first thing to watch is of course the new Farm Dress Up minigame in the activity function. This was the extra reward Lu Shi received for completing challenge task. He had been busy completing other challenge tasks before and had no free time, so he naturally did not check the specific situation. The current fishing operation is too simple, so Lu Shi couldn't help but do something else to distract his attention. Farm Dress Up game, as the name suggests, seems to be a pirated imitation of certain games, or simply a copy of those pirated games. The overall page is not complicated. On the left is a 3D template of a character. You don't need to look closely to know that it is definitely Lu Shi's own image. The appearance is exactly the set of clothes that Lu Shi wore to get a full score. There are 2 options above and below the character. The top ones are rating and data. When you click on the former, you can see the 6 familiar reviewers and the total score. When you click on the latter, you can see the different attributes that each piece of clothing brings to Lu Shi. For example, commoner value and noble value. To be honest, Lu Shi has also played many dress-up games. Generally, the game attributes are gorgeous, elegant, simple, etc. What are these civilian values and noble values? Lu Shi's current values are 60 points for civilians and 800 points for nobles, which come from 5 hairpins and a complete set of the Rollert family suit. The top review reads a top-notch aristocratic lady with a harmless hobby. The 2 options below the character are virtual dress-up and one-click dress-up. Understanding the literal meaning, the former is to control the screen character's changing of clothes, and the latter is to directly change the clothes on the character to Lu Shi. This should be the case, and Lu Shi is not sure. Of course, Lu Shi didn't unlock many things, just a few hundred items, and the rest were locked and no specific icons could be seen. The reason why there are hundreds of pieces is that this farm dress-up game actually displays all the clothing accessories purchased in human towns in Lu Shi's contract package. Then, Lu Shi also discovered a clothing fusion function. He clicked on the introduction page, and the general content was that Lu Shi could integrate the non-system produced clothes and accessories in his backpack into the farm dress-up game. In this way, clothes that are not produced by the system can also participate in the one-click installation function. Otherwise, only those produced by the system can participate in the one-click installation function. After those clothing accessories and other items were integrated into the farm dress-up game, they not only did not take up the storage space of the contract package, but could also be worn at any time. Lu Shi agreed to the integration without thinking too much, and checked the option of automatically integrating after obtaining new clothing and accessories. Anyway, the game system will only fuse one item. If necessary, Lu Shi can just buy 2 of the same item. It's not a big problem. After carefully checking the closet, Lu Shi discovered that this farm dress-up game was actually connected to Tom's barbershop function. In the hairstyle column, there are 3 unlocked options. The first one is Lu Shi's default initial hairstyle, long black hair that reaches the thighs. The second one was Lu Shi's short shoulder-length hair after trying the barbershop function for the first time, with the words "time remaining," 4 days displayed below. The third one was the hairstyle that Lu Shi got to match the clothes she had when she asked Tom to help her put them on today. It looked quite elegant and gorgeous, and it said putting on, 6 days remaining. In other words, if Lu Shi wanted to change her hairstyle, she didn't need to go to the barbershop to find Tom. She could do it herself in the farm dress-up game. However, if you want to unlock new hairstyles, you still have to go to Tom. In addition, the body appearance wardrobe compartment also corresponds to the functions of the barbershop, such as adjusting pupil color, skin color, and even tattoo options. There are many types of tattoos corresponding to different positions. Lu Shi took a rough look at the whole thing, and then focused on the most important issue, the gameplay of the farm dress-up game and the game rewards. As for the gameplay, it is a very simple dress-up game. You can obtain the values of different clothes through different combinations. The clothing combinations that meet the requirements will be included. In addition, the combination of different clothes may trigger special effects. The system introduction does not explain what the special effects are, leaving it up to the players to explore on their own. Also, after selecting the theme, you can match the clothes according to the conditions and submit them to the 6 reviewers on the rating page for rating. If you reach the required score, you can get a gift from the reviewer. The theme of each issue changes every 10 days. The first issue's theme is shown as completed, and the record is exactly the clothing score for the challenge task that Lu Shi did today. Only then did Lu Shi notice that he had 6 unclaimed gifts in his system mailbox. Seeing that there was still half of the fishing tasks left, Lu Shi closed the farm dress-up game in split screen, switched to the system mailbox page, and checked several gifts. Reviewer number 1's gift is One Night Breeze evening dress, One Night Breeze high heels, One Night Breeze handbag. Reviewer number 2's gift is 500 gold coins, Golden Crystal Mirror X1. Reviewer number 3's gift is Cloud Silk Fabric x 10, Bright Gauze Fabric x 10, Sunset Glow Fabric x 10, High-End Clothing Design Drawing x 3. Reviewer number 4's gift is Phoenix Feather Headdress x 1, Phoenix Feather Embroidered Fan x 1, Phoenix Feather Earring x 1. Reviewer number 5's gift is One Cloud Yarn Hair Accessory, One Cloud Yarn Gloves, One Cloud Yarn Veil. The gift for reviewer number 6 is a box of gold and jade jewelry and 1 magnolia scented powder. The gifts were also very much in line with the personalities of the reviewers. For example, reviewer number 1 said at the beginning that Lu Shi's clothes were neither fish nor fowl and had no aesthetic appeal, so he gave her a dress. Night Breeze is the name of this dress. It is obviously a set from a series. I just don't know how many pieces are in the set, and whether I can put them all together. Lu Shi has a bit of a collecting habit and likes to collect everything. If something is missing, she always feels uncomfortable and can't sleep for several days. Reviewer number 2's gift was even more direct. Lu Shi almost spit out her saliva when she saw the 500 gold coins, but she had to admit that this was her favorite gift, no doubt about it. There was also a mirror as a gift. Lu Shi remembered that reviewer number 2 seemed to be particularly fond of his appearance, and the gift he gave was also very stylish. Reviewer number 3 once commented on the clothes Lu Shi was wearing, saying that the quality of the clothes was poor and the style was weird, so he gave Lu Shi several kinds of super precious clothing materials and 3 high-end clothing design drawings as gifts. Reviewer number 4 likes novel styles very much and gave Lu Shi a few unique accessories. They were all made of pure white feathers. They were very beautiful, but the style was indeed uncommon. Reviewer number 5 had previously commented on the cotton gloves Lu Shi was wearing, so he gave her a pair of gloves as a gift. Lu Shi felt that the gloves were the only thing he really wanted to give her, and the other 2 were just for show. Reviewer number 6 is worthy of being the one who has the best impression on Lu Shi. The gift she gave is not the best, but it is the most friendly one. It is a gift that was prepared with real consideration for Lu Shi's situation. For example, a whole box of gold, jade, and stone jewelry includes 2 pairs of earrings, a necklace, 2 bracelets, a brooch, for hair accessories, and 3 rings. The styles are not particularly rare, but they are very versatile. It can be matched with most of the clothes that Lu Shi wears. The only drawback is that the gold, jade, and stone materials are a bit overbearing and give off a strong aura of wealth at first glance. She also gave Lu Shi a box of scented powder. This item was not on the list of the farm dress-up game, and it would not be shown in the clothing combination, but it was an item that Lu Shi could use on a daily basis. It's really thoughtful. Night Wind, Phoenix Feather, Cloud Mist, Gold, and Jade Stone. A few scattered thoughts gathered in Lu Shi's mind. Perhaps these things were related to the actual identities of the reviewers? After all, they didn't look like AI characters of the game system. However, there were too few clues, so Lu Shi didn't worry too much about it. He knew that if there was any problem, he would be able to find it later. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission Never Leave Empty and receiving the mission reward 100 challenge coins, 1000 experience points. System prompt. Multitasking is not a good habit. If you cannot focus on one thing, you will miss many opportunities. Please focus on one thing next time. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 14. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing all the challenge tasks on the first day of the daily challenge for novice farmers. The player is given the title of Challenger. This title can be upgraded to Challenge Master after completing all the challenge tasks for 3 consecutive days. Please keep up the good work and strive to complete the subsequent challenge tasks.
Lu Shi looked at the time.
It was 1:12 in the morning. Fortunately, she could still sleep for nearly 5 hours until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. For Lu Shi, who has the ability to refresh her body, this amount of time is enough for her to sleep. After putting all the things into the system backpack within a minute, Lu Shi was ready to rush home. Dalig suddenly called Lu Shi and pointed under his body.
And these, you didn't take them away.
I gave it to you. Now it's yours. Lu Shi smiled and put the hot soup towards storage. It's cold at night. Drink more hot soup. After saying that, Lu Shi ran briskly back home. The faster he ran, the longer he could sleep. Go ahead. Dalig stayed where he was, holding the warm bowl of soup in his hand, looking at Lu Shi's back, with light flickering in his eyes. Then, Dalig withdrew his gaze, and the recliner began to rock gently. Lu Shi ran straight home. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua had not slept. They were not only planting vegetables in the fields, but also taking care of other things that Lu Shi had not had time to do. For example, in the monster breeding shed, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua not only collected the items dropped inside, but also learned the feeding function without any instruction. The monster feed produced by the game system has a very strong attraction to monsters, but for the 2 cubs who are already used to eating the food cooked by Lu Shi, this is nothing, and there is no need to worry about them stealing it. In addition, the 2 of them even placed a pot of catnip in the corner for Lu Shi. Although they didn't like orange cats and thought they would compete for attention, but seeing Lu Shi doing this every day, they thought there must be a reason why he had to do it, so the 2 cubs put aside their dislike for orange cats and put the catnip down. When Lu Shi came back, he saw a sleepy orange cat lying in the corner and yawning. The orange cat's eyes lit up when it saw Lu Shi, but then they covered their eyes again. Its tail was wagging lazily, and its expression didn't look particularly good, as if to say, "Why did you come back just now?"
I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Lu Shi smiled, patted the orange cat's head, and explained in a low voice, "I've been busy these 2 days, so I may not be able to get home in time. Next time I'll remember to leave some snacks here for you." The orange cat meowed twice, and left, not sure whether it was satisfied or dissatisfied. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua finished their work, and then came up one after another. Lu Shi returned to the house, and quickly washed up. The 2 cubs followed suit, and started cleaning up. Although there was no need for them to wash up, it was fun for them to do the same thing as Lu Shi. Good night, Xiao Yuan, Zhuozhua. After a dreamless night, Lu Shi got up at 5:40 in the morning, spent 10 minutes washing and dressing, and 10 minutes making breakfast. Wild rice porridge, a staple food that saves time and effort, soon became Lu Shi's best choice. As soon as it was 6 o'clock in the morning, Lu Shi immediately opened the event page to check it out. Daily Challenges for Novice Farmers, Day 2, Opening Time, 6 a.m. every day, open today, Challenge Task, Early Morning Scenery. The scenery of the farm in the early morning is so beautiful. Please arrive at 10 eligible locations before 9 o'clock in the morning and draw the scenery. Quest conditions: Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Wood, Stone, Book, Flower, Color, Fragrance. Task reward: 10 challenge coins, 100 experience points. This challenge task, Why does it change every day? Next to the task, there is a small drawing board icon. The operation method is roughly like pointing a camera at the place you want to shoot. Use the drawing board icon to circle the place you want to paint, and it will be drawn automatically soon. Lu Shi pursed her lips, finished her breakfast in a few seconds, and began to look for a suitable location on the farm as required. Some of them are easy to understand from the literal meaning. For example, flowers are probably Mrs. Millie's flower shop. Books are the library where Della works, and which should be the various kinds of wood in the carpenter Ken's house. There are several that can be analyzed from the elemental perspective. For example, earth mostly refers to farmland or places related to the land. Water is either the fountain in the Vatican or the river where Dolliger fishes, and fire is only suitable for the forge in the craftsman Yuga's home. Remaining wind, stone, color, and fragrance are a bit difficult to guess. Lu Shi can only take the time to think about them when going to the first few locations. With the experience of the previous day, she now understood that she had to control each task within 1 or 2 hours so that she would have enough time to eat, sleep, and rest. The nearest place was the small library in the Vatican, but Lu Shi didn't dare to go in because she still remembered the effect of the mantra on her. Does she have to chat with God when she goes in?
What are we talking about?
There is no topic. Unfortunately, the challenge mission did not give Lu Shi any extra time to think about it. Lu Shi could only grit his teeth and walk in. Old Lady Faflin was praying. Lu Shi did not bother her and walked straight to the small door of the library in the corner. There was no one in the library, and Della was not there either. Lu Shi didn't have time to wonder where Della had gone. He quickly dragged the drawing board icon, aimed it at the bookshelf inside the library, and started drawing. The painting took 10 seconds, which was neither long nor short. Lu Shi waited anxiously before he saw the notification that the painting was successful. A piece of A4-size drawing paper appeared out of thin air and fell into Lu Shi's hands. Lu Shi picked up the drawing paper and took a look. It was exactly the scene she had just circled. In the middle was a table and chair with no one sitting on it, with a bookshelf on the left and a window full of sunlight on the right. Although he had never learned photography, Lu Shi felt that the angle he had chosen was really good, and every photo he took looked so good. In the task conditions, there was indeed a check mark behind book, indicating that one condition was completed. After Lu Shi came out, he took a picture directly towards the fountain, and the water condition was met. As for chatting and praying with God, I'll do it next time for sure, Lu Shi said in his heart. Anyway, she has no shortage of materials now, and she doesn't need the prayer materials for 1 or 2 days. The second one was a flower shop. Lu Shi was surprised to see Mrs. Millie at home. It might be because she came early today, and Mrs. Millie had not left yet. While looking at the flower stand in the yard, Lu Shi casually greeted Mrs. Millie. "Good morning, Mrs. Millie. I didn't see you and Ling when I came here yesterday." Mrs. Millie smiled gently when she heard this. "Yesterday was my birthday. Ling, my husband, and I went out to play as a family." Lu Shi turned her head suddenly. "Your husband? You have a husband?" No, that's not what I meant." Lu Shi spoke too quickly and quickly changed his words, but the more he spoke, the more confused he became. Of course she knew that Mrs. Millie had a husband. Otherwise, how could Ling have one? But what she meant was that there were only about 20 people on the farm, and Mrs. Millie's husband was not on the list of farm residents. Where did this person come from? Is there any other surprise on this farm that she doesn't know about? There are actually a lot of people on the farm, ha ha ha, but Lu Shi can't see them. Mrs. Millie just smiled as she watched Lu Shi's flustered explanation, not caring about Lu Shi's impolite language. "My husband is a very good man. If there is a chance, I will introduce him to you, Miss Lucy." After saying that, Lu Shi saw Mrs. Millie carrying a small flower basket, preparing to leave. Unable to hold back, Lu Shi called out to Mrs. Millie. She really wanted to know where Mrs. Millie was going so early in the morning when she was not at home. "Mrs. Millie, are you going out?" Mrs. Millie turned around and smiled. "Yes, I went to the flower field to pick some fresh flowers. The flowers in the flower shop must be replaced with new flowers every day. We can't give customers flowers that have lost their vitality." Lu Shi looked at Mrs. Millie's back, confused. Was there really a guest on the farm? This was indeed a big unsolved mystery on the farm. And where were the flower fields? She didn't seem to have seen them on the farm before. How could there be so many things on a farm that was so small? Mrs. Millie left, and Lu Shi ran towards the next location holding the painting he had just finished. Kent was the only one at the carpenter's house. No one knew where Peter had gone. Lu Shi guessed that he probably went to collect various sounds. After all, more than 10 minutes ago, she saw a new piece of material on the material page. You are such a hard worker, Peter. Taking a picture of the finished and semi-finished wood carvings and wooden props made by the carpenter, Lu Shi casually greeted Kent and rushed to the home of the craftsman Wu He without stopping. I didn't expect that Wu He was actually working as a blacksmith. It wouldn't be healthy for the body to do such intense exercise so early in the morning. Lu Shi tried his best to control himself and aimed at the raging flames in the forging room, rather than the shiny sweat and bulging muscles on Wu He's body. By the way, if you pat the sweat, would it also be considered water? Lu Shi's thoughts began to wander. Wu He was busy. Lu Shi saw that the fire condition in the task was completed. He had no intention of staying to say hello to Wu He, so he turned around and went straight to the next place. She thought that fragrance should refer to taste, so rice fragrance should also be a kind of fragrance. In the restaurant kitchen, Chef Luo Meng, who was cooking, looked up in confusion. Lu Shi had already aimed at the pot that was bubbling with steam. Fragrance is completed. The simplest meaning of SE is color. As it develops, it corresponds to things such as male beauty and female beauty. Lu Shi felt that the game system should not be that adult yet, and it would be best to understand it from the simplest place. So, where is the place with the richest colors? The answer is the head of Barber Tom, who has dyed his hair in rich colors and painted his face with colorful makeup. Lu Shi took a close-up of Tom's head, and what was unmistakable was that the system authentication had passed.
Ah.
Lu Shi couldn't look Tom's face for a moment. After saying hello, she left immediately. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to control the smile on her face. Soil was completed when it left home, and it indeed refers to farmland. There is still wind and stone left, and there is no clue. Stone can be tried by looking at objects related to stone materials, but wind is confusing. The point is, you can't see the wind when you take a picture of it. Lu Shi took pictures of all the stones he could see along the way, and later discovered that the stones actually referred to the blue stone road on the farm. Before she knew it, Lu Shi had walked back to the Vatican. Less than an hour had passed. After all, she didn't have to say hello to everyone one by one. She could just take a picture card and leave. Looking at the gate of the Vatican, Lu Shi gritted her teeth and walked in. Death is death anyway, so today is the day to go. Let her go and have a chat with God. By the way, she could also ask what wind is. Well, actually this is the key point. Lu Shi really couldn't find any clues, so he could only try to find clues from other places. Old Lady Favrine had finished praying and was cleaning the church, which was actually just sweeping the floor. Thinking of the character setting of Old Lady Fafulin as the Pope, Lu Shi couldn't help but sigh, whose Pope sweeps the floor every day. Lu Shi chose a seat and sat down. He had no experience, so he casually placed his arms on his legs, his mind full of random thoughts. Chatting?
How?
Should I say hello first? Hello. A consciousness suddenly appeared in Lu Shi's mind. It was neither text nor sound, but just a vague consciousness that seemed like an illusion. With a slightly smiling feeling, Lu Shi was startled. You said it was just a chat, but you're serious? It was not good not to respond, so Lu Shi had to try to condense an idea in his mind. Are you God? Then Lu Shi realized that something was wrong and added, Sorry, I have never seen a god. God is just a name given to me by mortals. I am not called God. As for whether I am God or not, it depends on your perception. The consciousness was as gentle as ever, full of smiles. It doesn't matter. I haven't seen you either. Lu Shi couldn't help but relax her mind under such a gentle attitude. Even though she was alert in her heart, the consciousness of God seemed to have this kind of magic. Once the mind relaxes, the content of thoughts becomes much more unconventional. If your name is not God, then what is your name? Can't you see me? Although he knew that the person on the other side was a very high-profile person, Lu Shi did not seem to be particularly polite when he spoke because he had a low level of understanding of faith. After all, gods and the like, only useful ones are human beliefs, and useless ones are feudal superstitions. My name? No one has called me that for a long time. My name is Percent. When that name with an unknown pronunciation came out, Lu Shi's mind went blank for a moment, but only a second later, or even shorter, she suddenly came back to her senses. It was so fast that it seemed as if her mind had not gone blank because of the name. Lu Shi was at a loss, as if something had happened, but she had forgotten it.
I'm sorry. I forgot.
The human spirit can't bear my name. I'm so glad you're okay. God was still full of smiles as always, and Lu Shi could not hear any apology in his expression at all. She suddenly thought of the system prompt at the beginning, which said that when praying, do not pray for things that exceed your ability to bear. Obviously, God's name is one of them. It is something beyond Lu Shi's understanding, which cannot be understood or known. Lu Shi guessed that if someone else heard this answer, their head would have exploded, and they would have died. If it were in the context of Cthulhu's worldview, it might turn into some twisted monster. And she could actually still sit here alive and continue talking to God. It must be the credit of the game system. At that moment, it felt like her consciousness left her body and was pulled back again. About God's name had been completely deleted from her mind. She only remembered that God replied, "My name? No one has called it for a long time, so I will." And then it stopped abruptly. Without asking further, Lu Shi forced a smile and said, "I'm not feeling well right now, so I may not be able to continue the conversation. Can you tell me where Feng is on the farm?" "The wind is where the wind passes." Lu Shi stood up with a pale face. Old Lady Faflin looked at her with some concern. "Miss Lucy, are you okay?" "I have no money, Grandma Faflin." Lu Shi thought about that nonsense answer and hurriedly ran out of the Vatican, looking at the branches swaying in the wind on both sides of the road. Submit 10 qualifying drawings and the task will soon be shown as completed. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, Morning Wind Gathering, and receiving the mission reward 10 challenge coins, 100 experience points. System prompt. It is necessary for players to understand the farm. Every plant and tree on the farm is something that players should pay attention to. Now, players should have a preliminary understanding of the scenery on the farm. System notification. A new function drawing board record has been discovered, which can be used to record the scenes and objects around you. The recorded scenes can be extracted into physical drawing paper, which can be processed into furniture decoration paintings and placed on the walls of the house. Lu Shi pressed her temples. Her current mental state was very uncomfortable, but the feeling was hard to describe. It was as if her brain had been taken out and put back again. Now she finally understood how dangerous God was. If she had not had enough reverence for God, she would have ended up like this. However, there is a lot worth pondering in this short conversation. First of all, God has his own name and identity, which is not what people in the other world understand. It is not known whether there is only one God or an entire race. Secondly, God mentioned that he could not see Lu Shi, but God did not answer Lu Shi's question later. Lu Shi felt that God deliberately did not answer it because the answer might be something she could not bear. There are several meanings of invisible. One is that Lu Shi, as a soul from another world, cannot be seen by the God of this world. Another meaning is that God does not have eyes as understood by humans, so he cannot see things through sight. Lu Shi wasn't sure which one was more reliable. Finally, Lu Shi discovered another thing, that is, the game system and God are probably on the same level, or the game system is at a higher level. Because after God said the name, Lu Shi's mind was immediately forcibly cleared and stabilized by the game system, and God obviously knew the existence of the game system, so it was not surprising that Lu Shi returned to normal. In terms of means, the game system can easily erase the influence of God, and is definitely not inferior to God. Logically speaking, if the game system is weaker than God, Lu Shi feels that God, who is already notoriously boring, may not let go of the game system, which looks very interesting, and would have already grabbed the game system and used it as a toy. But to be honest, these things have nothing to do with Lu Shi. She searched her head and quickly put them all behind her. The things at hand were more important. He first opened the new drawing board record function and took a look at it. It cost 1,000 copper coins to take a picture of a picture card, which was converted into physical drawing paper for 1 silver coin. Lu Shi then ignored this function. Humph, nothing that costs money is good. Then there are new challenge tasks that pop up. Challenge task home decoration. After enjoying the scenery on the farm, don't forget to take care of your own home. Please add 30 pieces of furniture to your home before 10 o'clock in the morning. Task reward: 20 challenge coins, 200 experience points. The difficulty is so low. Lu Shi looked at the task again and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Because this challenge task did not require Lu Shi to make the furniture himself, it only required increasing the number of new furniture by 30. In other words, Lu Shi could go to the System Mall or Carpenter Kent to buy furniture and then put it in his own home. This. System notification. Due to external factors of Lingyu Farm, the difficulty of the first day's challenge mission is too high. The difficulty requirements of subsequent challenge missions have been appropriately reduced for players. Lu Shi narrowed his eyes and actually saw the humanity of the game system from just a few words. He was really moved. Lu Shi had no idea what this external factor was referring to. Her current mental state was not suitable for thinking too much, so she quickly ignored these issues and left them for herself to think about in the future. Now, she was going to Kent the carpenter to buy furniture. Lu Shi can also make furniture by herself. She has enough materials in her backpack. Most importantly, there is no need for any drawings to make furniture. It can be made within the level limit of the woodworking table. Yes, making furniture depends on the level of the carpentry bench. Lu Shi's current carpentry bench level can only make some basic wooden furniture. More exquisite furniture requires unlocking a higher-level carpentry bench. Unlocking a higher-level woodworking table requires intermediate repair drawings. Lu Shi used the several intermediate repair drawings in her backpack to upgrade the warehouse first. There is no way. Lu Shi has a bit of hamster nature. He has collected too many materials, and the system backpack can't hold them all. He can only expand the warehouse to store them. Not long after Carpenter Kent greeted Lu Shi, he looked up and saw Lu Shi appear in front of him again. Fortunately, the old Carpenter Kent had a very good temper. When he saw Lu Shi coming, he put down the tools in his hands, listened quietly to Lu Shi, and responded with a word or two from time to time. There are only more than 20 kinds of ready-made furniture sold by Carpenter Kent. If we exclude the same furniture that Lu Shi already has at home, there are only 15 kinds left. Lu Shi waved his hand and bought them all. These furniture were not even as expensive as the dishes in the restaurant, and the total cost was only a few thousand copper coins. Lu Shi didn't even blink. Lu Shi went to the System Mall to take a look at the remaining 15 pieces of furniture and found that the prices were far different from those at Carpenter Kent's house. Lu Shi stared for a long time, but finally did not make up her mind to pay. Although she received a huge sum of 500 gold coins from reviewer number 2, she didn't have to spend it here. Forget it. She decided to go home and make it herself. So Lu Shi really liked it. As mentioned before, the drawing board record function can materialize the painting and process it into a decorative painting using a woodworking table. When Lu Shi was making furniture, he suddenly discovered that a decorative painting only required a painting and 2 wooden boards and could be completed in 1 minute, costing only 1 silver coin. Most importantly, a painting counts as a piece of furniture. Lu Shi immediately took a variety of combinations of photos for himself, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhu, including individual photos, couple photos, and group photos, and put together a total of 10 decorative paintings. In half an hour, challenge task was completed. It should be obvious what is written. When I wrote about the settings of the game system before, I mentioned the server. God is from this other world. But the other world is just a server of the game system. However, there is no distinction between superiors and subordinates between the two. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission home decoration and receiving the mission reward 20 challenge coins, 200 experience points. System tips. The home environment is also an important part of the farm. A good living environment is conducive to the physical and mental health of the player. Please pay attention to improving the home environment. Well said. I won't have to say it next time. I have to say, after the difficulty of the challenge task was reduced, She felt a lot more relaxed. Challenge mission flower gifts. Maintaining good interpersonal relationships is an important condition for farm life. Players are requested to make at least 30 bouquets of flowers and give them to farm residents before 11 o'clock noon. Task reward: 30 challenge coins, 300 experience points. Compared to the first day, the challenge tasks with reduced difficulty are no longer challenging at all. However, it was also related to Lu Shi's hamster attributes. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo planted every kind of seeds equally so that no matter what task was done, as long as materials were used, Lu Shi would not have to worry. Flower potted plant production function is a task reward unlocked after Lu Shi completes the side quest of the little girl Ling. You can make a bouquet of a single flower, a bouquet of 10 flowers, or even a potted plant to give as a gift to farm residents. It can increase favorability by 10, 100, and 100 respectively. Because a potted plant actually only requires one flower, it just needs to be paired with wood to make the flower pot, so the favorability is the same as that of a bouquet of 10 flowers. You can buy ready-made flower pots at the grocery store, or you can make your own using wood. The former saves time, and the latter saves money. The production time of a single flower bouquet and a bouquet of 10 flowers is the same, so Lu Shi, who had plenty of flowers in his backpack, directly chose a bouquet of 10 flowers. The system automatically produces one portion in 1 minute, and you only need to wait half an hour. Since he had nothing to do during this period, Lu Shi started to clean up various things on the game panel. He did not forget to sign in daily and log in new players. The items given for daily sign-in are very random, and all kinds of things may appear, so when Lu Shi received a low-level elemental stone, he was not too surprised. However, when looking at the game page again, Lu Shi discovered that the daily sign-in was not completely random. Signing in for 7 consecutive days will get you 1 low-level elemental stone. Signing in for 15 consecutive days will get you 2 low-level elemental stones. Signing in for 30 consecutive days will get you 5 low-level elemental stones. And signing in for 50 consecutive days will get you 10 low-level elemental stones. What follows is that if you sign in for 100 consecutive days, you will receive intermediate elemental stone X1. Lu Shi was too lazy to continue flipping through the pages. He could guess that the time span would definitely get longer and longer. This has nothing to do with her as a newbie player who has only signed in for 7 days. In addition, the 7-day event for new members has finally ended. Lu Shi received the last day Pastoral Villa appearance, as well as 100,000 copper coins given by the system for free, which is equivalent to 1 gold coin. Well, even a little bit is still meat, so I should thank the game system. When Lu Shi received the exterior of his home, he replaced it directly. You can see that the originally dilapidated house with a shabby appearance suddenly turned into a brand new and eye-catching country villa after a flash of white light. Of course, the rooms inside remained unchanged, only the overall appearance of the house changed. But even so, Lu Shi was very satisfied. A clean and bright house would make him feel much better, even if he just went in and out to take a few glances. In addition, there are the level rewards that you upgraded yesterday but have not yet claimed, which are basically various daily material packages. Level 12 Limited Costume Design Drawing ×1, Special Costume Material Pack ×1. Level 13 Night Forest Production Material Packs X5, Night Forest Monster Production Packs X3. Level 14 Low-Level Toolkit X3, Hunting Toolkit X3. The game system also specially created gift packages containing specific map materials, which Lu Shi had not expected. It is conceivable that there will definitely be things like Misty Rainforest Output Material Package in the future. It didn't take more than a few minutes to collect all these things, so Lu Shi put Catnip in a specific corner and waited for the orange cat to come over to complete today's interaction. Finally, all 30 bouquets were completed. Lu Shi did not select any specific farm residence. After collecting the bouquet of flowers, he went straight to the nearest Loam family. Luo Weem was standing in the yard. Lu Shi had discovered a pattern. When he went to see Luo Weem in the morning, he was most likely standing in the front yard. When he came in the afternoon, there was a 50% chance that he would go to the backyard to water the vegetables.
Good morning, Miss Lucy.
Before Roam could finish his words, Lu Shi took out a bouquet of clivia from the system backpack and quickly stuffed it into Roam's arms. Good morning, Roam. These flowers are for you, Lu Shi said with a fake smile. Roam was stunned for a moment, but soon put on a smile. Thank you, Miss Lucy. Without finishing her words, Lu Shi took out another bouquet of flowers and stuffed it into his arms. This is for you too, you're welcome. Thank you, Lucy. And this.
Thank you, Lu. Take this too.
Thank you.
Hey, here.
Thanks.
Take both of these.
System prompt. The current farm residents have received the daily limit of flowers. Please send more tomorrow. System notification. The favorability of Lingyu farm resident Rovim has reached friendly. Players are requested to have a conversation with Rovim and receive the gift from Rovim. A system notification popped up suddenly, stopping Lu Shi from stuffing another bouquet of flowers into Roam's arms. Lu Shi took back the bouquet with regret. She thought she could complete the task of delivering 30 bouquets of flowers at one time, but it turned out that a farm resident could only deliver 10 bouquets of flowers a day. Secretly glancing at Roam, Lu Shi wasn't sure whether the daily limit on flower delivery meant that Roam could no longer hold any more bouquets in his arms. Although a bouquet only has 10 flowers and is not too large in size, it is still the size of a 2L mineral water bottle. Imagine a person holding 10 2L mineral water bottles. As for the small gift, you can get it anytime. After all, it may not be very convenient for Roam now. Well, I'll go first then. Lu Shi coughed dryly and looked at Roam, who was buried in the bouquet of flowers, with a somewhat guilty expression. Wait, Miss Lucy. Roam spoke in a muffled voice among the flowers. I have a gift for you, too. System notification. Congratulations to the player for receiving a favor gift from Roam. Please open it to check. Thank you. Thank you, goodbye. Lu Shi was flattered and thanked repeatedly, then ran away. The second family is the closest one, Old Lady Faflin and little sister Della. Facing the two of them, Lu Shi was not so rude. After Old Lady Faflin and Miss Della put down the bouquets in their hands, Lu Shi handed over the next bouquet of flowers. By the way, she also saw with her own eyes the expression of Old Lady Faflin, which changed from surprise and joy at first to complicated in the end. However, she still did not refuse the bouquet of flowers sent by Lu Shi. After Lu Shi sent 10 bouquets of flowers, the same system notification popped up. System notification. The favorability of the Lingyu farm resident Favrin has reached friendly. Players are requested to have a conversation with Favrin and receive the gift from Favrin. Miss Lucy. Old Lady Favlin's smile was gentle, even though Lu Shi had unreasonably given her so many bouquets of flowers. Thank you for the bouquet. I have a small gift here as my return gift. System notification. Congratulations to the player for receiving a favor gift from Favrin. Please open it to check. Lu Shi did not open the gift immediately, but completed challenge task first and gave all the flowers to Miss Della. Miss Della's expression was very stable. Even when Lu Shi took out flowers one by one and handed them to her, she nodded gently and gracefully and smiled softly to express her gratitude. He didn't feel that Lu Shi was troublesome at all, nor did he look unhappy at all. His emotional stability made people feel at ease. System notification. Congratulations to the player for receiving a favor gift from Della. Please open it to check. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission flower gift and receiving the mission reward 30 challenge coins, 300 experience points. System prompt. Please get along with the farm residents in a friendly manner. Do not act too rudely to the farm residents. Rude behavior may cause your favorability to drop. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 15. It can be seen that the system prompt is a little bit aggressive. Maybe Lu Shi's behavior just now was a bit too inhuman, and even the game system couldn't stand it. Challenge mission to good luck. As a lucky person selected from millions of people, the player must be very lucky. Please use the lottery function before noon to achieve the achievement of 10 consecutive double golds. Mission rewards: 40 challenge coins, 400 experience points, 10 gold darts. They are forcing me to spend money. They are definitely forcing me to spend money. Lu Shi's eyes widened, looking unbelievable. This game didn't even disclose the item drop probability, and they actually wanted her to get 2 golds in 10 consecutive draws?
Lu Shi.
Of course Lu Shi would try 10 consecutive draws first. Otherwise, what would she do? Maybe it will work in one go. Lu Shi's gaze fell on the fountain outside the Vatican, and then looked at the true word buff that had not disappeared from his status bar. This thing shouldn't be the only one. System notification. Players drink holy water and gain the full spirit effect of God's blessing, which will last for 24 hours. The head that was originally feeling a little uncomfortable instantly became clear and alert when the full of energy effect was activated, and Lu Shi was suddenly startled. She wanted to say that this was not the buff she wanted, but she had to admit that this effect was what she needed more at the moment. God of this world is really friendly.
Thank you.
Lu Shi muttered in his heart. He seemed to hear a laugh in a trance, but it seemed to be just an illusion. The good news is that challenge mission does not require Lu Shi to participate in any particular lottery. She can choose the cheapest copper darts for the lottery. 10 draws are worth 10,000 copper coins, which is equivalent to 10 silver coins. You can perform 10 tens in a row by spending 1 gold coin. Even if Lu Shi has extremely bad luck and it takes hundreds of tens in a row to achieve a 10 in a row with double gold, it only costs dozens of gold coins, which is not too expensive. What a joke. Lu Shi opened the 3 gifts on the way home. System notification. Congratulations to the player for opening Roam's cordial gift and receiving a set of farm character story cards. Farm income of 100,000 copper coins. System notification. Congratulations to the player for opening Favren's cordial gift and obtaining 4 elements brooch X1. System notification. Congratulations to the player for opening Della's kind gift and receiving initial edition 4 elements fairy tale book X1. What are these? Lu Shi was confused. He took out several things one by one and took a look at them. Farm character story cards are similar to playing cards, and the number of cards corresponds to the named residents on the farm. On the back of the card is a full-length portrait of each farm resident, and on the front is a short story describing the character in text. Lu Shi turned over the first card of Roam. Roam's story card, Pink Skirt. Roam has a collection of pink skirts. Every time he goes to see his youngest granddaughter Honyue, he will put on this pink skirt to avoid scaring his cute granddaughter Honyue with his rough appearance. Lu Shi thought about Roam's appearance, and then thought about the pink skirt, but couldn't combine the two together.
It was eye-catching just by imagining it.
But how come Luo Weimu also has a family? Where are their families hiding? Why hasn't Lu Shi seen any of them? Then take out the 4 elements brooch. 4 elements brooch, a jewelry item that can prove one's identity. After wearing it, one will be considered a member of the Holy See. It can also be used as a normal jewelry item. Lu Shi was surprised for a moment, and suddenly remembered a little common sense about the other world that he had learned before. The 4 elements represent the 4 kingdoms when used alone, and when combined they represent God, which is also an important symbol of the Holy See. However, because the world's belief in God is relatively unified, even if you are not a believer of the Holy See, you may use the symbol of the 4 elements. After all, God exists and they believe in God, but the Holy See cannot completely replace God, so it is normal that some people do not recognize the Holy See. As for the attitude of the Holy See, Lu Shi felt it was quite familiar. The Holy See's attitude was believe it if you want, get out if you don't. As long as it doesn't affect the Holy See's work, they basically ignore those people. Although the Holy See has a very high status in every kingdom, no matter what happens, the Holy See will intervene to forcibly stabilize the situation and resolve national disputes. But in fact, as long as it does not involve something directly related to God, such as the elemental contract, the 4 major kingdoms or other kingdoms will not even look at it even if they beat their dog brains out. However, usually the civil unrest in these kingdoms is inseparable from the elemental contract, which makes the presence of the church particularly strong. She clicked on the last item. Initial Edition 4 Elements Fairy Tale Book. It is just a book about the fairy tales of the 4 elements. It has no other special features. The most is that the text and terms are a bit old-fashioned. It is not one of those translated versions that are easier to read. There were different patterns drawn behind each story. She glanced at them but didn't see anything special, so he put the books away. She now needs to wash her hands thoroughly and prepare for the lottery. I'm tired of writing about challenge missions, so I'll skip them next. The first method of drawing a lottery is the normal automatic system. You only need to click on the corresponding dart pattern to complete the drawing. The second one is a bit like playing a game. She can summon a virtual roulette wheel that looks like a projection, and then personally take a dart or a handful of darts and throw them onto the roulette wheel. She can touch the projected virtual objects, while others can only see them but cannot touch them. Naturally, she didn't do anything fancy and just agreed to the first option. On the system panel that only she could see, a handful of copper darts suddenly flew out and pierced the spinning reward wheel. The wheel stopped, and a line of system notifications popped up. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining red spotted berry seeds ×3, steel stone ×30, steel stone ×50, green jade melon seeds ×3, sandstone tree wood ×50, cassava melon seeds ×8, sandstone tree wood ×60, frost dew tree wood ×100, bluestone ×40, and cloud coconut flower seeds ×4. She was still wondering what gold meant when he saw these items on the system panel, some of which were emitting silver light. Each copper dart is worth 1,000 copper coins. When the value of the lottery item reaches 1,000 copper coins or exceeds 1,000 copper coins, it will emit a silver light. Correspondingly, if She is lucky and draws an item from the next prize pool, it will emit a brighter golden light. In the first 10 consecutive hits, She got 5 silver lights, although there was no gold light, but this showed that her luck was not bad. The price of red spotted berry seeds is 400 copper coins per bag, and 3 bags are worth 1,200 copper coins. The recycling price of fine steel stone system is 20 copper coins per piece, and 50 pieces just make back the investment of 1,000 copper coins. The price of green jade melon seeds is 600 copper coins per bag, and 3 bags are worth 1,800 copper coins. The recycling price of frost and dew tree wood system is 10 copper coins per piece, and 100 pieces is the system limit, which just makes back the investment. The price of yoni flower seeds is 350 copper coins per bag, and 4 bags are worth 1,400 copper coins. These 5 are the silver lights that She drew out. For the remaining ones, the recycling price of sand, stone, and wood is 15 copper coins, and it is a loss if it is below 67 pieces. The price of bluestone is 20 copper coins, and you need 50 pieces to break even. There is no need to say much about cassava melon, 100 copper coins a bag, and you will break even if you get 10 bags. She continued his efforts and started the next 10th round. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining bluestone X49. System notification. Congratulations to the player for winning golden fruit X100. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining frost dew tree resin X10. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining flowerless grass ×85. System notification. Congratulations to the player for winning lantern cones X99. After 10 consecutive 10s, there was a sea of silver light. At most, there were 8 silver lights in the 10 rounds, but there was no trace of golden light. The corner of She's mouth twitched. She didn't know whether she was lucky or unlucky. Just as he was about to continue drawing the lottery, a prompt popped up saying that the system backpack was full, asking She to clear it before continuing the lottery. She took a look at the various things in the backpack and called Xiao Yuan and Zhua Zhua, who were busy, asking them to help clean up the system backpack and system warehouse. Put things that can be put in the system warehouse. If they can't be put in, take out the things that can be put away. By the way, see if there are any things that are in large quantities and are not used, and sell them directly. For example, the gravel tree wood and frost tree wood that occupy the majority of the system warehouse. They spend a whole day chopping trees, Who would have thought that one day they could win these things through a lottery? However, it was not a loss for Lu Shi to chop trees for a day. If she didn't chop down 100 trees herself, she would not be able to unlock the materials such as resin. When she had time later, she would go to the misty rainforest to chop down 100 trees and go to the underground mine to mine 100 pieces of ore. As various farm facilities are unlocked, the required materials gradually become more abundant, and something like resin is absolutely necessary to unlock. Fortunately, the game's lottery system is relatively reasonable. Although Lu Shi has a lot of materials that have not been unlocked yet, the lottery will not black out these things. Whatever Lu Shi draws is hers. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua were planting vegetables on the farm while clearing out all the excess materials in Lu Shi's system backpack so that Lu Shi could draw the lottery with peace of mind. When Lu Shi regrouped and fired another 10-shot combo, there was a moment of silence on the system panel, and then a huge golden light burst out, dazzling Lu Shi's eyes. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Catnip X9. Catnip is an item in the Silver Dart prize pool. Silver darts cost 10 silver coins each, while catnip costs 1 silver coin each. You need to exchange it for a minimum of 10 catnip pieces in the Silver Dart prize pool to get your money back. But in the Bronze Dart prize pool, 9 catnip can be used for 9-10 in a row, which is a big profit. After 11 10 draws or 110 draws, a golden light appeared. Lu Shi guessed that the drop rate of the golden light should be around 1%, which is not too high, but definitely not low. Continue. Lu Shi gritted his teeth. The lottery seemed to have some kind of magic. Once it started, he didn't want it to end easily. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Special Clothing Material Pack X10. After another 10 consecutive times, the familiar golden light appeared again, but unfortunately, it was not double gold. Lu Shi looked at the time and found that only a few minutes had passed, but she had already lost 2 gold coins. Even if she was taking DU, she wouldn't be able to make money this fast. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shi continued to draw the lottery. Maybe it was because he drew 2 golds at the beginning. Later on, every time Lu Shi drew 5 or 6 tens in a row, he would see golden light. The open space in the yard is already filled with items that take up space in the system backpack, but cannot be sold. According to a rough calculation, Lu Shi had probably drawn more than 200 tens and spent more than 20 gold coins, and only more than half an hour had passed. Although the actual value of the lottery items far exceeds the gold coins spent, only a few of them can actually be converted into coins to make money back, and most of them can only be piled up in the system warehouse waiting to be used. Lu Shi has gone from being nervous and expectant at the beginning to being numb. Anyway, to draw the lottery, she only needs to use her consciousness to click on the game panel, and her body is idle and has nothing to do. So I divided my attention into 2 things and set up the pot to prepare cooking, even though it was already past 9 o'clock, and it was time for some people to have breakfast. But what Lu Shi prepared was actually the meals for the next few days. Cooking every day is such a waste of time, and Lu Shi doesn't want to just deal with it. Eating plain porridge and water for a day or 2 is fine, but no one can stand eating it every day. It would be better to prepare some dry food and cook some soup every morning to go with it, which would also save time. There are also many types of dry food, including steamed buns, flour rolls, dumplings, fried dough sticks, and cakes. You can choose to store them in the system backpack or in the contract package. Anyway, there is no need to worry about spoilage. Over here, pots of steamed buns are coming out of the pot, and over there, the screen is flashing with gold and silver light. Although the system doesn't recommend multitasking, I have to say it feels really good to do it. After another 100 consecutive tens, Lu Shi had become accustomed to nothing happening when 2 golden lights flashed into Lu Shi's eyes without warning on the screen. System notification. Congratulations to the player for receiving Seed Gift Pack X3, Normal Monster Breeding Shed Large X2. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission Good Luck and receiving the mission reward 40 challenge coins, 400 experience points, 10 gold darts. System tips. Although the lottery is good, players should not rely on it too much. It is more appropriate for players to collect and make materials and props themselves. Obtaining them through external objects is not the right way after all. Players are also requested to keep this in mind and not be addicted to the lottery. Lu Shi looked at the screen, then at the steamed buns that were about to come out of the pot. He decided to finish the latter first, and then looked at the new challenge task that popped up. As for the system prompts, snort, isn't it the game system that first forces people to spend money? After forcing people to spend money, they emphasize not to indulge in the lottery. Challenge mission, raise monsters. There are many monsters living outside the farm. They all have their own characteristics. You can get many precious items by raising them. Please raise more than 10 monsters before 1 p.m. Task reward, 50 challenge coins, 500 experience points. Lu Shi was silent for a moment, walked to the location where the monster breeding shed was placed, and placed the large monster breeding shed that he had just won in the lottery. Then he put the 8 monsters that he had caught during the challenge mission yesterday into the monster breeding shed, took out ordinary monster feed, and fed them. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, raising monsters, and receiving the mission reward 50 challenge coins, 500 experience points. System prompt. The accumulation of materials requires perseverance. Players please continue to work hard. Although Lu Shi only released 8 monsters, she had raised 3 more monsters before, so there were more than 10 monsters in total. This task is a bit too simple. Even the system prompts are a bit speechless. Challenge mission a gourmet feast. It is almost noon. Please prepare a hearty lunch before 1 p.m. to spend this wonderful lunch. The lunch should include at least 4 dishes and 1 soup. Task reward, 60 challenge coins, 600 experience points. Don't you think you were downgraded a bit compared to yesterday? Lu Shi was speechless. In just one day, her lunch standard was downgraded from 8 dishes, 1 soup and 1 staple food to 4 dishes and 1 soup. This seemed a bit disrespectful to her. The pot for steaming buns had not been put away yet, so Lu Shi continued working. She used the woodworking table to make thousands of wooden bowls. She didn't know if it was too simple or for some other reason, but it only took her less than 3 minutes to make 100 wooden bowls. So Lu Shi used these wooden bowls to hold the steamed buns. She made the wooden bowls very big. One wooden bowl was as big as a basin and could hold 10 palm-sized steamed buns. Then put them into the system backpack. Each backpack grid can be stacked with 100 wooden bowls, which can store 1,000 steamed buns. Of course, this is purely because Lu Shi did not have any larger tools for loading the buns. If there were hundreds of wooden baskets or something like that, Lu Shi would have chosen to use that. Wouldn't it be better to load dozens or even hundreds of steamed buns at a time? System notification. Congratulations to the player for creating a new recipe, a bowl of steamed buns. The recipe has been unlocked in the kitchen system and can be split into steamed buns. The system can batch auto/manually make them. System notification. Please choose whether to disclose the permissions of the dish a bowl of steamed buns/steamed buns, such as restaurants, sales boards, etc. If the permissions are not opened, a bowl of steamed buns/steamed buns will not be able to be sold. Lu Shi glanced at the system notification and slowly chose to confirm, and other things came to his mind. The meals she made would not be actively recognized by the game system. They had to be placed in a standard container and stored in the system backpack. Only then would the game system pop up a system notification and unlock the recipe. Does this mean that the game system is not proactive in some aspects? Steamed buns best. Made by someone personally. This is the first time this method has appeared. It is slightly technically difficult, has a soft and delicate taste, is suitable for a variety of people to eat, and gives a strong sense of fullness and happiness after eating. Special effect. Physical strength recovery effect is greatly improved. Physical strength consumption is greatly reduced, lasting for 8 hours. A bowl of steamed buns, top quality. Made by someone personally. A special container that appears to store more quantity, can be eaten by multiple people, and will give you a strong sense of fullness and happiness after eating. Special effect. Shared, can be shared by up to 12 people. The effect remains unchanged. System notification. The The player has been granted the A bowl of steamed buns/steamed buns permission and is rewarded with 80 gold coins. Good guy, really good guy. Lu Shi stood up and applauded. Unexpected fortune often comes unexpectedly. While completing the system task of preparing 4 dishes and 1 soup, Lu Shi started to make other staple foods, such as oil cakes, unleavened dough cakes, leavened dough cakes, pasties, and egg pancakes. Compared to the dishes produced by the system, each of which has special effects, the staple foods made by Lu Shi himself all have only one effect, which is to increase the speed of physical strength recovery and reduce physical strength consumption. In addition, Lu Shi discovered another thing, that in recipes with the same kind of ingredients, only the first dish was expensive, while the subsequent ones became cheaper and cheaper. For example, the first oil cake was sold for 40 gold coins, but the subsequent cakes were only sold for 10 gold coins. Lu Shi worked until noon for lunch and only sold 120 gold coins. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing Challenge Mission Food Feast and receiving the mission reward 60 challenge coins, 600 experience points. System tips. The value of developing new recipes is far less than discovering new edible ingredients. Players should focus on planting. Perhaps the seeds of some plants will bring surprises to players. Lu Shi raised her eyebrows. She thought the system prompts would only comment on the content related to the challenge tasks, but she didn't expect that it was actually paying attention to her own behavior. Challenge Mission Planting Experience. Although there are abundant crop seeds on the farm, they cannot cover all the crops in the world. Players may go outside the farm to collect some plant seeds that are not available on the farm. Players are requested to find a plant seed and successfully plant it before 4 p.m. Quest items: Advanced Fertilizer X10, Disposable Farmland X10. Task reward: 70 challenge coins, 700 experience points. Advanced Fertilizer. After use, it can make any crop mature immediately. One-time farmland can be placed on any dirt ground to produce the effect of a system farmland, which lasts for 1 hour. I don't know what happened today. My eyes hurt so much that I couldn't open them to type, and I kept rubbing my eyes. Lu Shi carefully analyzed the content of the task. If it was the standard intensity challenge task on the first day, it would definitely require seeds of some value before the task could be considered completed. But after the difficulty was reduced for unknown reasons, Lu Shi guessed that as long as he found a seed that was not recorded in the game system, he should be successful. And in this different world, this request couldn't be easier. Most of the crop seeds in the game system are derived from the original casual farm games. For example, potatoes on Earth become cassava melons here. Similarly, if it is a plant that was not originally in the leisure farm, there will be no record of it in the current game system. Therefore, plants that meet the requirements of the challenge mission are almost everywhere. Lu Shi feels that even if he just goes out and pulls a random grass, he may be able to complete the mission. However, Lu Shi suddenly thought of the effect of the mantra on herself. If she remembered correctly, there should be 3 mantras that were triggered. The first one is to chat with God, which Lu Shi should have completed. The second was a request from Chef Luomeng, hoping that Lu Shi would find more crop seeds that could be used as food. The third one is to complete the side quest related to Mr. Sirius with Peter. There is no rush for the third one, but the second one can be linked to this challenge task, although it is not necessarily possible to find the crop seeds that meet the requirements immediately. But we can look at it from other aspects and see if there are any shortcuts to completion, such as finding an edible wild grass that no one else has eaten, which can be considered as completing the truth. Even if it doesn't work, it's just an attempt, no loss. As soon as he thought of it, he set off immediately. Because he was going to a place outside the farm and there might be some danger, he had to bring Xiao Yuan, Zhuozhuo, and Lucy with him. Firstly, safety is guaranteed. There are all kinds of monsters living outside the farm, and Lu Shi has not forgotten this. Secondly, Zhuozhuo can also be used as a means of transportation. The journey is very fast, and if there is an emergency, one can go home in a few minutes. As for Xiao Yuan, it doesn't seem like a good idea to just leave it at home alone. Of course, Xiao Yuan definitely has some fighting ability, but it is not high and cannot be compared with Zhuozhuo. She can do errands, but she can't replace Lu Shi to get around. But Xiao Yuan is still a cub, so we can't ask too much of it. Someone like Zhuozhua, who becomes a hexagonal warrior less than 2 months after birth, is rare even in the other world. It had only been 7 days since Lu Shi arrived at the farm, but when he walked out again, he actually had a feeling of being in another world, as if the time he had just traveled through was already a thing of his previous life. The environment outside the farm has not changed much from before Lu Shi came to the farm. It looks the same as before. However, Lu Shi's mentality is different. Everything he sees is fresh. The area next to the farm was not supposed to be within the scope of the farm, but Lu Shi did not see any monster there, which made it convenient for her to check the plants everywhere. However, most of the plants near the farm are the same kind of weeds. Although the task can be completed, Lu Shi is not willing to deal with it. After thinking for a while, Lu Shi called Zhuozhua over, climbed onto Zhuozhua's back skillfully, and randomly chose a direction. Come on, Zhuozhua. Let's go over there and fly a little further to see. He did not forget to look down at Xiao Yuan on the ground and explain to Xiao Yuan the characteristics of several plants that needed extra attention. When you see plants with these characteristics, remember to call me. Xiao Yuan nodded excitedly. Although Lu Shi had never restrained it and Zhuozhua, the two of them were quite sensible and had never run wild on the farm. They were very excited to finally have such a chance to run freely. Facts told Lu Shi that it was not easy to find a specific plant. 2 hours later, Lu Shi was holding a kind of wild grass similar to the dandelion on Earth, but he had no idea about the rest. Glancing in the direction of a farm that she didn't know how far away it was, Lu Shi felt that she should probably go back. Otherwise, if she let Zhuozhua take her flying for a while, she might not know where she was going. The so-called dandelion is actually dandelion. At first glance, this plant has obvious characteristics and seems easy to find, but in fact, the edible dandelion is the dandelion before it blooms and bears fruit. At that stage, the leaves of the dandelions grow close to the ground, and their shape is like a flower-shaped sticker stuck on the ground, flat and inconspicuous. Lu Shi first noticed the dandelions blooming nearby, and then found some dandelions that had not yet grown around them. Compared to the pure white dandelions on Earth, the dandelions in the other world are red. When the wind blows, they scatter like fireworks in the sky. Lu Shi played for a long time before he started collecting seeds. The system happened to give him the disposable farmland prop, so Lu Shi placed it on the spot. I don't know how the game system judged it, but the entire dandelion seed in Lu Shi's hand was identified as one seed. But the seeds of this thing should start from at least a few hundred or a few thousand. After the first planting, the system prompts that the growth period is 1 month. The corners of Lu Shi's mouth twitched. No wonder the game system would give items like advanced fertilizer. Using the high-grade fertilizer, a golden light flashed on the disposable farmland, and the words harvestable appeared, but after Lu Shi harvested it, the expected fruits did not appear. There was only an object in the shape of a cloth bag on the ground. Lu Shi was very familiar with that cloth bag. The crop seeds she bought from Mrs. Millie were in the form of such cloth bags. After picking it up, the system displayed it as a bag of insufficient unnamed seeds. Lu Shi had no choice but to continue planting. There were 6 seeds in it. After Lu Shi planted them, the growth date still showed 1 month, so he added another bag of high-grade fertilizer. With a flash of light, Lu Shi finally harvested a bag of complete unnamed seeds. But this is not the end yet. Lu Shi still needs to plant this bag of unnamed seeds and harvest them successfully before this challenge mission can be considered over. Lu Shi repeated the above steps, but this bag of complete unnamed seeds did not pop up the growth date, 1 month prompt as before. But like the seeds in the game system, a countdown of only 15 minutes popped up, which meant that Lu Shi only needed to wait 15 minutes to harvest normally. Lu Shi looked at the half-hour left of the mission time, then looked at the amount of high-level fertilizer left in his backpack, and his patience was instantly reduced to 0. A bag of high-grade fertilizer. There is no time to wait for those 15 minutes. A pile of dandelions appeared on a disposable farmland. Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. She was quite afraid that she had harvested a bunch of dandelions that could only be blown for fun. After all, in a sense, dandelions are fruits and seeds. Get closer and choose to pick it up into the system backpack. System notification. Players have discovered and cultivated new crop seeds. Please name the new crop seeds and put them on the seed store after naming. Since players are the discoverers, they will be given the privilege of purchasing them at a permanent 10% discount. Dandelion. She didn't even think about it. System notification. The new crop Valentine seeds has been put on the seed store, priced at 500 copper coins. Players can use 50 copper coins to purchase it. This permission is valid forever. System notification. Congratulations to the player for cultivating a new crop Valentine seeds and receive a reward of 100 gold coins. Valentine seeds x 100. Dandelion. A kind of edible wild grass discovered by someone. It tastes slightly bitter and has a sweet aftertaste. It has a certain value. Special effect. It can relieve heat and toxins. Heat and toxins will be eliminated within 1 hour after consumption. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing Challenge Mission 7, Planting Experience, and receiving the mission rewards 70 challenge coins, 700 experience points. System tips. The system will not recycle and used mission items, so players can use them without worry. In addition, some plants are not as harmless as they appear, so players are advised to keep this in mind. System notification. Some game bugs have been detected and emergency maintenance has been carried out. The estimated time is 18 hours. This maintenance will not affect the player's game progress. Players can play the game normally. After the maintenance is completed, players can receive a system compensation in their mailbox. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 16. She was dazzled for a moment. After several system notifications came out, he read them one by one from the beginning. The price of dandelion seeds is 500 copper coins per bag, which means that the finished product grown from a bag of seeds is worth at least 5,000 copper coins. 40 or 50 dandelions are sold for 5,000 copper coins. On Earth, a dandelion costs more than 100 yuan. Outrageous. Very outrageous. But after seeing the special effects of dandelion, Lucy found that the price didn't seem very expensive. After all, many things in the other world cannot be replaced by the values of the Earth. For example, the heat poison effect. After all, Lucy had been traveling with a mercenary group for a month, and he had gained some common sense. In this different world, there are no doctors, because the role of doctors has been completely replaced by light element magic. There is no need to take medicine, no surgery, and no recovery. Once the light element magic is cast, except for the dead, people with only one breath left can be saved. Regeneration of severed limbs is no problem at all. Even ordinary people can go to the Vatican to queue up for free holy water to treat minor illnesses. As for what to do in case of a serious illness, even on Earth, there are many poor people who cannot afford medical treatment, let alone in another world where class stratification is serious. Being able to have free holy water to treat minor illnesses and injuries is a rare blessing for people in the other world. However, ordinary people are not the main group of people who get injured. The ones who get injured most frequently are the mercenaries. Not only do they face injuries from battles, but they also have to deal with all kinds of poisonous plants that they may encounter in the wild at any time. In general, there are only unexpected wounds, but no wounds that these mercenaries will not encounter. Not everyone can carry a life-saving light elemental mage with them. Most people who want to save their lives can only rely on various elemental magic tools or elemental potions. In terms of special effects, Dandelion has fully met the standards of elemental potions and is even better. What is heat poison? Burns from lava are heat poison, poisonous monsters with fire elemental attributes are heat poison, plants that make people feel hot after eating are heat poison, and even worrying about getting angry is heat poison. The game system does not make any special markings, which means that this heat and poison effect applies to all of the above. Given this effect, what's wrong with selling a dandelion for 100 copper coins? Even if it's sold for 1,000 copper coins, there will be many people buying it. Lucy glanced at the system prompts, not stopping to look at the long-winded nonsense above. Wait, why does this sentence seem to have a special meaning? There is also a bug. This game still has a bug. Lu Shi was about to ponder whether there was a connection between the two, when Zhuozhuo beside him suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Before Lu Shi opened his mouth to ask, Xiao Yuan sniffed the air and suddenly looked in the same direction with caution. Needless to say, Lu Shi also knew that something had happened. Either someone or some monster appeared. But seeing that Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were as steady as a rock, they were just on guard and not ready to leave. It was likely that there was no threat from the opposite side. Lu Shi glanced at the newly popped-up side quest and felt helpless. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but the game system didn't seem to let her go. Yes, what pops up is a side quest, not a challenge quest. Side quest. Unknown people. You found traces of a group of people around Lingyu Farm. For the safety of Lingyu Farm, you plan to go and investigate to find out the identity of this group of people. Task reward. 100 experience points. The next branch mission will be unlocked after completion. Wow, it's a continuous side quest. Lu Shi looked at the challenge task again. Challenge task, planting and harvesting. Players have unlocked a new seed. Please plant and harvest 100 copies of a seed before 7 p.m. Task reward. 80 challenge coins. 800 experience points. If I go back to grow vegetables, it seems that I can't do the side quests anymore, but if I want to complete the side quests, it seems that the challenge quest will fail again. Lu Shi pinched his chin and suddenly saw the disposable farmland next to him with a time limit of half an hour. Yes, she still has a lot of these disposable farm roads in her bag, plus 100 bags of dandelion seeds, so she can use local materials to complete the challenge. 100 portions of dandelions only require 3 bags of seeds at least. Then take out 2 disposable farmlands and plant 3 bags of dandelion seeds at a time. Zhuozhuo, fly up to the sky and take a look at the direction that group of people over there are going. Lu Shi did not forget to arrange Zhuozhuo to monitor the group of people mentioned in the side quest. Well, she could wait for the dandelions to mature without harvesting them and use 3 hours to complete the side quest. Then she would go back and trigger the next challenge task, so she would have another 3 hours. Zhuozhuo flew up and down quickly. Its vision was much better than that of humans. When it flew high enough and there was nothing blocking its vision, it could see clearly even at a distance of several thousand meters. Lu Shi had a strange look on her face. She hadn't expected that the group of people were heading towards her location. According to Zhuozhuo, if Lu Shi stayed where she was, with the speed of that group of people, they would be able to reach her in about half an hour. Although the distance was a bit far, the group of people were moving quite fast, as if something was chasing them from behind. But Zhuozhuo flew a little higher and looked for a long time, but did not see anything chasing the group of people. How strange. However, Lu Shi did not completely let down her guard. She asked Zhuozhuo to check carefully and make sure that all the people in the crowd were ordinary people and there was no threat to her. Apart from anything else, with Zhuozhuo by her side, she can move forward easily even if she encounters 1 or 2 elemental warriors or elemental mages. Lu Shi was bored while waiting for someone, so he took out a few pots and started cooking. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and it was almost time for dinner. And the key point is, Zhuozhuo said that group of people looked like they hadn't eaten for a long time, and Lu Shi didn't lack this little food. Since the side quest was related to them, using food to communicate was also a good idea. Xiao Yuan also secretly ran over to take a look. The crowd consisted of ordinary people, so they naturally couldn't discover this silver wolf cub with the wind element attribute. Xiao Yuan looked more carefully than Zhuozhuo and came back to tell Lu Shi that he saw several human cubs and several elderly people in the crowd. As for how many exactly several is, Xiao Yuan has never learned to count. For some reason, Lu Shi felt that perhaps he should teach Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo how to read and write, as being illiterate has no future. This group of people, young and old, seemed to have a clear goal, or at least a firm choice of direction. Lu Shi really couldn't guess where they came from. Just in case, Lu Shi activated the phantom badge on Zhuozhuo, and Zhuozhuo was mimicked into another monster that looked similar to a young dragon. Although not everyone can recognize the image of a dragon, we still need to avoid that tiny possibility. There were about 40 or 50 people fleeing, among whom were about 10 human cubs, most of them about 10 years old, and only 2 who had not been weaned were carried on their mothers' backs. There were only 4 or 5 elderly people. Although they were called old, they were actually only in their 40s. They just looked older, but their mobility was not impaired. Otherwise, it would be impossible to keep up with the speed of this forced march. The largest number was women in their 20s or 30s, about 20 of them, mostly mothers, each with their children. Only 2 or 3 looked like little girls, with childish faces, and the remaining 10 or so were young and strong men. However, these young and strong men did not look very strong. Instead, they looked thinner and frilier than each other. They were not even as strong as some of the middle-aged women in the team. The only thing worth praising is probably that these young and strong men are scattered in front, behind, left, and right of the team, taking on the task of guarding, and have not lost their sense of responsibility because of their thin body. The young man in the lead was one of the stronger ones in the team. He walked at the front to clear the way and undertook the most arduous task. He was also the first to notice the smoke rising ahead on the path. The smoke was naturally the smoke from Lu Shi's cooking. She had no intention of hiding it and even intended to use the smoke to hint this group of people. "Look, there are people here." As she expected, the young man looked at the smoke rising in front of him, then looked back at the group of people who were hungry and tired. He gritted his teeth and called over a young boy who was only 15 or 16 years old. "Taya, I'm going to go check out the situation ahead. You keep an eye on the surroundings and let everyone rest here for a while. If I don't come back, you can lead everyone to leave here in another direction." If it wasn't necessary, the young man didn't want to change direction. As they had already reached their limit. If they changed direction and took a longer detour, half of them might not reach their destination. But the smoke blocked their path, and the young man had no choice but to go and check out the situation himself. Regardless of the result, at least it eliminated a dangerous option for these people. "Yes, Brother Cross." The young man named Taya opened his mouth, looked into the young man's blue eyes, swallowed the words he wanted to stop him, and watched the young man put down his luggage and disappear into the bushes. Without the burden of the people behind him and the formalities, Cross found the place where Lu Shi was in a short time. It was a rare flat land, and the wild grass was only ankle-high at its highest. If not for this, Lu Shi would have found it difficult to spot the dandelions that were only knee-high. Now, one of the areas is covered by a disposable farm field, with a layer of mature but unharvested dandelions growing on it. The neat purple leaves look very eye-catching. Lu Shi placed several portable stoves not far from the disposable farmland, and thick smoke was rising from the stoves. There were several large pots of wild rice porridge cooking inside. This was the easiest and most convenient thing to make, and it was also suitable for people who had been hungry for a long time. It was easy to swallow and filled the stomach. As for Lu Shi herself, she thought about it and felt that it would not be a good idea for her to prepare a delicious meal and eat it in front of these people. Although there was nothing wrong with what she did, after all, she was eating her own food, but it always felt a bit weird, so Lu Shi decided that she could either eat them all together or wait until she got home in the evening to prepare dinner. The problem is not how good or bad the food you eat is, but that you should not show your happiness in front of a group of miserable people. Although Lu Shi did not want to do them a favor, he could not make enemies with them. So, this is what Cross saw: a small field with some plants neatly planted on the left and a few steaming pots on the right. Sitting behind the pot was a beautiful lady wearing a black robe and a strange hat. At the feet of this beautiful lady lay a very beautiful silver wolf cub with silver gray hair. The black robe is an elemental robe that Lu Shi bought in the human town. It has a protective elemental magic array. Outside the farm is not as safe as inside the farm. No one can guarantee whether a poisonous insect or other monster will jump out of the grass. The strange hat turned out to be a safety helmet. It was a task reward given by the system when Lu Shi completed the side quest. Because its set has certain defensive capabilities on it, Lu Shi equipped it. When it comes to protecting himself, Lu Shi won't refuse to use those props just because it doesn't look good. She was wearing cotton gloves on her hands. Rather than being a noble lady, she is more like a migrant worker from another world. Lu Shi held a red dandelion in her hand and turned it around out of boredom. In a short while, she had already blew 8 or 10 of them. It's a piece of red, and it looks really beautiful when flying. Xiao Yuan doesn't like this kind of thing very much. Its hair is too long. If this thing gets on its hair, it will be difficult to clean. So it controls the wind element to form a layer of protective film outside its body to isolate them from the outside. So these red dandelion seeds spun and danced in place for a while, and soon flew in other directions. In Lu Shi's imagination, this young man who came to investigate the situation might have many kinds of reactions, but what she never expected was. Cross's eyes fell on the red dandelion in Lu Shi's hand. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "Throw it away!" Lu Shi was startled by the shout, blinked, and looked at the red dandelion in his hand. Throw away? Could he be referring to the thing in her hand? Cross did not stand there waiting for Lu Shi's reaction. He ran forward very quickly, and took off his tattered shirt as he ran. The distance of more than 10 meters was only a few seconds, and Lu Shi had no reaction yet. Xiao Yuan was shocked by the sound, but did not sense any malice from the young man, so she hesitated for a moment. In just a short while, Cross swung his arm, opened his clothes, and caught the red dandelion in Lu Shi's hand. He quickly packed it up and threw it into the fire under the pot. Fortunately, the props produced by the game system have the same effects as real objects after use. For example, a fire can really burn things and has the temperature of a flame. After watching his clothes and the things inside being burned to ashes, he turned his head to look at Lu Shi. It didn't matter when he saw it. His face suddenly turned pale. The reason is simple. I didn't notice it because I was far away just now, but now I find that the red dandelion seedlings are growing in neat rows on the ground next to it. The only good news is that because they are seedlings, these red dandelions have not yet grown fruits. Lu Shi watched the young man's expression change again and again in front of him, and had a premonition that he seemed to have done something wrong inadvertently, so he spoke tentatively. Hello, what's up with this thing? Cross withdrew his gaze. He didn't know if it was because he shouted too loudly or for some other reason, but his voice was very hoarse. This thing is very dangerous. When its seeds mature, they will be blown away by the wind. If they fall to the ground, they will take root in the ground and grow normally. If they fall on monsters or humans, they will absorb blood and quickly grow into an extremely gorgeous blood flower. If only 1 or 2 are touched, it's fine. Lu Shi opened his mouth slightly and was frightened and subconsciously took 2 steps back, with a crunching sound under his feet. Cross and Lu Shi looked down at the ground together and saw several stems of red dandelions that had been blown clean. Lu Shi smiled awkwardly. Haha, this I didn't know before. I saw it was blowing up. It looked pretty nice when flying. But in his heart he screamed in horror. Oh my god! How can the plants in the other world be so scary? It's so scary. Cross didn't answer Lu Shi, but looked at the strange clothes on Lu Shi. Through the black elemental robe on Lu Shi's body, he saw a set of clothes underneath. The fabric has fine texture and bright colors, and it is obvious that it is not something that ordinary people can wear. In addition, there is a baby magical pet next to it that is obviously carefully raised. Lu Shi does not have the aura of a mercenary. The aura of a mercenary who is in danger all year round and walks with death is easy to recognize. Therefore, Lu Shi's identity was easy to determine. She must be a noble lady. For ordinary humans, those whose families are a little wealthier and can afford maids and do not have to do the work themselves can actually be called noble ladies. So Cross suddenly knelt down and saluted. I, your foolish servant, have offended you unintentionally. Please forgive me. It was at this time that Cross thought of the black elemental robe on Lu Shi. With such an elemental magic weapon to protect her, these dangerous plants that were deadly to ordinary people like them were just interesting toys to this noble lady. To some extent, the young man's kneeling behavior frightened Lu Shi more than his sudden rush over. No, just get up. Lu Shi touched her earlobe. When she met the people from Kuva village before, they didn't have this attitude.
This is a bit scary.
Cross did not stand up. He remained kneeling respectfully and looked up at Lu Shi. "Are you the owner of the spirit farm?" It was a question, but the tone sounded more like confirmation.
Ah?
She was really confused this time. She had never expected that she would hear the name Lingyu Farm from the mouths of the indigenous people. It feels like going to a museum to look at ancient pottery bowls and finding the words microwave only written on them. The young man seemed to have gotten the answer from Lu Shi. He lowered his head and began to tell his own story. "My name is Cross. I'm from Wamada village, which is a few hundred kilometers south of here. A month ago, our village and the surrounding area were hit by a wave of monsters." Cross' eyes were red. There were 237 people in the village, and only 49 of us escaped under the protection of the village chief and most of the young and middle-aged men. "We are lucky. We are not on the main route of the monster tide. We only encountered a small wave of monsters, so we were able to escape these people. There are even more in the nearby villages." Cross' voice choked up, and he could hardly continue. After calming down, Cross continued, "Although the monster tide has receded, there are still many monsters scattered everywhere. The remaining people in our village have no ability to protect themselves, so they can't stay in the village and live. They can only migrate along the way. On the way, we passed Darcy Village. It was the people in Darcy Village who said that there was a farm of a noble lady here, and they persuaded us to come and seek refuge." What Cross didn't say was that they originally wanted to stay in Darcy Village, but Darcy Village was just a small village that could not accommodate them, and the food was not enough to feed them. So we just gave them a direction and some food, and that's how they were able to get here. But even so, what Darcy Village did can be considered a great favor. Even though it is the grain harvest season now, how many families of these ordinary people have enough food? It would be such a great favor if we could give some grain to them. Cross has already firmly remembered the kindness of Darcy Village in his heart, and he will definitely find a way to repay the people of Darcy Village. A noble without a farm may or may not be rich, but a noble with a farm is definitely very rich. This brings us to what farms represent. Farms are actually equivalent to various factories on Earth. For example, a small part of the food comes from those grown by civilians. These foods feed most of the town residents, but more food comes from aristocratic farms. In addition, there are fruits, winemaking, etc., which are basically all related to farms. For a nobleman to own a farm is equivalent to having an assembly line that can produce money. However, a farm's ability to make money actually depends on the nobles who manage it. Some nobles have outstanding means and can create unique products to increase the value of the farm, while some nobles can only rely on the farm's production to earn some hard-earned money. But even if it was just hard-earned money, it was enough to make most of the nobles jealous, and the value of the farm was evident. Of course, not everyone can own a farm. The main sources of farms are inheritance and rewards. These two conditions make farms almost a symbol of the nobility. Suppose a businessman is very rich and buys a piece of land to build a farm. Is this farm the same as the farm above? No, it is completely different because the premise of the formation of every farm is inseparable from three parts. First, it is a guarantee of security that is sufficient to protect oneself from the tide of monsters. Farms are not like towns that can rely on thick walls to block the flow of monsters, so more powerful elemental mages are needed to station and defend. Huge salary paid every year. Without a certain status and position, it is impossible to invite these elemental mages to undertake the defense work. As for Lu Shi's Lingyu farm, some people may subconsciously overlook one thing, that is, there is a small church in the Lingyu farm with a pope and a saint. The safety level here is already higher than 99% of the farms in the other world. Secondly, high taxes have to be paid to the country where they are located. If it is a farm established by a merchant himself, the taxes he needs to pay each year are as high as 50%, 80%. If the profit from the sale of goods is not enough, he will be doing business at a loss. Farms inherited or acquired as rewards have the privilege of being exempt from taxes. Therefore, in fact, the number of farms in the other world is not too large, and the status of a noble who owns a farm will not be too low. The third is people. Even on farms in another world, there are always captives working there. Except for the nobles who can legally buy and sell captives without restrictions, people like merchants are restricted in the number of captives they can have. In other words, if the number of captives raised exceeds a certain limit, one must pay taxes, and it is a very high head tax for those who are not from the aristocratic class. The laws of the other world always strike hard. Therefore, most businessmen will adopt the employment method. Although this requires paying wages to those employees, this is more appropriate than taxation. They only need to set wages relatively low to ensure sufficient profits. In fact, to put it bluntly, when nobles open farms, it is purely for making money, but when businessmen open farms, it is all about spending money. They haven't made any money yet, but they have lost a lot. However, even though there are various strict requirements for non-aristocrats, there are always people who can find loopholes in these regulations. For example, you can spend some money to bribe a noble and register the farm under the noble's name. Although it is not a legitimate reward or inherited farm, you still have to pay taxes, but you only need to pay 10% 30% tax. This is the preferential treatment for the nobles. Similarly, although merchants cannot own too many captives, they can give money to nobles and then borrow captives from them. When hiring captives, they have to worry about overwork and negative effects after they die of exhaustion, but when it comes to borrowed captives, they don't have to worry about this problem. The most they have to do is pay the nobles more money. After all, captives in the other world are just property belonging to their masters, and their life and death are in the hands of their masters. The only thing that makes civilians better than captives is probably the illusory freedom. However, they had to be vigilant against attacks by monsters all year round and had to wander with their families from time to time. They might not even be able to eat 2 bites of food they grew themselves throughout the year, and many civilians starved to death on the road. Are they really much better than those captives whose life and death are not under their own control, but who do not need to hide from monsters and have a stable source of food? Cross was filled with anxiety, waiting for the judgment from the other side. They really had no other choice. It can be seen from the body shapes of this group of people that the young and strong men with the most labor value all have their own defects, and the only two who can still deal with it are Cross and the young Iron Fong. Darcy Village was willing to keep Cross, but Cross was the leader of this group. He couldn't abandon these companions who depended on him and stay alone selfishly. Taya is young and in the growing period. He eats too much and may not be able to do much work. Although Darcy Village expressed its willingness to accept him out of pity, Taya did not stay because his sister was there and he could not abandon her. Taya's sister is a girl of 13 or 14 years old, which is an awkward age. If she is called a child, it is too early to be called a marriage. A child needs to be raised for 2 years. Although a child bride is good, no family can afford to provide a free meal for her. If you don't have a good family background, no one dares to do this. Another girl of the same age as Taya's sister could get married directly, but there was no man of the right age to marry in Kadaxi Village. In the end, there was only a widower whose wife died in childbirth, leaving behind a widow with a 2-year-old boy in Wamada Village. It can be considered a successful blind date. After all, Dashi Village is just a poor little village of 100 or 200 people. Later, an elderly village chief of Darcy Village told Cross that there was a noble farm in the north, and if they were willing to become captives on the farm, they might be able to survive. Cross hesitated for a moment, not because he was unwilling to be a captive. For people like him, becoming a captive was actually a happy choice. But the key is, will the nobles on the farm take in this group of people who even Darcy Village is unwilling to take in? The old head of Darcy Village shook his head. The noble on the farm over there is an extremely kind lady. She has never had a captive die of exhaustion. She even distributes thick clothes to the captives in winter. Even when the harvest is bad, if someone goes to the farm to beg, she will give enough food. As he spoke, the old chief of Dashi Village couldn't help but sigh. A few years ago, there was a severe drought. The grain harvested from my family's fields could not feed the whole family. My brother was only that old at the time. I couldn't bear to see him starve to death, so I went to the farm alone. Even if I became a captive, there would be one less person to eat at home, and my brother would have a better chance of survival. But I didn't expect that the lady didn't take me as a captive. She just gave me a shovel and asked me to work on the farm for a month. In the end, She gave me 2 bags of food and asked me to take them home. Later, my family survived by relying on those 2 bags of food. Cross was also shocked when he heard this. She is such a kind-hearted lady. The old village chief of Darcy Village had tears in his eyes, but his expression suddenly dimmed. Some time ago, that noble lady passed away. I heard that the one who inherited her farm was one of her granddaughters. She should be a kind lady like that lady. Cross couldn't be sure, but they had no better choice. Not to mention the food to sustain their journey, even if they had to sleep in the open air every day and couldn't find a place to live, their bodies would not be able to bear it. There are also monsters that you need to be vigilant against at all times. Although there are very few monsters around here because of the farm, there are still some. As long as they encounter a slightly larger monster, this group of people will have almost no ability to resist. Therefore, Cross did not hesitate for long before making a decision. Which farm is that? The old village chief of Darcy Village looked blank for a moment, but soon returned to normal. There was nothing strange in his voice. Spirit Farm. The time was 5 days ago. Lucy found it difficult to describe her feelings. No, that Darcy Village is hundreds of kilometers away from Lingyu Farm, and the village is poor and backward. How did he know that the owner of the farm died and was replaced by a new owner? The most important thing is that it seems that Lu Shi named the farm's spiritual garden only 7 days ago. During these 7 days, Lu Shi has not left the farm, and no one else has come to the farm. How did the news of the name change spread? Lu Shi really wanted to find the old village chief of Darcy Village and ask him, "Are you also an NPC?" However, the main reason why Lu Shi had ignored Cross was not because of this, but because of the system notification that suddenly popped up in front of her. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, Unknown People, and obtaining the quest reward 100 experience points. The next side quest has been opened for the player. Side quest. Displaced People. Players meet this group of people and learn about their identities. It turns out that they are a group of displaced people who have lost their homes. Players are asked to decide for themselves where they belong. Quest reward, 200 experience points. The next side quest will be started depending on the player's choice. Choiced at what else to choose. Lu Shi sighed and checked her conscience. If she was starving to death and couldn't even feed herself, she would definitely ignore this group of people. However, her system backpack was full of food, and she could plant and harvest enough food to feed hundreds of people in just over 10 minutes. At this time, a group of people who were starving to death appeared in front of her. What else could she choose? Cross waited anxiously for a long time before hearing a sigh that seemed like an illusion. Okay, go and bring all your companions over. The meaning of the words was self-evident. Cross looked up in surprise, then came to his senses and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Lu Shi. Without the protection of clothes, he would be easily cut by the grass leaves. So she searched through the system backpack and the contract package and finally took out a bathrobe. There was almost no clothes she could give Cross to wear. However, Lu Shi had several bathrobes produced by this system in his backpack. They were from the clothing design drawings he had purchased from the tailor Daiwu before. I can't believe that bathrobes are also a type of appearance clothing. But when you think about the fact that many large online games have the white inner library appearance party, the appearance of bathrobes doesn't seem very strange. Put this on before you go back. Lu Shi picked out a gray bathrobe and threw it to Cross. The bathrobe had ties in the middle and wrapped tightly. It was actually a nice coat, fluffy and very warm. Cross took it subconsciously, feeling the soft touch of the bathrobe in his hands, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. By the way, how did you guess it was me? Never mind, I know. Lu Shi was about to ask, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his mind changed. Even though Lingyu Farm occupies a small area, in fact, the area of several hundred kilometers around it should be included. Lu Shi thought she was out of the farm, but in fact, from the perspective of others, she was just having a picnic in her own yard. When you meet a noble lady who is dressed elegantly and has an aura that makes it obvious that she is not an ordinary person, there is no other choice except the owner of Lingyu Farm. Is it possible that there are other noble ladies who would run hundreds of kilometers to have a picnic on someone else's farm? Cross didn't hear clearly what Lu Shi said. He was still shocked by the clothes in his hand. The material was softer than he had ever seen before. The money from selling just this one piece of clothing was even enough to feed them for a year. But Cross certainly didn't dare to sell it. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Shi, who didn't care about the clothes. He knew in his heart that this was a reward from a nobleman, and it would be ungrateful if he refused, so he gritted his teeth and put it on. The soft and warm touch made Cross unable to help but rub it a few more times, as if he wanted to remember this feeling. Lu Shi lowered his head and looked at the red dandelion stems on the ground. There was originally a patch of red dandelions growing in this area, but they were scattered, and there were only a few dozen of them in total. She plucked up a dozen mature trees and blew them up, leaving only the stems on the ground. Most of the rest had not yet grown, so they did not pose much threat. But you also have to be careful of the red dandelion seeds she blows away. Who knows where they will land? What if they accidentally get on someone? When I didn't know, it was still a toy. After I knew it, Lu Shi got goosebumps all over her body for a long time. How scary. Fortunately, she was wearing the elemental robe, which acted as a protective magic circle, so the red dandelion seeds were unable to come into close contact with her. Zhuozhuo hasn't come back yet? Lu Shi looked up at the sky. Just now, when Zhuozhuo was flying in the sky and monitoring this group of people, he saw a monster. There are only a few kinds of meat on the farm, and Zhuozhuo also misses the taste of the monster meat he encountered along the way. So after saying hello to Lu Shi, Zhuozhuo ran to catch prey. Judging from the time, he should be back by now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of breaking air in the sky, and a black shadow was seen flying in the sky from a distance. Cross hadn't left yet, but the moment he saw the black shadow, he stopped involuntarily. His mind raced, and his face became hesitant. He didn't know whether he should run away first to avoid being a stumbling block for the noble lady, or whether he should rush to the noble lady at this time and put on an attitude of protecting her at the risk of his life to make a good impression on the people in his village. However, he did not hesitate for long. The speed at which the black shadow approached was far beyond his judgment, and it flew close to him in just a few seconds. Cross didn't know what kind of monster it was, but he could see clearly the two pendants hanging on the monster's chest and the stone sheep prey held under the monster's feet. Just as he thought, the monster was the noble lady's pet, and it was simply released to hunt. This noble lady, was she really having a picnic? Cross couldn't understand the meaning of having a meal outdoors, but he couldn't understand the behavior of the nobles, so he just bowed his head respectfully. After asking Zhuozhuo to put down the prey, Lu Shi couldn't wait to pull Zhuozhuo. Quick, Zhuozhuo, set fire to this whole place. Zhuozhuo is also one of those who appreciate red dandelions, but he likes them because they are the same color red as his own. After hearing Lu Shi's explanation of what had just happened, he immediately raised his head and started spewing fire in all directions. Under the stimulation of the fire element, an extremely clean open space was quickly burned out. Lu Shi looked at the steel-like scales on Zhuozhuo's body and couldn't help but sigh. The red dandelion seeds would have no effect at all even if they were on Zhuozhuo's body. It's so funny, it doesn't break my defense at all. Xiao Yuan did not just stand there and watch. Under Lu Shi's command, she controlled the wind element and blew all the places where the red dandelion seeds might be hidden, trying to eliminate any possibility of danger. It was then that Lu Shi realized that Cross had not moved from where he was. He was confused for a moment and asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Cross was stuck for a moment. He could say that when he was about to leave, he noticed a monster approaching, so he stopped and prepared to show himself. It turned out that the monster was simply a pet. It couldn't do anything it wanted to do and was stuck in a state of being unable to move forward or backward. Lu Shi asked casually, and without waiting for Cross to answer, he waved his hand. "Forget it. Go back quickly." Cross looked at the two magical pets and understood the confidence of this noble lady to travel alone. Magic pets like these that could use elemental magic could destroy a village like theirs with just a wave of their hands. And this noble lady brought two magical pets with her, although one of them was still a cub, who said that a monster cub couldn't beat them. With such strong protection and being in her own territory, It's no wonder that this noble lady is so fearless. Of course, even if you meet a noble without any magical pet, you should not easily have any bad thoughts. Elemental magic weapons are expensive items that are difficult for ordinary civilians to afford, but for nobles, even impoverished nobles, they will have at least a few inherited elemental magic weapons to protect themselves. Unless they are black mercenaries with strong combat capabilities, or bandits with elemental warrior abilities, ordinary people should not think about harming nobles, because it is impossible. For example, the elemental robe on Lu Shi. Let's put it this way. She just stood there and let these ordinary people punch and kick her all day long, and the defensive ability of the elemental robe would not be weakened at all. Only attacks with the same elemental power can break through the defense of the elemental robe, or powerful forces beyond the limit, such as Zhuozhua's full-strength tail attack on Lu Shi. Although it will not break the defense in one go, but if he swings the tail a few more times, the elemental robe will definitely be ruined. In addition, nobles basically have bloodline elemental spells to mark family members of the same bloodline. Once a family member dies, they will feel it and can even follow the traces of the elemental spell to find the place of death. Then, through some retrospective elemental spells, they will know clearly what happened. For example, the village chief Luli of Kuva village, because he once served as a trainee knight for a noble, knew these things, so his attitude towards Lu Shi was so friendly that he even dared not let Lu Shi get into trouble within his own village. Ordinary civilians would not know so much, but as long as they remember not to provoke the nobles, everything will basically be fine. Cross didn't dare to say anything more. He lowered his head, wrapped his loose bathrobe tightly around his body, and trotted away. It was not until the surroundings were burned into a large open space that Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of red dandelion seeds falling somewhere was like when you were getting ready to go to bed and found a needle had fallen into the quilt. After destroying all the dandelions he could see around him, regardless of whether they were mature or not, Lu Shi looked at the dandelions that had not been harvested on the 3 disposable farmlands, hesitated for a moment, and finally harvested them in advance and put them into the system backpack. She could continue to delay the harvest and delay the completion of the task, but that group of people obviously recognized the red dandelion seedlings and would be scared when they saw so many of them. It would be better to collect them to avoid any accidents. After everything here was put away, the system notification popped up. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, planting and harvesting and receiving the mission reward 80 challenge coins, 800 experience points. System tips. Dangerous plants also have their own unique uses. Players have sharp eyes and can discover the advantages of dangerous plants, but sometimes, the danger itself requires players to pay more attention. Stop mocking me, I got it. Lu Shi pursed her lips and looked at the system prompt. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the wording, but she always felt that she was being mocked by the system. Challenge mission, Timber Merchant. The player has stored a large amount of timber in the system warehouse. After hearing the news, an unknown merchant decides to come and buy the player's excess timber. The player can decide the sales quantity by himself. Task reward, 90 challenge coins, 900 experience points, unknown. Lu Shi thought she was going to start traveling at full speed, spending more than 10 minutes, letting Zhuozhua take her back to the farm to complete the task, and then rushing back after completing the task. This should not affect her ability to complete side quests. But I didn't expect that next to the task introduction of challenge task, there was an icon of a small round button with the word summon written in large letters. Lu Shi looked around. It would take at least half an hour for Cross to go back and bring his companions over. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he directly pressed the summon button. Lu Shi blinked her eyes and didn't see any unnecessary movement. When she was about to take another look at the mission details, a strong wind suddenly blew. Lu Shi closed his eyes to avoid the strong wind. When he opened his eyes, an unknown person wearing a gray cloak, whose entire body was wrapped in the cloak and whose gender could not be identified, appeared in front of him. Timber Merchant Lu Shi looked at the font above the brother's head and couldn't help but want to ask about this game system. Aren't you Leisure Farm? Why are there so many other games mixed in? There is no Timber Merchant in Leisure Farm. Isn't that the same function as the transportation box? Hello? Lu, she greeted. The timber merchant himself stood there without any reaction, but a system panel suddenly popped up.
Timber merchant. Hello. Oh.
It's the dialogue box. Lu, she thought coldly and speechlessly. The dialogue box has been refreshed with new text. Timber merchant. Are you selling timber? It's me. Lu, she looked at the motionless timber merchant himself, and then glanced at the chat box with cute emoticons. Timber merchant. Omega. No. How much would you want to sell? Without waiting for Lu Shi to answer, another system panel suddenly opened and unfolded in front of Lu Shi, which was a detailed price list. Lu Shi glanced at it casually, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked back several times. This price is really fake. It's not that Lu Shi doesn't want to believe it, it's mainly because the price difference is too big. The system purchases sandstone and tree wood at a price of 15 copper coins per piece, but here it gives a price of 1,500 copper coins per piece. The difference is 100 times. Timber merchant. Of course it's real. We won't cheat our customers. Lu Shi doubted again and again, but the opportunity was right in front of him, and it would seem like he would be at a great loss if he didn't take advantage of it. It just so happened that the wood in her system warehouse was full, and it was the right opportunity to clean it out. She did sell a lot of wood in the last lottery in order to clear the space. But she also won a lot of wood, so after all, the number is still the same. Lu Shi first selected 10,000 pieces of sand, gravel, and wood to sell. It was not a lot and only took up 10 of her system warehouse grids. Fortunately, one thing about the game system is that Lu Shi's system backpack is connected to various warehouses, so she can take things out and put things in directly. Otherwise, she would have to go back to the warehouse at home to get wood, which would be a hassle. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 150 gold coins. Lu Shi felt like she was getting a little carried away. She sold more than 10,000 pieces of wood and received 150 gold coins, but she actually felt that it was a little too little. Of course, he sold it again. A total of 30,000 pieces of frost and dew tree wood and 40,000 pieces of sand and gravel tree wood were sold, and Lu Shi earned a total of 900 gold coins. Lu Shi was shocked by the speed of making money. Of course, she still had some wood in her backpack, but Lu Shi was the kind of person who habitually kept some just in case and did not like to go all in at once. So the remaining wood was not used. Timber merchant. Does the customer not intend to continue selling? Omega. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment, looked at the remaining wood in the system warehouse, and nodded hesitantly. I've sold it all. Timber merchant. Would you like to see our store? Another game panel pops up. It was filled with items for sale, but what surprised Lu Shi was that the items on it didn't look like they were produced by the game system. Instead, they looked like items she had bought in human towns. Come to think of it, this timber merchant doesn't look like the one in the game system at all. While thinking, Lu Shi looked through the list of goods for sale. There are two main categories of goods for sale. One is ordinary items, with prices between copper coins and silver coins, and the other is elemental magic tools, most of which are priced in gold coins. It is also because of this that Lu Shi feels that it does not seem to be a product of the system. After all, the game system will not deliberately separate out any elemental magic weapons, only special effects at most. Lu Shi is not stupid, so he can naturally see that the effects of many system props are actually no different from those of elemental magic weapons. The list of common items includes a gray velvet quilt, a set of gold, jade, and stone tea sets, a box of white alfalfa, a barrel of fine golden nail, a stone sheepwool coat, and so on, covering everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The price was not too high. At least it was nearly half cheaper than when Lu Shi bought it in a human town. In the elemental magic weapon column, the prices are even lower. For example, an elemental robe with a similar function to the one Lu Shi has only costs 30 gold coins. When Lu Shi bought it at the auction house, he spent a full 100 gold coins. After experiencing the red dandelion incident, Lu Shi felt deeply the danger of the other world, but the elemental robe was not often worn and was not convenient. Looking at the various cheap elemental magic weapons on the system panel, she started to buy. A bracelet with defensive function, 61 gold coins, bought it. A necklace with defensive function, 83 gold coins, bought it. A defensive ring for 115 gold coins. I bought it. System prompt. The player's purchase amount is insufficient and cannot purchase this item. A system prompt that suddenly popped up stopped Lu Shi from continuing his shopping spree. Lu Shi was unhappy. She was calculating. She had only spent a few hundred gold coins. In addition to the gold coins she had just sold, she still had more than 1,000 gold coins in savings. How come the balance was insufficient? But after a closer look, Lu Shi discovered that it said purchase amount. Only then did she realize that there was a number in the lower right corner of the game panel. Purchase amount, 867/900. She can buy discount items of that amount from the timber merchant based on the amount of goods she sold to the timber merchant. No wonder the prices here are so cheap. Lu Shi suddenly realized and looked at the item that he was about to buy but failed to buy due to insufficient purchase limit. Lu Shi did not mean to buy it. Although he could increase his purchase limit by collecting some wood and selling it to the wood merchant, Lu Shi bought a lot of things and didn't need this one. It would be good if he could buy it, but it wouldn't be a loss if he couldn't. Compared to this, Lu Shi was more curious about something else. After completing this transaction, will you show up next time? Timber Merchant. I will appear at any time as long as the customer needs me, Timber Merchant. However, please prepare goods worth more than 500 gold coins in advance. If the value of the goods is too low, the summoning may fail. There are always people who worry about Lu Shi's safety. But actually, there is no need to worry about this. Excluding Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, the only people who can pose a threat to Lu Shi are Village Chief Luli and the dragon-hunting mercenaries. But Village Chief Luli has to take the families in Koa Village into consideration and will not take action against Lu Shi. Although the dragon-hunting mercenaries are not absolutely good people, they will not do anything to harm innocent people. If you ask why, of course, that's because they won't do that, so I wrote them in shocked voice. With Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, Lu Shi can get away with it in most situations. System notification. This transaction has been completed. The timber merchant is about to leave. The summon merchant function has been enabled for players. Details can be viewed on the System Mall page. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing challenge mission, Timber Merchant, and obtaining the mission reward 90 challenge gold coins, 900 experience points, limited time discount store, 50% off purchase permission. System tips. Special merchants will often appear in the farm. Players should always prepare the materials that merchants need. If there are any special items you want, you can also try to talk to special merchants through the dialog box on the merchant summoning page in the System Mall. Special merchants have a certain probability of bringing the items you need to the players during the next transaction. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 17. The timber merchant appeared just as suddenly as he did. Lu Shi just glanced at the system notification that popped up, and when he looked up again, the timber merchant had completely disappeared. Even Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, who were staring at the timber merchant closely, didn't know when and how he left, even though they were clearly staring at him. Lu Shi didn't care about these things. There were many unreasonable things in the game system. This ability to appear and disappear mysteriously was just a small problem and didn't need to be taken seriously. Clicking on the System Mall panel, Lu Shi checked the newly appeared summoning merchant page. As expected, there is not just one special merchant, the timber merchant. There are 7 special merchants whose avatars appear side by side on the page. The top name is Timber Merchant, and the rest are all grayed out. Merchant. Timber Merchant, summoning in cooldown, likes to collect valuable wood. Once you have wood worth more than 500 gold coins, you can summon the Timber Merchant to trade. System tips. The higher the transaction amount, the lower the discount you can get from the unlocked limited time discount store. Merchant. After trading with the player once, the merchant's information can be unlocked. ×6 system tips. When the player's system warehouse or system backpack has a certain amount of goods stored, there is a chance to encounter the corresponding special merchant. After unlocking the corresponding special merchant, you can specify the summon. In the list of 7 special merchants, there is also a small group like Chat Dialog Box, with 8 members displayed. Lucy looked for it, but did not see the private chat function. It is estimated that only group chat can be used for chatting. The subpage showed the limited time discount store that Lucy had just visited, as well as the purchase record. However, Lucy could no longer purchase anything now, so he could only look through the products on it and record what items were available for next purchase. Some of the goods are limited in quantity. If Lucy wants to buy more, he can use the dialog box function to ask special merchants to prepare more of this product next time. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that it is a limited time discount store opened by 7 special merchants. It is open to the public, but the quantity and type of goods will be different each time. Special merchants may agree to Lucy's request, or they may refuse, for example, due to insufficient inventory of goods. Lucy thought this reason was very interesting, from the 6 reviewers of the farm dress-up game to the 7 special businessmen. TSK. The so-called farm game system is not just a game. Challenge mission: A Good Night Farm. The harmonious atmosphere of the farm is an important experience in the game. Players should not ignore the opportunity to build good relationships with the farm residents. Please say goodnight to 3 farm residents before 12 o'clock in the evening. Task reward: 100 challenge coins, 1,000 experience points. Lucy was silent for a moment. Although this task was not particularly difficult and not troublesome to complete, there was plenty of time. But she just felt that there was something wrong, something serious wrong with her. Fortunately, Cross came back with the people from their village at this time, diverting Lucy's attention so that she didn't have to worry about this task for the time being. When Cross had just returned to the place where his companions were resting, he was nearly attacked by the reckless Iron Fong because of the clothes he was wearing. Cross, who narrowly dodged a wooden fork, didn't have time to get angry because Taya's voice rang out first. It's Brother Cross. Are you okay? I thought it was a monster approaching. I'm fine. Knowing that Taya was doing this to be responsible to the villagers, Cross no longer felt angry. Taya scratched his head and asked again, Brother Cross, what's wrong with your clothes? It's just a little accident. Cross had no intention of explaining to Taya alone, but returned to the crowd who were resting. The villagers who were sitting on the ground to rest had already heard Taya's loud voice, but no one stood up to see what was going on. They were all trying to rest for a while and reduce their movements, but their eyes, filled with the desire to survive, were all looking brightly in one direction. As soon as Cross appeared, he saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him, and their pupils revealed a strong desire to survive. Cross' voice became even hoarser as he looked at these tired and hungry villagers. It was not that they had completely run out of food, but facing a journey with an unknown end, they could only try to eat less and walk more every day to allow themselves to last longer. So even though they were hungry, no one would touch the food for the next few days. We didn't take the wrong road. The Lingyu farm is right in front of us. I met the owner of the farm there. She is a noble and kind lady. She said she is willing to take us in. Cross spoke excitedly, but the reaction was not what he expected. The villagers looked at him blankly, as if they could not understand the meaning of his words. Or perhaps they could not believe it. After all, what value do these people have? Which noble lord doesn't want stronger captives to do more work? It's true. Look at the clothes I'm wearing. The noble lady gave me this warm and comfortable clothes out of pity for me. Cross tried to explain, unbuttoning the bathrobe on his body and letting the villagers touch it. The soft touch finally gave these people some sense of reality, and great enthusiasm suddenly burst out in their pupils. Really? You didn't lie to us? Cross put his bathrobe back on carefully to avoid any damage to it, in case the noble lady saw it and thought he did not value the reward. Of course. Why would I lie to you? The noble lady is waiting for us there now. Everyone, hurry up and don't let the kind noble lady wait for too long. After hearing what Cross said, the remaining villagers of Wamada village finally felt the truth. They hurriedly supported each other to get up, and even burst out with extraordinary strength, and their speed increased a lot. Therefore, he appeared in front of Lu Shi many minutes earlier. Looking at the obviously strangely dressed noble lady in front of them, The villagers of Wamada village did not think there was anything wrong with Lu Shi. Instead, they all agreed that Lu Shi behaved in a very gorgeous and noble manner, which was very much in line with the demeanor of a noble lady. As for the black robe and strange hat that Lu Shi was wearing, what could go wrong with the attire of a noble lady? Lu Shi didn't think there was anything wrong with her appearance. Between good looks and practicality, the latter was more important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out wearing a helmet. The villagers of Wamada village did not dare to look directly at Lu Shi. They were all very uneasy, like a group of frightened chickens being driven together. They kept their heads down and did not even dare to talk in private. Lu Shi, however, didn't mind looking them over from beginning to end to judge what kind of work they could undertake and how much work they could do. It's not that he really wants this group of people to play any role. Lu Shi has the golden finger of the game system, and there are two plugins named Shuizhua and Xiaoyuan. He doesn't need this group of people to do anything. Because of her kindness and high moral sense, she could not bear to watch people die and decided to rescue them. But Lu Shi understood one thing more clearly, that is, he could not use his kindness to feed a group of idlers, because what he would feed would only result in a group of ungrateful wolves. Just like the story recounted by Cross, Lu Shi's grandmother once rescued the old village chief of Darcy Village, made him work for a whole month, and then gave him wages of 2 bags of grain. Did Lu Shi's grandmother really need such a labor? Definitely not, but such an act can effectively prevent others from following suit and cheating food from the farm, and can also help those who really need help and have good hearts. Lu Shi had a similar idea. She could provide food, shelter, and security, but these people could not sit idle and had to do what they could. Even if the job was to move bricks from the east yard to the west yard, and then from the west yard to the east yard, they had to do it. Okay, no need to gather together. The place is big, everyone can take a break. Just ask someone in charge to come and talk to me. After counting the number of people and having an idea of the situation, Lu Shi spoke. Her voice wasn't too loud, but in the silence where no one dared to speak, it could be clearly heard by everyone. Without waiting for the villagers to shift their gazes over, Cross stepped out first and walked to Lu Shi's side very respectfully. Because his head was lowered, Cross could only see the part below Lu Shi's elbow. The ugly white gloves he had just seen had been taken off and replaced by 2 delicate-looking bracelets and rings. These accessories were, of course, the elemental magic weapons that Lu Shi had just purchased. Lu Shi equipped them all at once to protect himself. Now Lu Shi can stand still and withstand Zhuizhua's attack for at least an hour. His defense is as strong as an iron barrel. Not everyone can carry a dozen defensive elemental magic weapons on their body. Lu Shi turned the ring on her finger. She was not used to wearing so many accessories. It was so luxurious, too luxurious. It seems you have all been hungry for quite some time. I have some food here. Find 2 people with good stamina to come and help distribute it. Lu Shi glanced at the pots on the ground. The wild rice porridge had been cooked for more than an hour. It was because the cooking appliance produced by the system had a constant temperature function. Otherwise, it would have been overcooked long ago. This. Cross's mind was confused for a moment. When he came here before, he saw these pots of cooking food. Of course, he didn't think much about it. He just thought that this noble lady was having a picnic. Now it seems that the food in these pots was clearly prepared in advance for them. Otherwise, why would they cook so much? If Lu Shi knew what Cross was thinking, she might explain that she usually prepared meals for Zhuizhua in this amount. But what Cross thought was right, Lu Shi did prepare for them. Cross' lips trembled. It was obvious that this noble lady had noticed their group and their condition a long time ago. She felt pity for them and specially prepared food for them. Yes, how could a noble lady not notice what was happening around her? What a kind lady this is. Cross looked at Lu Shi with a strong emotion that almost surged out, and then bowed his head devoutly. Yes, master. Ah. Call me Miss Lucy. Lu Shi was not stupid enough to say anything about equality to this group of homeless people. But the title master sounds too embarrassing, so let's forget it. Yes, Miss Lucy. Cross changed his words readily. After Lu Shi finished making the arrangements, she sat aside. A noble lady should behave like a noble lady. If she came down to distribute the porridge personally, she didn't know whether they would be touched or not, but it seemed that few people would dare to drink it. Cross waved Taya over and started operating the pots on the ground with unfamiliar movements. A stack of large and neatly arranged wooden bowls was placed next to the pot. Cross lifted the lid of the pot, and the delicious aroma of food instantly wafted out. Cross swallowed subconsciously and almost wanted to pounce on the pot and pour it into his mouth, but reason controlled him. Taya came over and smelled the fragrance. His eyes widened. "Brother Cross, what is this?" "This is the food that Miss Lucy gave us." Cross said seriously, "I'll give you a bowl later. You can take it and share it with them. Tell them not to fight over it. Miss Lucy is watching them. There is enough food for everyone." Taya nodded. One of his strengths was that he was obedient enough and would do whatever Cross said. Give it to those with children first, then to the elderly. Let Taimu and the others line up to get it. Don't rush to get it. Do you hear me? Cross instructed again. If the food distribution is not done by a convincing person, it will easily cause problems. Fortunately, Cross is convincing in front of these fellow villagers. Taya nodded and returned to the villagers with 2 large bowls of full, steaming, sticky, and rich wild rice porridge. Even though he saw the pitiful look of his hungry sister, he still followed Cross's instructions and gave the 2 bowls of porridge to the mother of the 2 youngest children first. Taya rubbed his sisters and whispered in a self-proclaimed comfort, "Don't worry, there's plenty of food in the pot. Everyone can eat it. Brother Cross won't let us fight for it. We want to make a good impression on Miss Lucy. Brother will distribute the food in order, and it will be your turn soon." After hearing this, some villagers who were ready to make a move quieted down. Those who had the mind or courage to be the first to stand out had already been left behind in the monster tide. The rest were thin in stature, and their courage was almost as weak. The food was distributed smoothly. The whole process was very quiet and no trouble was caused. She was very pleased. It was great that the child was well-behaved and sensible. I see some people are worried that they will be resented for what they have done. The protagonist farm is not just about the farm system, but is slowly developed around the farm system. In addition to the NPC residents on the farm, various natives are also indispensable. Otherwise, how could the protagonist achieve what is mentioned in the introduction and get to know people from all over the place? In addition, a reader's comment is very correct. The farm game system is an alien object. If the protagonist appears on the farm and activates it at the beginning, it will be a simple game system. Those people were eating, and she was not idle either. It's not that she doesn't want to be idle, but Zhuozhuo can't sit still. She points at the stone sheep she hunted and acts coquettishly towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi looked at the stone sheep, then at the group of people next to her, and was silent for a moment. If she cut open the stone sheep here, would it affect her image? At the critical moment, Cross noticed Lu Shi's dilemma and took the initiative to approach her. "Miss Lucy, is there anything I can do for you? Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Shi turned his head and glanced at him. Cross was about to answer when his stomach growled and gave him away. His face suddenly turned red. Lu Shi smiled and said, "It's okay. Go eat first. Come and help me when you are full. If you are not full, you will not have the strength to do this job." "Yes." Cross responded quickly, trotted back, and stuffed the food into his stomach quickly, like a rice bucket pouring porridge from his mouth into his stomach. This group of people eat like starving ghosts. Lu Shi wanted to remind them that eating slowly was good for their health, but then he thought to himself that they had been hungry for who knows how long, and it was unlikely that their health would be good. 1 or 2 meals wouldn't make a difference, so it would be better to let them eat with peace of mind, so he simply didn't say anything. At the same time, I was thinking about how to settle down next. They definitely cannot be placed here, but this place is still hundreds of kilometers away from the farm. Lu Shi can rely on Zhuozhuo to run back in 20 to 30 minutes. But there are nearly 50 people in the group, so Zhuozhuo definitely cannot be allowed to lead them alone. Not to mention how many people Zhuozhuo can carry at a time and how many times she has to run. Just think about the people's bodies. They probably can't withstand the torment of being at such a high altitude. When Lu Shi was flying in the sky, Zhuozhuo would use elemental power to protect him in case anything really happened to Lu Shi, but these people probably wouldn't get this treatment. Besides, dragons are such a proud race. How can anyone ride one? Even if Zhuozhuo listened to Lu Shi couldn't open his mouth. However, this group of people have been traveling in the wild for a long time, so it should be no problem for them to stay in the wild for a few days and then travel to the vicinity of the farm. It's impossible that the weeds that grew as strong as concrete when Lu Shi was not here would turn into fragile indoor flowers after Lu Shi brought warm food. The problem is how to settle them after arriving at the farm. The farm is full of NPCs. Lu Shi does not recommend letting the resident NPCs have direct contact with these people, as there may be problems. The best way is to build a small village not far from the farm for them to live in. It should be some distance away from the farm so that they cannot have direct contact with it, but not too far away so that Lu Shi can rush over quickly when something happens. Lu Shi thought of the wood in her warehouse. It should be okay to take it out to build a house for this group of people, right? Of course, they have to build the house themselves. Lu Shi is not an architect. She has a hard time even playing with building blocks, so how can she build a house? It's good enough that she can provide wood. No, wood cannot be provided for free. Lu Shi pinched his chin and thought, but this group of people are nominally his captives, and it seems that there is no extra value that can be used to exchange for wood. As for asking Lu Shi not to accept these people as captives, oh, do you know why King Zhou of Shang died? Because he wanted to abolish slavery. Where did Lu Shi get the courage to be the first person to abolish slavery in the other world? The most she did was not really treat these people as captives and gave them the dignity of being human beings. Moreover, the identity of captives can make this group of people feel at ease, because they are captives and the property of their masters, and they will not be abandoned. If Lu Shi was unwilling to accept their captive status, they would not be able to sleep all night and would start worrying about when they would be driven away. If you can't think of it, just forget about it for now. There'll still be time later, enough for Lu Shi to think of the answer. First, shave everyone's head, then take a shower, change into new clothes, and throw away or burn things that need to be thrown away. Lu Shi counted the things that needed to be done on his fingers. Shaving your head is to prevent fleas and lice from hiding in the hair and not being cleaned thoroughly, which are the main ways of spreading viruses. Although there is light element magic in the other world that can be used to cure illness, once you return to that dirty environment, you will get sick again. Isn't it better to cure the disease from the root than to suffer a relapse again and again? Bathing and cleaning are also necessary. Not to mention the benefits to them, it will definitely be more pleasing to Lu Shi anyway. Most of these people's clothes are very worn out, patched up, of poor quality, and not very warming. It would be better to replace them with new ones. Lu Shi doesn't mind having this little bit of material for clothes. And there's food. We need to find some people who can cook. Lu Shi cooked porridge for them this time, but she couldn't be asked to cook every meal. She was saving people, but she didn't plan to find dozens of ancestors for herself. These people couldn't use the system props, so they could only find those who knew how to cook. Fortunately, there were several sets of cooking utensils in Lu Shi's contract package for them to use, and they also brought several sets of cooking utensils with them. Although it is a bit simple, it can be used after all. Oh, what a hassle. Lu Shi sighed. After all, these were nearly 50 living humans, not just a line of data that could be casually swiped across the system panel. Cross was the last one to eat, but the first to finish. He wiped his mouth, carefully washed the used bowl in the sink next to the pot, and placed it aside. Then, he carefully walked to Lu Shi's side. Lu Shi looked at the people who were still eating. In fact, most of them were already full and were forcing food into their stomachs in small bites. After being hungry for so long, his stomach had shrunk. The wooden bowl that Lu Shi gave him was big, so when Cross served the porridge, each bowl was full. Not to mention adding more rice. He couldn't even finish this bowl. But no one said they didn't want to eat anymore, and they didn't dare not eat, because they were afraid that Lu Shi would have a bad impression of them. No one dared to secretly hide the unfinished porridge, so they could only try to stuff more food into their stomachs, and then stuff a little more, so that they could last longer without being hungry. Lu Shi only glanced at it and then looked away, but she still gave Cross an additional instruction: tell those who are full not to eat anymore. As for the remaining porridge, I'll give you a bucket later. You can collect the extra porridge and heat it up for the next meal. I have no shortage of food. Lu Shi paused here, and she suddenly thought of the farmlands outside Lingyu Farm. That's not right. The Lingyu Farm should be populated by NPC residents, each with his or her own profession. So, who is taking care of the farmland outside? But Lu Shi's focus was not here. She was thinking about what to let these people do their old job, farming. It was a bit unreliable to let Lu Shi provide them with food without limit. What if Lu Shi was gone, or left? What would these people eat? It would be best to let them find a source of food by themselves so that they could survive even without Lu Shi's help. Lu Shi should be the icing on the cake, not something that comes out of nothing. It is now September in the other world, early autumn, and it is the harvest season. It is impossible to grow crops during this period because it will be winter in 2 months and the crops will be frozen to death before they can grow. But he can first reclaim the land and then plant crops in the spring of next year. It will be no problem for Lu Shi to provide enough food for the winter, and he won't develop a dependence on it. Given the thin physique and working ability of this group of people, it would be too late to start reclaiming farmland until the beginning of next spring. Before winter comes, let them do as much work as they can, which is better than just eating food and sitting there doing nothing. Moreover, the house must be built first so that it can survive the winter, and then when winter comes, we can find something for them to do. Several ideas flashed through Lu Shi's mind instantly. They were all things that could be done indoors in the winter. However, they were not perfect and could not be applied directly. They had to be thought about carefully again. From this point of view, they would not be able to sit still. Lu Shi also suddenly realized that he might have some potential to be a capitalist. After Cross came back after packing up, Lu Shi looked at the sky. As the weather got colder, it got dark earlier and earlier. When she first came here, the sky did not get dark until after 8 o'clock in the evening, but now it was only a little after 7 o'clock and the sky had already darkened. It seemed that this group of people would not be able to continue their journey. It happened that Lu Shi had just asked Zhuozhuo to burn down the entire area, leaving a clean and flat area, which was suitable for rest. Oh, yes, Lu Shi thought about it and decided to find a place for them to stay around the farm. Miss Lucy, Cross said respectfully. Lu Shi waved her hand and stood up from the chair. This chair was the one she used for fishing last night. Apart from anything else, it was extremely comfortable. Help me deal with that prey. Lu Shi pointed at the motionless ground sheep and asked, "Can you handle it?" Cross was about to say yes, but the words turned around and he hesitated. "Miss Lucy, how do you want to handle this?" "Peel off the skin completely. I will use the wool. Then drain the blood and put the blood in a separate container." Lu Shi said without any politeness. Except for the period of survival in the wild at the beginning of the time travel, she had never done this kind of chores by herself again. With the help of the dragon-hunting mercenaries, and after the farm system was activated, Lu Shi didn't have to do any of the processes himself, as the ingredients were ready. Now she is quite skilled in arranging Cross's tasks, and she really has the demeanor of a noble lady. However, an ordinary noble lady would not describe the dissection of prey in such detail. Cross breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although what Miss Lucy said was a little troublesome, he could do it. So he nodded vigorously, took the 2 knives given by Lu Shi, and walked towards the stone sheep. Lu Shi looked at the group of people who stayed where they were after dinner and didn't dare to move without Lu Shi's order, and called out to Cross, "It's getting late. Let them prepare things for the night." The implication is, don't just sit there doing nothing. Everyone should get busy. Cross blinked and looked at his fellow villagers. It was not that he ignored the matter, but he did not dare to act on his own in front of Lu Shi. What if Lu Shi didn't plan to let them stay here overnight and wanted them to travel all night? Did they have the right to refuse? Moreover, Cross didn't dare to remind Lu Shi about this matter. He was just a captive who arranged things for his master. Did he want to die? Lu Shi noticed this matter now, which was somewhat beyond Cross's expectation. He thought that he had to wait until he found an opportunity and hinted appropriately, and Miss Lucy would find out. He was judging others by his own standards. She is indeed such a kind, noble lady. However, Cross did not arrange these villagers himself. He still had work to do for Lu Shi, so he called Taya over, whispered some instructions to him, and asked Taya to do it. Lu Shi watched Cross busying himself for a while, but the scene was so bloody that she had to look away and look somewhere else. Including Cross, there are a total of 49 people in Wamada village. These people were worried about disturbing Lu Shi, so they only moved around in a very small corner, leaving a large area for Lu Shi. Lu Shi looked at them crowded together, sighed again, and waved to the young boy. "Your name is Taya, right?" Taya walked over cautiously, glancing at Cross not far away, somewhat unsure of what he should do. Lu Shi pretended not to notice the boy's nervousness and said casually, "I'm just staying here for a while and will leave soon. You don't have to make them squeeze so much." But Taya touched his head, not quite understanding. "It's very cold at night. If you don't get so close, you'll freeze to death." Cross, who was not far away, coughed a few times, but it didn't stop Taya from speaking the truth. Lu Shi was stunned and looked at the group of people in thin clothes. She thought it was her fault. No, it was definitely partly her fault. However, even if it was not intentional, her mentality was still a little floating, and she subconsciously looked at this group of people with a higher attitude. Unlike Cross, who thought he was embarrassed and angry, Lu Shi did not have any special thoughts after examining his own mentality for a moment, but was just a little surprised. It turns out that when a person is placed in a position that doesn't belong to her, this kind of change will occur intentionally or unintentionally. In other words, when a person changes, everything in this world is the driving force behind it. Therefore, Lu Shi calmly accepted this change. At least she discovered it very early, and noticed it when there were just signs of change. There was still time and opportunity to change it. Therefore, Lu Shi just chuckled lightly without caring too much, and his expression didn't even change much. "Is that so?" Then he pinched his chin and thought, "I think I have something that can help you." It's time for the props produced by the system to play their due role. Monster breeding sheds are divided into large and small ones. The small one occupies an area of 10 by 15, and the large one occupies an area of 15 by 20. From the outside, it looks like a small separate courtyard surrounded by a wooden fence, and inside is a wooden shed that occupies 1/3 of the total area. The wooden shed has a simple roof and is surrounded by wooden walls on 4 sides, but the main door in the middle is unobstructed, so you can see the scene inside at a glance. On both sides of the door are feeding bowls and produce collection basins. Lu Shi had walked in personally. If there were no monsters inside, it would be a very normal space with a flat ground, clean and tidy. If you place a monster in there, after all, it is a product of the system, so it is very clean inside, there is no peculiar smell, and you can't see dirty things like feces. The monsters kept in it will randomly walk around the yard or lie down in the wooden shed. However, what Lu Shi was thinking at this moment was whether she could take out these monster breeding sheds. There were still quite a few unused in her system backpack. If she could take them out, it would at least be a place to shelter from the wind and rain, which would be safer than simply sleeping in the wild. But unfortunately, the monster breeding shed cannot be placed on the ground outside the farm home. Not only in the wild, but even in the farm, it can only be placed in Lu Shi's own yard. System prompt. Monster breeding sheds are extremely dangerous and cannot be placed outside the player's home. Please carefully consider the location before relocating. What kind of danger can a simple wooden fence and a wooden shed have? Rather than saying that the monster breeding shed is dangerous, it is better to say that the monsters that can be raised in it are dangerous. They can be as docile as ornaments and live in Lucy's farm home, but who knows what they will become if they leave the farm home. Lu Shi had already seen through part of the game system, but she didn't mind it too much. Instead, she looked through what items and props could be taken out and what functions they could play. I have to say, because of the previous Good Luck Challenge task, Lu Shi's backpack had a lot more junk items. After all, which game doesn't put a bunch of junk items into the lottery to lower the probability? But even though they are junk items, they do have certain uses, it's just that Lu Shi can hardly use them. For example, these piles of building materials. Lu Shi has not yet unlocked the building function, but this does not prevent her from obtaining the building materials in the lottery pool. There are several kinds of building materials. One is bricks, which are actually pieces of stone that can be stacked up. There are square, rectangular, octagonal, and round shapes. Most of them are strange in shape, and no one knows what their specific functions are. It's just, compared to a pure game system, this starts to involve science again. That is, if you simply pile up a few stones, they will not be solid and will easily fall apart. You have to find a way to fix them. The other type is the wooden board, which is thin but strong. It can be laid on the ground or erected as a wall. The sizes are different. Fortunately, these are all square, and there are 5 size levels. The smallest one is 20 times 20, and it increases in size from 40 by 40, 60 by 60, 80 by 80, to 100 by 100. Similarly, this thing also follows the laws of physics. It's okay to put it on the ground as a mat, except that it's easy to move, and it will warp up if the bottom is uneven. If they are erected, they must be fixed in place. Otherwise, the wooden boards will fall down and will not stand at all. Of course, there are advantages. The wooden boards produced by the system are not only original and natural, but also very smooth, and there will definitely be no wood splinters or the like. Lu Shi himself couldn't think of any use for it, but taking it out now might be of some use to the people in Wamada village. Whether laying wooden boards on the ground to isolate the cold from the ground, or erecting wooden boards to barely block the night wind, it is a good choice. Taya and Cross were not too surprised to see the wooden boards and a pile of stones appearing out of thin air on the ground. Even if they had never seen something like a contract package, they had always heard of it. In small villages like these, you can see patrol teams every 1 or 2 months. No matter how badly the elemental mages in the patrol teams are doing, they will still get a contract package. Having seen patrol members taking things out of thin air many times, I couldn't be surprised at this moment. Even if I was surprised, I should be surprised at why this noble lady put a bunch of stones and wooden boards in her contract package. Taya obediently carried a pile of wooden boards back to the crowd, and at the same time called a lot of people over to move the remaining ones on the ground. As for settling them in the place where Lu Shi was, they didn't dare to do that at all. Lu Shi looked for a long time and found that although Taya was not a strong boy, he was stronger than most adult men. Although these dozen or so adult men were all physically weak, Taya was just a teenager and had also been starving for such a long time, yet he was the only one who looked energetic. Thinking of the little knowledge he learned from the dragon-hunting mercenaries, Lu Shi felt that this Taya probably had the talent to become an elemental warrior. Maybe he could be trained individually. Lu Shi's idea was very simple. If Taya could become an elemental warrior, he would be able to protect himself just like Kuva village. Didn't you see that Kuva village dared to live next to the Perhiai forest? It's because the village chief Luli's military force is enough to protect their safety, so they can stay around the Perhiai forest and rely on the resources in the Perhiai forest to support the village. If they only relied on farming, they would never be able to achieve such good living conditions as Lu Shi saw. In this way, the villagers of Wamada village will be protected, and it doesn't matter even if they leave Lu Shi. Lu Shi has no intention of being permanently bound to this group of people. But this is just Lu Shi's guess. We have to wait and see. It's hard to say for sure. Similar to what Lu Shi thought, this group of people first made the ground smoother and laid wooden boards on it. Several of them went to a nearby place to gather a lot of dead grass leaves and spread them on the wooden boards to serve as mattresses. Someone sensed the direction of the wind and erected a row of wooden boards on the side where the wind was blowing. He then used 2 stones to clamp the wooden boards in front and back to form a windproof wall. Although it is only 1 meter high, it is enough for people to lie down and sleep at night. It is better than being blown directly by the cold wind. Some people also picked up a lot of dry grass and wood and brought them back to use as firewood. Not far from where the crowd was resting, they built a fire with stones. The advantage of this was that the stones could block the wind, and the fire would not easily go out. The downside is that the fire is not that big, and only those who get close to it can feel the temperature of the flame. But no matter what, there is a wall to block the wind, a blazing fire, and a full stomach that is no longer hungry. This long night didn't seem as hard to endure as the previous nights. Lu Shi looked at many of them who were hugging their shoulders, wearing only thin clothes and without even a blanket to cover themselves. They could only lean on each other for warmth. He silently flipped through his system backpack and contract package. There are still a few bathrobes. This thing is quite large in size. When stretched out, it can barely be considered a good blanket. An adult needs to hunch over to cover himself with it, but it is enough for a few children. As for Lu Shi's clothes, to be honest, they are not suitable. It's not that Lu Shi couldn't bear to part with her clothes, but the clothes produced by the system were all very thin, had no warmth-retaining effect, and had complicated styles. Even if they were stretched out, they couldn't cover half of the body. As for the clothes given to them, the women's clothing with two distinctive style was obviously Lu Shi's private clothes. Even if Lu Shi gave them to them, they would not dare to wear them even if they were frozen to death. Offending the dignity of the nobility would make their death even more miserable. On the contrary, the several sets of quilts and mattresses that had been bought in the human town before were of some use at this time, but only 2 or 3 beds were not enough for 50 people. Lu Shi looked through the system backpack for a long time and suddenly found an item in the system backpack called cotton cloth. This thing was just a material and had to be processed into various clothes to be useful, so Lu Shi subconsciously ignored it after looking at it several times. However, the clothes that were processed were either skirts of various styles or separate tops and pants, and it was difficult to form a whole piece. Lu Shi began to pay attention to the materials used to make the clothes. When it was taken out separately at this time, Lu Shi was slightly stunned. The size of a piece of cotton cloth was about 1 meter x 1 meter, not the size of a piece of cloth sold in clothing stores, otherwise it would not be possible that several pieces of cotton cloth would be needed to make a piece of clothing. A normal-sized piece of cotton cloth can make at least several sets of clothes. Lu Shi looked at the cotton cloth and had a different idea. After all, it was still a long way to go before the night came, and there was moonlight and firelight. He asked the women to sew the cotton cloth into quilts, which would be useful in the future. While Cross was dismembering the stone sheep, he did not ignore the movements on Lu Shi's side. Objects kept disappearing and reappearing on the ground around Lu Shi. Cross could probably guess that they were looking for something that could be of some use to them and help them get through this cold night better, just like those wooden boards and stones. This realization filled Cross's heart with complicated thoughts. It was hard to imagine that there could be someone like Miss Lucy, who could be so caring even towards a group of captives as humble as weeds. Stacks of cotton cloth as white as clouds in the sky appeared on the ground, piling up more and more. Cross, find 2 people who can sew clothes and divide these cloths. Try to make some quilts as soon as possible. It's cold at night, and they can easily get frostbite. Lu Shi instructed softly. Looking at this group of poor people, the arrogance in her heart slowly dissipated. What good is there in this different world? Standing at the top of a group of miserable people, what is there for her to be arrogant about? After all the cotton cloth was distributed, more than 20 women and young girls worked on it needlework. In this strange world, there is no woman who does not know how to sew clothes. Everyone starts learning how to do this from a very young age. Even many men have learned how to do this after living alone for a long time. Therefore, Lu Shi also saw several thin men who were also sewing quilts. As for needles and thread, they were naturally provided by Lu Shi. She always prepared a complete set of things. The needles and thread were also purchased in the human town and had never been used since arriving at the farm. It's just sitting there anyway, so why not take it out and put it to good use? On this side, Cross finally processed the entire stone sheep. Naturally, his efficiency cannot be compared with those of the dragon-hunting mercenaries. He is just an ordinary person without any special powers. From his body shape, it can be seen that he is not good at physical labor. The stone sheep is a kind of monster after all, and its skin and flesh are much harder than those of ordinary people. If the knife Lu Shi gave him had not been sharp enough, Cross would have to spend more than twice as long to deal with it. Lu Shi didn't care much about the time and took out a new outdoor stove very naturally. The previous ones disappeared naturally because the time was up. Although it attracted some attention, it didn't cause much surprise. It is normal for a noble lady to take out some rare items. Of course, the food on the stove had been taken out and placed not far from the crowd. It was packed into 3 buckets. They could just heat it up tomorrow morning and have another full meal. Lu Shi first cooked a few pots of soup in the pot, using the sheep's blood that had just been released. No blood was wasted, and all was made into sheep's blood soup. He took out a lot of seasonings and started to string together the processed pieces of rock sheep meat, smeared them with seasonings, and roasted them on the fire. She mainly roasted it for Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, so each piece of meat was very big, and she didn't use a grill because it would take too long to roast. Cross looked at Lu Shi's skillful movements in amazement. He wanted help several times, but he didn't know what to do. Judging from the cooking aspect alone, Lu Shi does not quite fit the identity of a noble lady. The aroma of meat quickly spread through the air and reached the crowd. Many people smelled the aroma and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. The aroma of barbecue is the purest and most attractive aroma. The more difficult it is for people to eat meat, the more attractive the aroma of meat is to them. But for people who have been hungry for a long time, meat is not a good food. It is too greasy, and their fragile stomachs cannot withstand it. But the more tempting the fragrance was, the more they dared not look in Lu Shi's direction, let alone do anything rude. There were only 2 children who were not very sensible. They looked in Lu Shi's direction with eager eyes, but out of some instinct, they did not make any sound to ask for their mother. Perhaps the difficult journey of survival during this period has taught them to remember not to make any noise easily. Before they have clearly learned to speak, they have first learned to be quiet. Lu Shi glanced at the crowd, casually put a piece of roasted meat into a wooden bowl, and handed it to Cross. Give each of them a piece to taste, and don't give too much. Before Cross could think about it, Lu Shi explained casually. People who have been hungry for a long time have weak stomachs and cannot digest meat. Just give them a taste and let them recover slowly. There will be many opportunities to eat meat in the future. Anyway, she has many ways to obtain monster meat, and it is easy. It is not impossible to take out some meat from time to time to motivate them to work. Lamb blood soup, best. This dish is made by someone himself. Through the processing techniques and ingredients, the bad taste of the original ingredients is removed. It is fragrant and rich in color. After eating it, you will feel warm in the body and have a strong sense of happiness. It is suitable for eating in cold weather. Special effect: cold resistance after consumption. It produces a 6-hour cold resistance effect and restores a large amount of qi and blood. System notification: players have been granted access to lamb blood soup and are rewarded with 30 gold coins. Lu Shi just randomly filled a bowl and put it into the system backpack. Then she saw the system notification that she had successfully sold another recipe. At first glance, the amount does not seem high, but it is beyond Lu Shi's expectations. Because the raw material of the mutton blood soup, the stone sheep, was not an ingredient discovered or cultivated by Lu Shi, and using the blood of the stone sheep to make soup was not her special case. Long before Lu Shi, some people had used the blood of stone sheep to cook food, but the methods were crude, and there were not as many luxurious system seasonings as Lu Shi, so the taste must not be very good. Therefore, the recipe made by Lu Shi can be sold at this price. Lu Shi thinks it has something to do with the complicated production process. The more complicated the recipe, the more expensive it is. It seems that this is the correct way to sell recipes, Lu Shi thought. When she has time, she will think about what dishes are very troublesome to make. Unfortunately, she was just a commoner and had never eaten such delicious food. At most, she had watched a few production videos on the internet. At that time, I was just looking at the picture for fun, and then I swiped up after I finished looking at it. I didn't remember the steps carefully. Now, when I think about it, I can only remember a few key words. For example, the classic dish of boiled cabbage seems to be made by marinating various kinds of meat, then boiling the soup many times and finally boiling it into a clear soup. Only the cabbage heart is used, and it needs to be blanched in water, but not cooked through. Finally, the boiled soup is used to pour over the cabbage until it is cooked. It is a very troublesome process. Would it really taste better this way? Lu Shi was full of doubts. But apart from anything else, it took more than 10 hours to make such a dish, so it was definitely a great honor. Hey, wait, there seems to be no cabbage in this other world. At least there are no cabbage seeds in the game system. Lu Shi keenly discovered the key point. Great, she had one more goal to earn gold coins. Boiled cabbage, waiting for her. Handing a pot of mutton blood soup to Cross, Lu Shi said calmly, "Let each of them drink 2 sips of hot soup before going to sleep. This soup can keep out the cold." The corresponding effects are not limited to foods that are placed in fixed containers and have system introduction texts appearing. All the foods made by Lu Shi himself have special effects, but since the foods are placed in fixed containers and the quantities are the same, the effects are stable. Normally, if one person drinks 2 sips of mutton soup, the warming effect may only last for a dozen minutes, or the cold-proof effect may not be that good, but it can last for dozens of minutes. In short, they're all useful. And the ability to create food with special effects is not Lu Shi's only privilege. To be more precise, there is a certain probability that food made by different monsters will carry the corresponding characteristics of these monsters. When in the wild, many mercenaries will hunt specific prey for food if conditions permit, for the possible beneficial effects their flesh and blood may bring. Recipes that can achieve a certain fixed effect are, in a sense, similar to elemental potions, but the effects of elemental potions are more stable and powerful and can last longer. Dishes made with monster flesh and blood lack the guarantee of time. They usually lose their effect in a few hours at most or a day, and can only be eaten while hot. Because Lu Shi was bound to the game system, she gained the system's kitchen cooking feature that would not fail, so whatever food she cooked was stable and the effect would not change from meal to meal. As for the added flavor of the food, Lu Shi initially thought it was due to the game system, but as time went by and she cooked more and more often, she felt that it might not be due to the game system, because this thing will actually improve as she cooks more often. In other words, the food Lu Shi cooks is getting better and better. Even if she doesn't want to be narcissistic and take all the credit for herself, there seems to be no other explanation. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were eating with relish, but the crowd far away were not as greedy as before. They licked their lips carefully, still savoring the taste of the small piece of meat in their mouths. They were probably going to spend the night in sweet dreams. There was a pot next to the fire with a pot of hot soup in it. Not to mention how delicious it tasted, just taking a couple of sips would make you feel warm all over, and you wouldn't feel cold in this cold night. No one drank much, just 2 sips per person, for fear that the whole pot of soup would be finished and others would have nothing to drink when it got cold at night. Of course, others included themselves. But looking at the quilts that were being sewn one by one, it seemed that this night wouldn't be too cold. With Zhuozhuo around, there was no need to worry about leftover food. If Lu Shi hadn't given out a pot of mutton soup in advance, that group of people probably wouldn't have gotten anything. At this point, Lu Shi was ready to go back to the farm. After all, she still had a challenging task to complete, and there was no need for her to stay here and suffer the cold with these people. If she left first, these people would feel more comfortable. However, Lu Shi hesitated for a moment. There were few monsters in the area of hundreds of miles around Lingyu Farm, but there were some at least. She also couldn't guarantee that the aroma left by the food she cooked wouldn't attract any dangerous monsters. On this point, Lu Shi still has some confidence. Zhuozhuo wants to take her back to the farm. Maybe Xiao Yuan can stay and look after these people for one night? If an ordinary monster comes, Xiao Yuan can deal with it. If a low-level monster comes, it will be easy for Xiao Yuan to escape. After all, there is a group of people who cannot escape here. No low-level monster would go to the trouble of chasing Xiao Yuan, a cub, and let them go. Maybe he will even invite Xiao Yuan to have dinner together. Of course, Lu Shi did not make a decision directly. She squatted down and told Xiao Yuan about this matter. In the end, she left it to Xiao Yuan to decide whether to stay and protect this group of people. Xiao Yuan thought about it for a moment and nodded without hesitation, wanting to stay and protect these humans. The silver wolf race is a kind of monster that is quite close to humans. In their eyes, humans are like cute kittens and puppies. Maybe there are many humans who don't like kittens and puppies, but there are very few silver wolves who don't like humans. So when Lu Shi met Xiao Yuan for the first time, Xiao Yuan slept right next to her and was willing to share her food with Lu Shi. This was all because of the racial aesthetic preferences. Although Xiao Yuan has already recognized Lu Shi as her master at this time, this does not mean that other humans are not cute in Xiao Yuan's eyes. It's just that this liking will bring Lu Shi's favorability value. For example, if Lu Shi likes someone, Xiao Yuan will like them a little more, and if Lu Shi doesn't like someone, Xiao Yuan will not like them anymore. Lu Shi's attitude towards the group of people in front of him was friendly, so Xiao Yuan's attitude was also friendly, and she was willing to stay and protect them. When you encounter danger, don't be stubborn. Go home and find me first. Lu Shi put one elemental magic weapon after another on Xiao Yuan. Fortunately, most elemental magic weapons do not recognize their owner and can be used once they are put on, so the two elemental magic weapons in the form of bracelets on Xiao Yuan's paws are also effective. Lu Shi bought so many elemental magic tools. Of course, not all of them were for himself. There were also some for Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo. Although Zhuozhuo's own defense is strong, this does not prevent it from carrying a few extra shields. If it really encounters danger, and the enemy struggles to break its shield and finds that its body is stronger, the scene will definitely be very interesting. Before leaving, Lu Shi took out the prop heater and gave it to Xiao Yuan. The effect of this item is that after it is turned on, the temperature within a 3-meter diameter will be maintained at the same level, and it is not afraid of the cold or the night wind. If the range was not too narrow, this heater would actually be Lu Shi's first choice. But a diameter of 3 meters is really not enough to accommodate so many people, but it is more than enough for Xiao Yuan to use by herself. However, Lu Shi has already arranged so many things for these people. If there is a problem again, there is nothing that can be done. She has done so many things and has a clear conscience. The rest depends on themselves. Sitting on Zhuozhuo's back, Lu Shi looked at the night scene below. After feeling most of the elemental power isolated, the wind blowing across his cheeks made him feel more open-minded. Zhuozhuo, let's not rush back to the farm. Let's take a walk outside first. Lu Shi decided to observe the environment around the farm and find a suitable place for the villagers from Wamada village to stay. However, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Although there was a moon in the sky, it was still not as bright as sunlight. Lu Shi's vision was limited, so he could only vaguely select a few places and wait until tomorrow to look at them again during the day. Walking on the blue stone road of the farm, Lu Shi was a little confused about which residents to find to complete the task. It was late at night, and finding people just to say good night would seem like harassing them. It is not certain whether the favorability can be increased. Lu Shi feels that if they are real people, it is enough if the favorability does not decrease. But before Lu Shi could decide on a candidate, an unexpected farm resident found Lu Shi first. Looking at Roam in front of him, Lu Shi's eyes were filled with shock and he didn't know what the other party's intention was. "Good evening, Miss Lucy." Roam greeted with a smile. Lu Shi nodded, looking hesitant. Good evening. What do you want to talk to me about?" The first thing Roam said was something that shocked Lu Shi even more. "Miss Lucy, you have taken in some captives for the farm. I came to discuss with you how to deal with these captives." "Wait, what is he talking about?" Lu Shi raised his hand and pressed his temple, then asked tentatively, "Are you talking about the villagers of Wamada village who survived the monster tide?" "Yes, Miss Lucy. Do you have any arrangements for them?" Roam's smile did not change. Lingyu Farm is a large farm. There is no problem accommodating these people. However, if we allow them to act as they please, it may have some negative impact on the farm. Lu Shi unconsciously looked at the task panel of the game system. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, Displaced Persons, and receiving the quest reward 200 experience points. The next side quest has been opened based on the player's preference. System prompt. The tendency of the side quest cannot be modified. Please consider carefully before making a decision. Once you make a choice, you cannot regret it. Side quest. Placement. There are many new members in Lingyu Farm. Please choose a suitable place to place them. It is very important to let them get familiar with a farm as soon as possible. Task reward. 300 experience points. Spirit Farm Power Management function is enabled and subsequent side quests are enabled. Lu Shi was not surprised that Roam knew these things. What surprised her was that these residents on the farm would also have cognitive reactions to people other than Lu Shi. I just don't know if this cognitive reaction is because this group of people appeared in the side quest of the game system, or if they are just ordinary people who have nothing to do with the game. It doesn't matter. I have already selected several locations outside the farm. We will go there tomorrow to see where is more suitable to accommodate them. Lu Shi shook his head. He did not treat Roam as an NPC, but seriously discussed his ideas. If we want to settle them, the most important things are shelter and food. Food is not a problem, there is no shortage of it on the farm. As for shelter, I don't plan to let them settle down on the farm. It is not suitable for them to have long-term contact with the farm. They can just keep in touch with the farm on a regular basis. Roam nodded with satisfaction. Ms. Lucy thinks very comprehensively, which is good. I have some wood and stones here that I can give to them, so they can use them to build a house. Lu Shi looked embarrassed. However, I don't know anything about building a house. Maybe they can only rely on themselves for this matter. But if they can't build houses for the winter… Lu Shi hesitated. Maybe at that time, she could only let those people move into the farm to spend the winter. She couldn't just watch people freeze to death. Roam smiled slightly and said, Miss Lucy, why don't you ask Yegley? He is the architect of the farm. Sure enough, when Lu Shi saw the building materials won in the lottery, he guessed that there should be at least one farm resident who is good at construction on the farm. It's just that the corresponding content has never been triggered, and I can't find anyone when I want to visit them. Side quest. Master Architect. There is such a person in Lingyu Farm. He has played a great role in the construction of Lingyu Farm and has built countless buildings. Players are invited to visit him. Task reward: 500 experience points. Farm construction function enabled. Lu Shi looked at Luo Weem. Before this, she had never known what the identity of farm manager meant and what the specific responsibilities were. For example, the restaurant owner Kylina is responsible for selling food-related content, and the flower shop owner Mrs. Millie is responsible for selling crop seeds. Compared to these farm residents whose job content was clear, in Lu Shi's impression, Roam was just a guy who stayed in the yard and did nothing. Now Lu Shi has some idea about how to look at Roam. To Lu Shi, Roam is the bridge between her and other farm residents. Maybe Roam can't actually help Lu Shi, but he can give Lu Shi some advice so that Lu Shi can figure out who is the most suitable person to ask for help with his problem.